Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What if Deku hits his breaking point? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku knew exactly which student Togata Mirio was the moment the door slid open. Hunched over his desk, hands clenched tightly into fists, blonde hair hanging limp and lifeless against his head, the boy didn't even look up like the rest of Snipe's class when he entered the room. Izuku's heart ached. Lacuna, Izuku nodded his head at the homeroom teacher. Was there something you wanted? Izuku felt his dad step up behind him, a reassuring warmth that propelled him forwards, down the rows of students to the seat in the back corner. Hello. Izuku crouched down beside the desk, looking up into big blue eyes bleeding into black around the edges. Not good. He heard his hero say something to Snipe, but he wasn't paying attention enough to hear the words. This boy needed his full attention. I'm Lacuna. Hi, the syllable rasped, dragged from the boy's throat as if it pained him. Izuku wouldn't be surprised if it actually did. What can I? Don't talk for a little while, yeah. Izuku laid one hand atop a clenched fist. The fingers tightened underneath his palm. Can you come with me? Just for a minute. I'm sure someone can take notes for you. I will. A soft voice from the seat in front drew Izuku's attention, looking up to meet indigo eyes filled with concern. Izuku nodded his thanks to a boy who blushed and looked away immediately, then pushed himself to his feet to help the blonde to his feet. He stumbled and impulsively Izuku looped one of the larger boy's arms over his shoulders. Come on, Togata-kun. Izuku rubbed his back gently, taking slow and carefully paced steps the boy could keep up with as they left the classroom. Let's get you somewhere more comfortable. An arm wrapped in black looped over Izuku's, and he looked up at his dad on the other side of the student. Izuku was pretty sure the look on the man's face was an exact copy of his own. Silently they walked him down the hallway towards Chiyo-Basen's office. This kid was not okay. I can run some tests. Izuku chewed on his lower lip while Chiyo-Basen talked to his dad, cracking his knuckles repetitively as he stared down at the blonde curled in a ball on the bed. He looked like every fiber of his being was hurting him, but I don't know if we'd get any results that would be worthwhile. Dad? Izuku croaked, his throat seizing up. Just seeing this was breaking his heart. Dad, use your quirk? Kid. A hand settled on his shoulder. It was warm, but not warm enough to combat the chill in his veins right now. I don't know what. Just? Izuku stopped, closed his eyes, took a breath. Taking out his anger on his hero right now wasn't going to help. Your quirk is an erasure. That's just a quaint title so basic people understand it. You're creating a suppression field, based on your visual focus. We need to know if this is the result of how many bones he's broken or... Izuku let his words trail off, fingers squeezed his shoulder gently. Okay, Izuku, he sagged in relief, leaning into Shuta's side for a second before he stepped away, rounding the foot of the bed to settle in the chair next to Togata. You ready? Yeah, Izuku nodded, just as long as you can. I'm sorry. No need to be sorry, kid. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the telltale float of black hair. A split second before the student's eyes opened for the first time since they got here. Blue irises shifted around the room before focusing on Izuku. Izuku's heart sank even lower when the boy smiled. Hey, Izuku said softly, I'm so sorry, this is going to go away in a second but we had to know. It's okay, Togata reached out and squeezed his hand. Thank you. I forgot what it felt like to not hurt. Pain clouded blue eyes again and his head dropped back against the pillow with a soft whimper. Izuku's, is he hurt? I'm going to kill him, he snarled softly, launching himself out of the chair towards the door. Thick off-white ribbon wrapped around his torso and Izuku thrashed wildly against it, fists flying as strong arms pulled him close. Let me go. Chiyo-Basen was backing away slowly but he didn't care. He was going to find that blonde, arrogant, ignorant modhalf and tear him limb from limb. I can't do that, Izuku, Izuku roared, rounding on the black-haired man holding him captive and driving a fist into his eye. How dare he keep Izuku away from his target? He would destroy all of them, anyone who dared stand in his path. I'm sorry, I know it hurts. It'll be okay in a minute. There was a pinch in his side and then... nothing. When Izuku woke up, he was tied to a bed in the nurse's office. Why was he tied to a bed? He flexed his wrists, testing the binds. His dad's capture weapon, he wasn't getting free without the man removing it. Sighing, he let his head fall back against the pillow, casting his thoughts back to try and remember how he'd ended up here. He'd lost his temper, hadn't he? You've scorched your lungs again. Izuku's eyes slid to the side, thick gray hair bobbing next to his bedside as the old nurse hopped up into a chair, giving him a stern look. Sorry, Chiyo-basen, Izuku rasped. His throat hurt. I don't really remember. You attacked your mentor. Izuku's eyes went as round as dinner plates. Because he wouldn't let you go so you could murder Yagi? That bit tracked. Even now the pure fury he felt towards the number one hero made his height. Now none of that. A cane rapped his shins sharply and Izuku winced. Or I won't heal you. Not yet, Izuku coughed softly. I can't sleep yet. How long was I out? 3 hours, the nurse huffed. Togata is sedated and as comfortable as I can make him. He'll be staying here for a while. I had to sedate that one too. Izuku shifted his attention to where Chiyo-basen pointed with her cane. His dad slumped in a chair at the end of his bed, chin on his settee and arms folded. He refused to leave you. That man loves you more than life itself, Izuku dear. You owe him an apology. Yeah, Izuku blinked away, tears threatening to spill over. I know. No you don't, kid. Izuku jumped slightly as one tired eye peered out groggily from beneath a swath of black hair. You were angry. You're allowed to do stupid things now and then. You're still just a kid. Izuku sniffed, tears raining down his cheeks as his dad hauled himself out of the chair with a soft groan. Calm down a bit now, though. Yeah, Izuku nodded and the man untied one of his wrists. Izuku reached over himself to loosen the other one enough to slip out of. The mattress dipped as Shoyuta sat down and Izuku threw himself into his dad's arms, squeezing tightly. I'm so sorry. I couldn't think straight. What did I just say? His hero sighed, running his fingers through long curls affectionately. If you want to make it up to me, let Chiyo heal you. Not yet. Izuku sat back, scrubbing at his face. Where's my capture weapon? His mentor frowned at him and Izuku smiled shakily. I'm not going anywhere, I just need something from it. Satisfied, Shoyuta handed over the pile of black fabric and Izuku fished out his phone and a small white card. He was glad he'd kept this on a whim. Kid, what are you? Izuku held up a finger, tapping the number from the card into his phone and pressing the device to his ear. It rang a few times before the soft click of someone picking up reached his ears. HPSC press office, Noda Hiroko speaking. Noda-san, Izuku rubbed his throat. It felt scratchy, but he couldn't wait on this. Every minute was wasted time. It's Aizawa Izuku. We met some time ago, regarding an incident at UA. Ah yes. Izuku heard the shift in tone immediately. What can I do for you, Aizawa-kun? You can get Yagi Toshinori out of UA High School? Izuku ignored the sharp intake of breath on the other end of the line. He assumed it was from the use of the man's name, or I will create a media scandal so big the HPSC will never recover from it. Just like that, the career of the symbol of peace in Japan ended. No bang, no whimper, just a widely televised press conference and some skillful redirection. The sudden emergence of a powerful supervillain in America that required the aid of the greatest of heroes. It seemed that the Hero Commission was not prepared to call the bluff of one 15-year-old boy. Izuku would have to find Nedzu a gift to repay him for the dossier of footage the HPSC received to back up his threat. Maybe another school to tear to pieces. Aldra Junior High was still recovering from the aftermath of the lawsuits the Chimera had rained down upon them. For now, though, Izuku had bigger issues to concern himself with. Namely, how to help Togata Mirio, who was still suffering the repercussions of the mistakes of others. For 3 days, Izuku had spent his mornings in Chiyo-basen's office, sitting by the blonde student's bedside as he slept fitfully, drowning in sedatives and opiates and what little healing the elderly nurse could offer him when his body was literally tearing itself apart. The worst of it was, Izuku had no idea what was happening to him. All he could see were the effects it had on his body, how brilliant azure eyes were slowly bleeding black at the edges, how well-trimmed nails were sharp and pointed unless they were cut back every day. It was tearing both himself and the nurse apart, trying to find any rhyme or reason to what they were seeing. Not that he expected to find any. 9 sets of DNA in one body. Even the concept was terrifying, to see it in the flesh. Izuku swallowed down the guilt over the relief. He felt that the body in that bed wasn't him. Afternoons were spent with 1A for their heroics lessons. Mostly they were sparring, learning the bare basics of combat, so Izuku joined them. It was nice, he had to admit, having an outlet. He could just let his mind focus on the singular task at hand, his opponent. Everything else could take a back seat for a while. The first day he had railed against it, wanting to go back to Togata, but his hero had put his foot down on that front immediately. Izuku, the teen, bit down on his lip as his dad crouched, getting down on his level. You're going to come across so many people in this world as a hero. And so many of them are going to be in some kind of trouble. It's admirable to want to save them, it's what a hero does. But you can't save them all. Would you, sitting at Togata's bedside holding his hand, help save him? No, Izuku admitted, scuffing the ground with his boot, but long fingers tucked a stray curl behind his ear. Working on your skills, becoming a better hero, will help you save even more people. It's not a fun aspect of the job, having to choose. It never will be. But Togata would tell you exactly the same thing. You save who you can, and you work strong to save even more. We're doing everything we can for Mirio, Izuku, I promise you. So Izuku had let Eraserhead lead him away from the nurse's office to the gym and into the waiting arms of his Tosh. He was right. Izuku knew he was right. It didn't make it hurt any less. Izuku, green eyes, looked up from his laptop, huddled behind his dad's desk. He had fallen behind on his schoolwork with all of the events of the sports festival and its aftermath. Catching up was taking longer than expected. Come with me a minute. Izuku frowned, sliding off of the chair and trailing after Shoyuta, his fingers tangling in the end of his own capture weapon. His confusion only grew as they wandered through the halls to the nurse's office. Why were they coming here? Was someone hurt? Was his Tosh hurt? No, Hitoshi is fine. Izuku flushed slightly, burying his face into the black fabric around his neck. I have something to show you. Resting his hand on the door, his dad turned to look at Izuku with a light in his eyes Izuku had never seen, before sliding the door open. Togata Mirio was sitting up in bed, holding a bowl of rice as Izuku peeked through the doorway, eyes wide. Hey! Izuku's bottom lip trembled slightly at the beaming smile on the blonde's face. It's you, Lacuna. It's nice to meet you properly, Lacuna. You've got a great hero mentor. Izuku nodded, barely a dip of his head, and the boy went back to eating, humming softly between bites. I don't understand. Izuku turned to look up at his hero, seeing the small smile hidden behind the man's capture weapon. How? Suppression fields. Izuku was no less in the dark for those 2 words than he had been to begin with. A heavy hand landed on his hair, ruffling his curls. Come on, let's ask your questions to someone who'll have better answers than me, okay? Izuku let himself be led into Chiyobasan's actual office, with Shoyuta closing the door behind them. The nurse spun around in her seat, file in hand, as the door clicked shut. There you are. Izuku nodded mutely, watching that giant gray bun of hair bob as the lady jerked her head towards the ward. He looks better, doesn't he? Yeah? Izuku croaked. He wasn't going to cry yet, he refused. What? How? The confusion in his tone drew a chuckle from the old lady, who shook her head. Suppression fields. Nope, even the second time Izuku was still lost. Honestly, young man, for as clever as you are, the smallest things seem to slip you by. To be fair, I would have missed it too, if not for that father of yours. Izuku turned to look up at a man trying to hide the very pink tips of his ears inside his capture weapon. You said it yourself, remember. Erasure isn't actually erasing anything, it creates a suppression field, Izuku murmured, pieces slowly clicking into place. It helped take the edge off for Togata for a few seconds. He stopped hurting. So if you could isolate what created that and synthesize it. Green curls whipped across his face as he looked back at Chiyobasan, eyes rounder than when he'd had those contact lenses in. You made quirk suppressants. I wish I could take that credit, the nurse grumbled, closing the file and dropping it on her desk before shuffling off of her seat. I just took some BLD and sent it to a colleague at the Tokyo Genetics Institute. They made them. And just look at him. Izuku leaned around the edge of the door as Recovery Girl cracked it open, peeking at the blonde talking animatedly to the indigo-haired boy Izuku had met oh so briefly that day. So he's okay? Izuku was pretty sure the temperature dropped in the room literally. No, the nurse sighed, closing the door. It's not stopping whatever is happening to him, just slowing it down. We're still not sure what's going on. Until we know for sure, I don't know if there's anything more we can do. Izuku's throat tightened and he nodded. Hey, Izuku looked up as a hand landed on his head. If it wasn't for you, Togata wouldn't even be doing this well. Take the win, kid, we're not giving up on him yet. Your help bought him time that he wouldn't have had otherwise. Izuku nodded. He knew his dad was right. This was progress, one step closer to a solution. It didn't make it hurt any less. We need more information. Izuku scrubbed a hand across his face. With what we have I can only make guesses, and not even educated ones. It's like shooting in the dark. I might be able to help there. At this point, Izuku was so trained out of his flinch response he barely even reacted to the principle of Yua popping out of the vent beside the nurse's desk, brandishing a thin folder. Nedzu, Izuku did flinch away from the swing of Chiobasen's cane. What have I told you about popping up unexpectedly in my office? Forgive me, Chio, the elderly nurse grumbled under her breath, but I felt it prudent to catch everyone involved in aiding with young Togata-kun's plight all at once. Time was simply of the essence. Izuku watched the folder in the Chimera's paws pass over into his mentor's hands. The report on the creature from the sports festival has just arrived on my desk. Detective Tsukachi found it wise to keep up appraised of the threat made at my school. His dad flipped it open, scanning the contents until he landed on something that made his eyes widen. Is this accurate? Izuku looked between Shoyuta and Nedzu, the Chimera nodding and the man going back to the report, cursing softly under his breath before passing it to the nurse. When the elderly woman had exactly the same reaction, Izuku was done with being left in the dark. Is anyone going to tell me what's in there that has you all reacting like that? Sorry, kid. His hero's hand squeezed his shoulder. You never saw the monster that demolished part of Arena 3, did you? I saw the footage on the news afterwards. They were calling it a nomo right. Izuku looked between the three of them, all in varying states of shock. What does that have to do with Togata? Izuku? Oh, Izuku did not like that tone. The reports on the nomo found that it was comprised of 10 sets of different DNA. But that's... Izuku trailed off, staring at the wall. 2 weeks ago he would have said it was impossible. But now, right behind those bricks, sat a student with 9 sets of DNA in his system. 9 sets of DNA that were slowly altering his body in ways none of them truly understood. That dash Izuku swallowed, his tongue felt too big for his mouth. That's what's happening to Togata, isn't it? He's turning into one of those things. Izuku had seen the footage, the great hulking black and blue monstrosity with its brains on the outside of its skull. Nothing about that thing looked human. We can't let that happen to him. We can't. We won't, Izuku. He looked up at his dad, fierce determination in the man's eyes. We're going to do everything we can to stop it. Everything. Izuku nodded, letting his dad's determination bolster his own. It might be wise, Izuku looked back at the Chimera, to talk to Togata's work-study mentor. Mirai may have information none of us are aware of. In this endeavor, we should exhaust every avenue available to us. For Togata's sake. Izuku blinked and the principal was gone, the faint scrabble in the ventilation the only indication that he had been there at all. He turned his attention back to his dad, while Chiobasen hopped back into her chair and pulled her keyboard close. Why would this Mirai know anything? He followed his hero out of the nurse's office, waving bye to Togata as they slipped quietly into the hall. Because his dad tucked his chin into his capture weapon. He was All Might's sidekick. If anyone besides the man himself knows anything, it'll be Mirai. Izuku stopped dead in the hallway, staring at Shoyuta incredulously. Togata Mirio is interning with Sir Night Eye. All right, my loves. Petty Farah is stopping by to make something really clear. I love constructive criticism. I love it when you guys have feedback, when you tell me what you love, what you don't love. When you come up with wild theories and thoughts about what's coming in future arcs and chapters. It's amazing. I value all of that wonderful input you guys share with me, and sometimes I pay attention and sometimes I don't. But if you come into my comments section with my family and try to tear me down as a effin' writer because you don't like something, F you and the horse you rode in on, and that horse's entire F-in bloodline. The work that goes into the behind the scenes of these stories is immense. There are countless hours and hundreds of tabs and fact-checking across numerous resources to bring you relatively accurate content, remodeled to fit into a fantasy universe with similar universal laws, rehashed in a way that everybody who reads this content can understand and enjoy. If you want pure fact and science, go read a F-in textbook. That's not what we're about here. Don't like my content? Don't read it. Don't you dare come into my F-in comments and try to disrupt the positivity and family I have built here with all of these amazing F people and spit in my F-in face under the pretense of trying to tell me how to fix this and that even good writers make mistakes. F off with that unnecessary bullshit. Be F-in constructive or don't F-in interact. It's not F-rocket science. Take this as a warning to anyone else who feels that their opinion on someone else's work is more valid than the writers themselves. Shove your F-in opinion, focus on yourself. I'm doing just F-in fine. Now I'm gonna go and write another F-in chapter for yet another story, for the amazing reader family I have who have earned every scrap of my time, attention and dedication to providing them with content. Sir Nitai's hero agency was about as nondescript as an agency building could get. 5 stories of drab stone and shiny windows. No signs indicated that this was anything more than a simple office building. Isuka looked up at blank walls, chewing on the edge of his capture weapon. It was a decent alternative to chewing on his lip, at least. Inside that building was All Might's sidekick, Sir Nitai, in the flesh. Izuku had always had more than a little admiration for the man. Any hero who didn't have a quirk which actively enhanced their combat ability had long been a fixation of his fascination. But now, after meeting the #1 hero himself, Izuku could feel trepidation creeping along his bones. Meeting your heroes had a history of going somewhat badly for Izuku. Come on, kid, Izuku looked up as a warm hand dropped onto his shoulder. Let's go see what answers we can get. Well, Izuku thought to himself as he followed his dad through the glass doors, maybe not all of my heroes. The foyer was clean, neat. It suited the drab exterior, offering little by way of decoration save for a very obviously fake plant on the corner of the front desk. A front desk standing empty. This whole building made Izuku antsy. It felt off, he couldn't describe it. Like someone had seen a photograph of an office building and emulated it with pinpoint accuracy. It felt fake. Where were the people? Izuku reached out and hooked his fingers in the back of Eraserhead's belt, crowding into his side. He wasn't scared, but calm usually came before a storm and this place was dead. His dad glanced down at him, fingers combing through his curls for a brief moment before reaching out and tapping the bell on the desktop. The sound echoed in the space, making it seem far more cavernous than it was. Izuku did not like it here. Welcome, Izuku jumped, eyes flickering left and right to source the sudden presence of voice. A door opened behind the desk, giving entry to a kid. Izuku didn't want to assume, based on the physical attributes, that it was a male person. But with a literal centipede head it was a lot harder to tell. Do you have an appointment? Centipeder, Izuku's fingers tightened slightly around the hero's belt. Good to see you. We should be in the book for 11:20. Mandibles clicked softly as gloved hands flipped through a book. A day planner. Now that the person was closer, Izuku couldn't help but look, fascinated by the mutations on display. Very obviously a centipede mutation. Insect mutations were rare. Was that a scarf wrapped around their neck? No, Izuku was positive he saw one of the small legs move on its own accord. So elongated neck, curled around in an imitation of a scarf. That was smart, less likely to unnerve civilians who were afraid of bugs, which was sadly a lot of people. Elongated neck though, that was fascinating. Was it just their neck, or was it all of their limbs? I don't believe that anyone has ever figured out my quirk so quickly. Izuku blinked and flushed, ducking his head into his capture weapon as multifaceted black eyes stared back at him, or as efficiently. You are correct, young man, my quirk grants me elongated limbs. Very efficient, to say the least. The person shifted their attention to his mentor. Your apprentice? Yes, Izuku's blush deepened at the undertone of pride in his dad's voice, long fingers squeezing his shoulder gently. My son, Lacuna. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lacuna. Mandibles clicked softly, almost excitedly. I am Centipeder, one of Sir Nightai's sidekicks. Izuku murmured an embarrassed greeting, shyly ducking behind Shoyuta ever so slightly. He wasn't used to anyone but his dad's or Tosh being impressed by his muttering. Still, feel free to make your way to Sir's office, Eraserhead. He is expecting you. And, Izuku almost ran into his dad's back as the man paused. Do give my regards to your partner. I will. A soft nod and they were moving again, Izuku trailing after his hero into the elevator. Shoyuta chuckled softly and ruffled Izuku's curls as the doors dinged shut. Too clever for your own good, problem child. I didn't realize I was talking out loud, Izuku huffed softly, watching the numbers climb on the small digital display. We need to work on that. Izuku nodded as fingers tucked strands of hair behind his ear. If villains knew you were dissecting their quirks at the speed of light, they would be much more dangerous and desperate. Keeping that razor-sharp mind of yours from spilling its secrets too fast will be one of your most efficient weapons as a hero. Izuku buried his face into his capture weapon, trying to hide the burning in his cheeks. The sheer confidence and faith that his dad had in Izuku's ability to be a hero still made his eye ache with happiness. No matter what it took, Izuku was going to make this man proud of him. The doors swung open and Eraserhead stepped out, closely followed by bright green eyes darting from side to side. Even here, it was silent. Izuku had expected some kind of presence. Sidekicks going about their business, office staff. Researchers or analysts maybe. Sir Night-Eye had a reputation as an information hero. But there was nothing. No one moved through the halls. No photographs, plants, not even a visible fleck of dirt on the carpet. Izuku did not like it here. His dad stopped outside of a plain, unremarkable door and rapped sharply on it with his knuckles before opening it without waiting for acknowledgement. Izuku stepped in after him, expecting the same bland decor as the rest of the building he had seen. Red, white, blue and yellow beamed at him from every surface. Hey! Izuku took a step backwards, his dad crouching down in front of him to rest his hands on his shoulders. Take a breath, kid. You're growling. Izuku sucked in a breath and held it, forcing the pressure into his lungs until it felt like they would burst before exhaling slowly. There we go. Better. You don't have to come in here, you can wait outside while I talk to Sir Knight. Across the room, yellow eyes watched him, half obscured between thick glasses. Dark green hair combed to perfection, the yellow highlights reflecting the fluorescent lighting overhead. Izuku stared back. No, he said slowly. That stare felt like a challenge. No, I'm fine, Eraser. Just caught off guard for a moment. His dad searched his face for a moment. Izuku heard the soft sigh behind the man's capture weapon before he stood and turned back to the hero sitting behind the desk. Mirai. Izuku followed his hero into the room, avidly staring at the pure black shirt. If he didn't look at the posters, he would be fine. Focus on anything else. I assume you know why I'm here. A visit from a UA teacher. The man's voice was deeper than Izuku had expected. Slightly oversized hands, disproportionate from the size of the hero's arms, pushed his glasses back up the narrow bridge of his nose. It would hardly take a leap of logic to assume this is regarding Togata. Though, yellow eyes fixated back on him. Izuku bristled. I am surprised you would bring a student with you for this discussion. I do not take first-year interns, as you are aware, Aizawa. Oh, this man was dismissing Izuku straight off the bat. That did not bode well for the rest of this conversation. Izuku thumbed his phone out of its pocket in his capture weapon, opened the recording app, and very pointedly set it down face up on the desk. My apprentice. Izuku's inner monologue purred happily at the acerbic bite to his hero's tone of voice, especially when dark green eyebrows lifted into the man's hairline, has the right to attend any of my meetings I deem it appropriate for him to attend. Given that we would not be having this discussion right now without him, I deem it appropriate for him to be in attendance. A yellow eyes flickered down to the illuminated screen of Izuku's phone. Ice shot through his veins. Night I knew, apprentice. I'd heard from All Might that you had taken one. Oh, Night I definitely knew. If that blonde but ever set foot in Japan again, Izuku was going to slap him with so many lawsuits he might actually learn something in the process. It was a slim chance, but a chance nonetheless. So, what do we have to discuss about Togata today? You can start, Eraserhead sat forward slightly in his seat, by telling us everything you know about One for All. Whatever the green and yellow-haired hero had been expecting, it probably wasn't that, given the visceral reaction the man had to the words. His spine straightened, eyes widening ever so slightly as they flickered between himself and his mentor. They had caught the information hero off guard, gained the upper hand. Now they just had to keep it. That, yellow eyes once again flickered down to the recording on the desk, is a closely guarded, national secret that I will not be disclosing anything regarding to a teacher and a child. Large hands settled on the desk, palms down like he was prepared to launch himself across the wood at them at any moment. Izuku couldn't help the laughter that bubbled out of his lungs. Oh, sorry. He tried to even out his breathing as Night Eye stared at him incredulously. It's just so hilarious to hear it called a national secret. I mean, Yagi told me about it in the middle of the street in a residential neighborhood. Izuku ducked his chin into his capture weapon, hiding the smug smirk that curled his lips while the man opposite them gaped like a fish. I don't really know what exactly is so secret about that. It took a few seconds for the hero to regain his composure, long enough for Shoyuta to reach over and pat Izuku's knee. It probably looked reassuring from an outside perspective, but Izuku lived with this man. He spoke Eraserhead pretty fluently at this point. Go get him, kid was a signal he was well accustomed to. Speaking of secrets, Izuku leaned forwards, lips pulling back from his teeth in a smile that flashed pearl-white fangs in the light. I'd be fascinated to learn just how much you know about me and from what source. After all, one hero has already been arrested once for violating Dax. My life could very well depend on those secrets, after all. Just like that, the hero's composure was tilted once more, a few stray strands of hair drifting out of a perfectly styled field of green. Night Eye covered a small cough with the back of one large hand, eyeing Izuku far more seriously than he had previously. But one should never overlook a dragon, even a small one. One for all, fingers clasped together in the desk, gripping tightly to each other as the hero focused his attention back onto his dad, is a power stockpiling quirk that can be passed on from person to person, granting the holder increased strength and increased power to their quirk. Wrong. Night Eye sputtered. Izuku resisted the urge to cackle. There was something so satisfying about knocking a hero down to size. Maybe he should have considered villainy. Is that really all the knowledge you have on it? You spent years around the man and you were never curious. I thought you were smarter than that. Everything ever published about you said that you were a genius. Dad, Izuku didn't miss the little jolt of surprise from the green-haired hero as Izuku turned to his mentor. If this is it, then we're wasting our time here. You are a child. Izuku let his head loll onto his shoulder, shooting Night Eye a side glare. The man flustered and pushed his glasses up his nose forcefully. Deliberately provoking me in an attempt to glean more information is a foolish tactic, and even if I had more information I would be disinclined to give it to you, after such an underhanded attempt. So he wanted to play the arrogance card. That was fine. Izuku had dealt with plenty of arrogant people. He had given Endeavor a nice brisk shower. In comparison, this man was barely registering as intimidating to him. One for all, Izuku turned properly to face the hero, sitting forward in his seat and clasping his hands on the desk, is a genetic transference quirk, obtained by consuming the DNA of the previous holder. Eyes went wide, pupils blown out so far Izuku could barely see the yellow of the man's iris. Manifestation properties include superhuman strength, quirk enhancement, and since passing to Togata Mirio, eye discoloration, nail mutation, and severe pain. The hero sat back in his seat heavily, pulling his glasses off of his face and scrubbing a hand over his eyes. If you are finished with your intimidation attempts, we can combine our knowledge and try to figure out why a quirk that All Might had no trouble with is destroying a child. What do you know? Izuku sat back in his seat and glanced up at his dad. Night Eye's voice was heavy, thick with exhaustion. Very little beyond what you've just heard. Shoyuta pulled a file out of his capture weapon. Izuku needed to know how he did that, We know that Togata is probably dealing with 9 different strains of DNA in his body, based on the quirk itself, but we haven't received the tests back to confirm it yet. This, Izuku watched the manila file change hands, is the report on the Nomu that attacked the sports festival with the League of Villains. Izuku blinked. League of Villains. What was that? He hadn't known the group had a name. DNA of 10 individuals. Izuku tuned back into the conversation just as Night Eye opened a drawer and pulled out an identical folder. I had a full workup done on Mirio when he started complaining of pain in more than just the bones he had broken already. But I'm not a doctor. Making sense of the information has been a slow process. Izuku held his hand out. After a moment's hesitation, the file slipped into his hands silently. Good, at least the man knew when to cooperate. Izuku shuffled back in his chair and tucked his knees up to his settee as he flipped the file open, eyes scanning over the contents. What the F, is there a copy of the sequencing data in that file? A brief rustling of papers found a page sliding across the desk. His dad handed it to him and Izuku hummed his thanks, pulling the same document out of the file in his lap and holding them up side by side. So, something wrong, kid? I'm getting tired of saying that things shouldn't be possible when I'm looking at the evidence straight in front of me, Izuku grumbled. Shuffling both papers into his hands, he passed his dad the rest of the file and shifted to lay them flat on the desk. Okay, so, in a nutshell, this is all F. This is the Nomu. Izuku's hand traced the lines on the page, 10 individual sequences, all lined up like neat little ducks. You can see them, pull them out, put them together one by one until you have 10 complete, functional strands. But this, wait, Izuku glanced up, frowning at the confusion on Nightie's face. You can actually read that. You're not just posturing. Keep up, Night, Izuku sighed, scratching his cheek. I'm the only reason you even have a hint of a clue what is happening to Togata. None of you have ever done a scrap of quirk science research in your lives and it shows. Now, the hero's mouth twisted irritably as Izuku just steamrolled over him, as I was saying. This is Togata's. Izuku folded one of the pages so he could lay both graphs beside each other as closely as possible. What do you notice? It's a mess. Izuku nodded as his dad leant in, dark eyes scanning the page. Of course it's a mess, if it's got 9 dash, no, Izuku cut the man off. He was really enjoying that. You're missing it. Eraser has the right of it. It's a mess. He flipped the sheets around so the hero could look properly, standing up to push them across the desk. I said before, you can pick out the DNA in the Nomu. But this. It's all over the place. There are pieces missing. Half of the data looks like it's missing whole chunks of information. I couldn't pull a single gene sequence out of this, never mind 9. What does that even mean? Izuku sat back down, tucking his chin into his capture weapon. He wished he had a notebook and pen to think properly with right now. It's like, Izuku paused, looking for the right words. It's like One for All is eating away at his genetic code, replacing it with pieces of itself. Like parasites. Oh my, it's exactly like parasites. Izuku stood up abruptly, pacing back and forth in the empty space. That's why it didn't harm All Might. I told him he had a quirk. I theorized right from the start that but had a durability quirk. Durable right down to his genome. That's why One for All was usable for him, not just because it kept his body intact but because it couldn't eat away at his DNA. This is... Kid. Izuku halted mid-step, wide eyes looking at the stunned heroes still seated at the desk. Night Eye looked so pale he was almost green. Kid, you're telling me that this quirk is mutating Togata's DNA structure? All for One reconfigures DNA. Izuku shrugged. They were brothers. Familial quirks almost always have similarities. This is reconfiguration on a whole other level. There's no precision, no control. If All for One is a scalpel, then One for All is a bulldozer. It'll eat through his genetic code until it reaches the state it wants to be at or until Togata passes it on. But if Togata passed it on now, Izuku nodded at the understanding dawning in yellow eyes. Not only would whoever he passed it on to have to deal with the exact same problem, Izuku dropped back into his seat, but his own genetic structure likely wouldn't recover. It's unstable enough that if he did it now, Izuku cracked his knuckles, frustration and anxiety crawling up his spine. I don't think his DNA would hold up without it. There has to be a solution. Eraserhead reached out and wrapped a hand over Izuku's. We'll find a way. Izuku shot his dad a wan smile. He really wanted to believe that was true. I think. Izuku's attention shifted to the hero across the desk, Night Eye pushing his glasses up his nose once again, that it would be wise for me to tell you about my current investigation. Izuku flipped the page on his textbook, twirling his pen around his fingers as he read through the same words he'd read half a dozen times already today. He didn't honestly know why he was still trying. It wasn't like advanced quirk science was going to suddenly unravel the answers for him. They were talking about quirks that were hundreds of years old and, until recently, had gone largely undetected. There were no other mentions of gene-centric quirks anywhere that he could find, so it was likely that they'd produced no offspring, or if they had, their genetic material had been manipulated. But that was a chilling thought and Izuku didn't want to consider it, and with no data to extrapolate, theories were little better than wild guesses at this point. Sighing, he slumped lower on the couch and let the heavy book thump across his forehead. It didn't help. Making the words closer to his eyes wasn't going to change them into something else. I need a break, he mumbled, tilting his head back until the textbook slid off of his chin at the soft chuckle from across the room. You're actually conceding before I have to haul you bodily away from the book? Izuku stuck his tongue out at Shoyuta standing in the kitchen. This is truly a day for the ages. Thanks, Dad, he grumbled, scratching at his cheek. I love this faith in my ability to look after myself. If you weren't so notoriously bad at it that I had to wrap you in blankets to make you stop, there would probably be more faith. His dad glanced down at his phone. Luckily, I had already made arrangements in case that became necessary. Get the door, problem child. Izuku groaned and rolled off the couch, dumping the textbook on the coffee table. A familiar head of violet hair greeted him on the other side of the doorway. Yes, Izuku slumped into open arms, wrapping himself up in citrus and warmth and hoard and home, the perfect way to recharge. I like this greeting, Izuku chuckled and buried his nose in the curve of his boyfriend's neck, inhaling deeply as the taller teen used his grip around Izuku's waist to lift and carry him back over the threshold. On a whim, Izuku took advantage of the situation and hooked his legs around Tasha's waist, clinging tightly. I don't know how much longer you'll be able to do that for. Izuku looped his arms tighter around his Tasha's neck, humming softly as he heard the door click shut behind them. You're starting to get heavy. Then you better work out more, Izuku teased, giggling while Hitoshi struggled to take off his shoes with the extra weight. So you can carry me forever? Is that so? Fingers dug gently into his waist, Izuku squirmed. Well, if you demand it, who am I to refuse? Izuku hummed happily as the world moved around him, focusing on the thrum of his Tasha's pulse against his nose and the smell of citrus. This was his happy place. It had been too long since they'd had real quality time together. Aizawa. Izuku clung tighter, turning his head just as a shutter clicked and opening one eye to look at his grinning dad, phone in hand. Shinso, his mentor drawled, taking another picture. I see you've gained a little weight. A little? Izuku could hear the grin in his boyfriend's voice. But it's comfortable weight, I don't mind keeping it. Well, we can always chop it off if it becomes too much of a hassle. Izuku squawked indignantly at that, lifting his head to make faces at his dad while the man laughed. That brought a smile to Izuku's face. It wasn't often he got to see his dad truly laugh. He was usually so stoic. Go on, go be cute somewhere where I won't have to watch it. Door open, boys. Izuku waved as Hitoshi carried him down the hallway. His dad waved back with that soft little smile. Izuku liked that smile. Oof. He thumped down back first onto his bed, sinking into a pile of pillows with a large, purple weight on top of him. For a moment neither of them moved or spoke, just taking the time to revel in the presence of the other. The sounds of heartbeats and slow, even breathing the loudest sounds in the room. I missed you. Izuku carted his fingers through long lavender locks as his Toshi mumbled into his shoulder. You've not been in class as much, and when you are it's like you're somewhere else. I'm sorry, Izuku's heart ached. He had gotten so wrapped up in helping Togata that he had neglected his Tosh, abandoned his hoard. No wonder he'd been feeling so out of sorts himself. There's this guy, a third-year student, and he's hurting. Really badly hurting. I got so focused on trying to help him that everything else became background noise. I'm sorry. It's okay, Hitoshi sighed, turning his face into the curve of Izuku's neck. You're here now. I'm still sorry though, I shouldn't have dash. Hey! Izuku blinked up at his boyfriend as Hitoshi propped himself up on his elbows, indigo eyes staring down at him. I know you, Aizawa Izuku. When you decided to do something, you throw your entire heart into it. Hands came up to cup Izuku's face, thumbs stroking over his cheeks. That's the guy I fell in love with. The crazy, determined, smart, single-minded guy who picked the locks on a strange kid's muzzle with no thought to why he was wearing it. Who stuck around and let him cry and bleed all over him, and then took him immediately to the police and got him help. The guy who saved me. Izuku blinked away the blurriness in his vision as Tosh leaned closer, tracing the tip of Izuku's nose with his own, without a single thought or hesitation. Because there was no other outcome for him. Saving people comes to you as naturally as breathing, Zu. I would never ask you to change that for me. Hitoshi's breath ghosted over Izuku's lips, the softest taste of spearmint on his tongue as he closed the distance between them. If Izuku never kissed another person in his entire life, he would die happily. They fit together like they had been made for each other. Maybe they had. Fingers tangled in his curls, tilting his head gently to the side so that Tosh could deepen the embrace, and Izuku went willingly, lips parting at the faintest brush of his boyfriend's tongue requesting entrance. This was new, something they had never tried before, but as Hitoshi's tongue danced lightly over his, Izuku couldn't deny the wave of warmth rushing through his body. Instinctively, Izuku hooked one leg around his Tosh's waist, pulling him in closer. It could drown in this moment, capture it and exist inside it for all of eternity and never find himself wanting. I know I said leave the door open. Hitoshi sprang back, the same red flush creeping up his neck that Izuku could feel blooming on his own cheeks. But try to keep your clothes on regardless of the status of the door, could you? Dead? Izuku launched a pillow at the grinning man in the doorway who dodged effortlessly. I just wanted to check you're staying for dinner, Hitoshi. Then you can get back to your not having it with my son. Hitoshi's blush deepened and Izuku groaned, covering his face with his hands. If that's okay, then yes. Alright, I'll leave you to it then. Izuku was definitely taking the dog whistle to school again. For a week. Soft footsteps padded away from his doorway and his Tosh flopped over to the side of him, groaning softly. I thought I was gonna die, he rasped softly, one arm over his face. I thought that your dad was literally about to kill me for kissing his son. Izuku giggled softly and rolled over, curling himself into his boyfriend's side. After a moment, an arm wrapped down underneath his head, thumbs stroking circles into his shoulder. Nap until dinner. Right now I think it would be safer to nap until the world ends. Izuku laughed, leaning up to press his lips softly against his Tosh's, reveling in the soft smile he received in return. Love you, Zu. I love you, Tosh. Izuku nuzzled his head firmly against Hitoshi's ear, his boyfriend's heartbeat thrumming against his ear. That sound alone was enough to draw a yawn out of him. Stay with me. Lips pressed gently against his curls. For as long as you want? Hey Izuku. Izuku looked up from his laptop towards his open bedroom door. Could you come out here for a minute? Izuku happily abandoned his math lesson, pushing long green curls out of his hair as he wandered through to the living room. It was getting really long now, just past his shoulders. He needed to think about getting it cut a little. What's up? Come sit a second. Izuku raised an eyebrow, but padded over and dropped onto the other end of the couch from his dad anyway. A large hand wrapped around his calf and dragged him closer, making Izuku giggle as fingers ruffled his curls. Hey kid. Want to talk to you about something. Whatever it is, I didn't do it, Izuku responded without a thought, lifting his arm as Stinky leapt up into his lap and scratching behind one mottled brown ear. I bet you did, Izuku grinned, but that's not what I want to talk to you about. You know, this investigation of Night Eyes is going to be a lot of work. Izuku's smile dropped slightly. Was his mentor taking him off of the investigation? Izuku had done so much work to help Togata, he wanted to see this through until the very end. It's going to be long hours and possibly dangerous moments where I cannot absolutely guarantee your safety. It's a huge undertaking for your first investigation. Are you 100% sure that you want to do this? Night I can get by without our help. Izuku shook his head, curls drifting over his eyes. Night I barely knew what he was talking about with Togata. Dad. He was wandering around in the dark waiting for a light bulb to hit him. If we hadn't gone to see him, Izuku chewed on his lip. Something about that man had been off and Izuku couldn't place it. I don't think that he would put Togata's health above whatever he decides he wants to accomplish himself. I don't trust him. Alright kid, Izuku slumped into his dad's side, huffing a soft breath of relief. If you feel that strongly about it, then I'm not going to force you to let it go. You wouldn't be able to. But in that case we need to talk about something else. Izuku rubbed his cheek against the man's shirt, inhaling that scent of coffee and smoke and vanilla and home before he sat back up, blinking up at his dad. Sure, what's up? Izuku could see that soft smile, his favorite smile, just hinting at curling his mentor's lips. How do you feel about taking the test for your provisional underground license? Izuku gaped, jaw hanging open, but I've barely been your apprentice for half a year. His dad hummed softly, carding fingers through his curls. And in that 6 months you've single-handedly browbeat the #1 hero and the hero commission into total SBMson, taken a bullet for someone else, captured a villain even if you did let him go. Izuku winced slightly at that. Shoyuta had given him quite the lecture on tossing Victor back through that portal, essentially unraveled the mystery of a supervillain's quirk, alongside a related quirk that is supposed to be a national secret. And while doing all of this, you managed to keep up with your schoolwork, attend your therapy appointments, maintain a stable and healthy relationship with your partner and your family, eat and sleep well and manage your own fitness including your combat ability. Hell, you've even gotten the hang of your capture weapon well enough that you're using it for things I've never used mine for. Okay, Izuku was definitely blushing. It wasn't his fault that he liked hammocks. A finger poked the end of his nose and Izuku went cross-eyed trying to follow it. If you want to take it, then I'll sign off on it. It would give you more autonomy to act on your own in case we get separated at any time. I would feel more comfortable with you joining this investigation if you had it. Izuku chewed his bottom lip, cracking a few of his knuckles. He'd really like to get it. It would be amazing to have it, especially so soon. If I get my provisional license now, Izuku said slowly, looking up into dark eyes, would that mean Tosh and I couldn't be partners in the future? Izuku caught the flicker of surprise in his dad's face. You want to be hero partners with Shinso? I mean, Izuku shrank in on himself a little, a warm arm wrapped around his back and pulled him into a broad Z. I haven't really talked to him about it at all. But if he wanted to then yeah, he's mine. I want to keep him close and safe. Partnerships in underground heroics is rare. Izuku's heart sank a little, but not unheard of. There's some duos out there. To answer your question, though no. Your ability to partner with other heroes, long or short term, isn't hindered by when you get your license, only that you both have one. Okay, a weight that Izuku hadn't known he was carrying was lifted off of his shoulders. He could still work with his Tosh no matter what, then yes. Yes please. Alright kid, his dad smiled, squeezing him gently, I'll get it organized. Underground provisional licenses work a little differently to Limelight's. It's not a big testing ground with spectating and grading, too easy for information to leak that way. So what is it instead? Izuku tilted his head back onto the man's upper arm, blinking up at him. Mine was pretty straightforward. Shoyuta twisted Izuku's curls around his fingers. They set up a nighttime environment where I had to identify, follow and apprehend 3 criminals within a time limit. For me it was 3 hours. Your exam might be different. They may have changed things since I took it. Izuku nodded, filing the information away in the back of his head. How long have I got to prepare? At least a couple of weeks, most likely. It takes time to make the arrangements and there'll be other people on the list waiting to take theirs as well. So we'll have some time to get you ready for whatever they throw at you. Izuku nodded, playing with a stray thread on his mentor's sleeve. You won't have a problem, Izuku. It'll be just like any of the exercises we've done before, just with people other than me and Zashi and Hitoshi. Okay, Izuku wriggled out of his dad's grip and off the couch, bouncing to his feet. We shouldn't waste any of that time then, right? His mentor chuckled softly, picking himself up off the couch and ruffling green curls. Ever the enthusiast, huh? Problem child. Izuku grinned up at the affection in the man's tone. Go get Zash to put your hair up for you and we'll head down to the gym for a bit. Who knows, we might even manage to wear you out before dinner. Izuku punched the air and scampered off to his parents' bedroom, ignoring the soft laughter behind him. His underground provisional license. He was allowed to be excited about that. And if the fact that his dad thought he was ready after just 6 months. Izuku would not deny the thick bubble of pride welling up in his eye. He wanted to make that man so proud of him. After 2 hours of leaping over and around pillars, dodging stray projectiles and sparring with his dad, Izuku was ready for dinner and sleep. One hot shower later found him collapsed on the couch, listening to his papa hum softly while he cooked. The smell of fish had every single cat milling around the man's feet, hoping to catch any stray scraps. Izuku grinned and closed his eyes, just letting the sounds of domesticity wash over him. This was home. It was strong for Izuku to imagine sometimes that less than a year ago his life had been nothing but fear and hopelessness, locked in a small room surrounded by smiling all-might posters at the mercy of a woman who had no kindness to spare for him. His life was so different, so much better than he could have ever dreamed for himself. Sometimes he was afraid he was going to wake up to find it had all been a fantastical dream. Until that happened, though, Izuku was content to live in the moment. To enjoy every second of this peaceful existence full of love and care and happiness that he had been given. He would never take it for granted. "Hey kid." Izuku cracked one eye open as his dad emerged from the hallway, eyes wide with his phone in his hand. "Remember how I said you'd probably have a couple of weeks?" But Izuku didn't like that tone. Was he going to have to wait months? Could he help with the investigation properly without his provisional license? Izuku pushed himself upright, eyes locked onto the shock on his dad's face. "Yes. Why, what's the matter?" His dad looked away, glancing at his papa in the kitchen who looked back with concern. "Dad. How long do I have to wait?" "For days." Izuku hadn't heard him right. He couldn't have heard him right. There was no way that he had beelined straight to the, "They've booked you in for 4 days' time." Nope, Izuku definitely heard him right. Well, everything about this test set off warning bells in Shuta's head. From the minute he made the call, every moment in the last 4 days he found his son crawling over the parkour circuits in the gym or with his nose stuck deep in yet another new notebook to write now while he was driving them to the testing site. Stopping at a light, Shoyuta spared a minute to glance over as his apprentice, long viridian curls piled high on his head and eyes glued to the pages of the book in his hand, the embossed letters on the cover so faded they were barely legible in the morning light. The HPSC clandestine codes of practice and authority, more commonly referred to as the Underground Bible. Izuku would receive his own copy when he received his provisional license, a practice Shoyuta thought completely defeated the purpose of the thing personally. Until then, Shoyuta had happily handed over his own dog-eared copy to Reference. And Reference his little lizard had, the pages covered in tiny sticky notes and, after receiving Shuta's consent to do so, minuscule pencil writing obscuring every last inch of the margins. His son had taken that book and truly ran with it, asking Shoyuta questions that he had never even considered asking himself. Not that that in itself was a surprise. Shoyuta had long ago accepted that he would never reach the level of pure unadulterated genius that was Aizawa Izuku. The book snapped closed with a dull thud, making Shoyuta blink. He had expected the kid to read the thing all the way up until the actual start of the exam. They were still about 10 minutes away from the testing site. "Everything okay?" Izuku huffed a soft sigh through his nose, rubbing at his eyes with a hand that was still so very small to Shoyuta. Chio had warned him that the malnourishment would hinder his kid's growth, but every now and again small things would remind him just how tiny Izuku really was. Barely topping out at 5 feet 4 inches, cheeks still holding onto a little baby fat now that he was a healthy weight. If Shoyuta had seen him in passing on the street, he would have assumed he was closer to 12 or 13. "I think so. I know it all, there's no use going over it again. I'll just psych myself out." Shoyuta took one hand off the wheel, patting the wild bun of curls Sash had painstakingly coiled in place for him this morning. The faintest purr rumbled through the car, barely audible over the sound of the engine. Shuta's heart always warmed at that sound. "Proud of you, kid. Even if I fail." Shoyuta could feel those green eyes on him, vertical slit pupils like tiny black voids in a sea of emerald. No matter what, Izuku, There will always be more chances to take it again later if you fail. I'm proud of you for wanting to try, and for working so strong for it. Izuka chuffed, a soft little noise Shoyuta was almost positive Izuka didn't realize that he made. It only happened when he was extremely happy, usually around Hitoshi. Shoyuta pulled into the parking lot for the testing site, a nondescript warehouse in the middle of the industrial district. They always changed the locations. Shuta's had been in another prefecture entirely. That Izuku's was so close to home set off even more warning bells. Alright, Shoyuta switched off the ignition, shifting in his seat to look down at his kid. You got everything? Izuku nodded, running a hand over his stomach. He had opted not to replace the scale armor after taking a bullet to the stomach, especially after Chiyo had given him a lecture on using metal in his costume. They were still researching alternatives. Majima wanted them to come in and talk to one of his first-year students, which was intriguing in and of itself. The man would never usually recommend a first-year student for an underground apprentice. Shoyuta would not deny he was curious. Okay then, Shoyuta tucked his face into his capture weapon as he slid out of the car, turning around just in time to see Izuku do the exact same thing. Truly, there could never be any doubt that this was his kid. Let's get this over with. You're telling me, Shoyuta was having a problem keeping the anger out of his voice as he stared down the HPSC adjudicator standing in front of him with a clipboard, that Lacuna not only had to take down 3 pro heroes for his provisional license, instead of paid members of the HUC, but one of them is a top 10 hero. You must understand, Shoyuta wanted to string this man and his ridiculous, simpering, nasally voice up from the ceiling, given the unusual nature of your apprentice, that certain alterations needed to be made to ensure his capability of performing the duties of a clandestine designation hero. Oh, so this was because his kid was quirkless? Shoyuta was going to commit arson. Now listen here you dad. Shoyuta looked down at the kid next to him, the top of his head barely brushing Shuta's shoulder as he looked down at his phone, fingers flying over the keyboard. The level of calm on that face was terrifying. It's fine. Let's just get this done. Shoyuta stared down at Izuku for a couple of minutes. When he got like this, it was always a little strong to tell what was going through his mind. His son was either riding a wave of anxiety so great that he couldn't emote it properly and had instead chosen to disconnect from it, or he had accepted the way that this test was going to go and worked out what he could do. Fingers paused on the phone keypad and brilliant green eyes full of fire flicked up to meet Shuta's gaze for the briefest of seconds. Shuta's breath caught in his throat and he had to cover it up with a cough. Oh, his son was pissed. As long as you're sure, kid, Shoyuta flashed another glare at the HPSC worker, who very avidly avoided his gaze. I'll be right here, alright? Izuku nodded, phone still in his hands, and the adjudicator cleared his throat loudly. As you know, there are 3 pro heroes in the below scenario. Shoyuta looked out over the small replica buildings. Not a full-size city block, but as close as they could get to it in the assigned space. Someone had gone all out for this, posing as villains. Your assignment is to identify, locate and apprehend all 3 pro heroes in the allotted time of 3 hours. At least they hadn't tried to shortchange him on time as well as provide him with an insane difficulty spike from the average test. Are there any questions? Am I permitted to act in accordance with the guidelines and protocols as laid out in the HPSC clandestine codes of practice and authority? The question came out so fast the adjudicator looked rattled, blinking rapidly at the boy before clearing his throat again to regather his composure. Yes, you are permitted to act within your knowledge of those codes. Shoyuta buried his face deep inside his capture weapon, hoping his grin didn't reach his eyes. Izuku had memorized that book, had pulled out and twisted the rules on their heads so thoroughly that Shoyuta didn't even have answers for some of the things Izuku had reasoned out being permitted to do. This test was over before Izuku even took it, wasn't it? Excellent. Fingers hovered over the keyboard, green eyes looked up at the man who shifted uncomfortably under their gaze. Whenever you're ready to begin, sir. Nodding, the man tapped a few buttons on a touchscreen propped up on the desk beside him. A soft chime rang out through the warehouse and slowly the building filled with idle chatter. Shoyuta would guess at about 10 HUC employees acting as civilians on the floor below, going about their nights. Underground work was always quiet. If Shoyuta paid attention, he could pick out the individual voices. Young man, Shoyuta looked over at his son, still standing there tapping at his phone. The timer has started. Are you going to dash? Done. Shoyuta had seen that little flicker before. Just the briefest flash of something on the digital screen on the desk before it settled back to normal. Shoyuta sat up straighter, watching Izuku swipe through images on his phone screen. 30 live feeds. Not a bad setup, every angle is covered. That'll make this far easier. Shoyuta could see the flush starting to creep up the man's neck. Hacking the security system is not permit dash. Article 37, subsection 5. Izuku sounded almost bored as he kept scrolling through. A clandestine designation hero is granted access to all public video feeds, including those exclusively placed by the HPSC. Are these not? Green eyes flickered up from the screen. Shuta's grin widened. HPSC-approved camera feeds. The adjudicator bristled slightly. Of course they are HPSC-approved, but that does not mean that you can just hack your way through this exam. I asked you specifically. Oh, Izuku was typing again. He'd found something, whether I was permitted to act in accordance with the codes. I did it in front of witnesses. I even recorded the interaction, just in case I would need it. You confirmed I was permitted to act within my knowledge of them. I have them memorized. There it is. Izuku tapped the screen a couple more times. With a soft hiss, the sprinkler system kicked in throughout the warehouse, cries of confusion coming from the ground below. The man opened his mouth to protest once more. Article 326, subsection 1. A clandestine hero is expected and encouraged to use the environment around them to their advantage, especially when doing so may preserve civilian lives. Izuku was looking for something else, his eyes never leaving the screen. Since there is a villain down there I have identified as possessing a powerful flame quirk, using my knowledge of that quirk I deemed it in the best interests for the preservation of civilian lives to neutralize it before engaging. From what I can tell, alongside Endeavor you have engaged the services of pro-heroes Rocklock and Uwabami. Interesting choices, though ultimately not as great of a threat. Uwabami's snakes will have trouble locating things efficiently through the rain and… Izuku squeezed his eyes shut tightly. Shoyuta instantly did the same. There was a loud tap of a fingernail on a screen, then the soft thrum of electricity powering down. In the dark, Shoyuta shook his head, still grinning into his capture weapon as Izuku skipped out gleefully beside him, clutching the small laminated card tightly to his teeth. He wished he could have recorded it for Zashi to watch later. His partner would die laughing watching his kid completely decimate 3 pro-heroes while the HPSC lackey practically shrieked in the dark. It hadn't been a fair fight in the slightest. Izuku's unique mutations gave him an advantage in low-light conditions. While the pro-heroes had stumbled around trying to get their bearings and find each other, Izuku had taken the rooftops, dropping down on them one at a time with his capture weapon ready to throw. Shoyuta couldn't have done it better himself. His chest ached with pride. His kid had been thrown a terrible hand and instead of giving up, he had risen to the occasion spectacularly. Shoyuta had known the minute he looked into those big green lizard eyes for the first time that his son was full to the brim with spite. Everyone would continue to underestimate him, continually, and Izuku would never fail to prove everyone wrong. Come on kid, Shoyuta reached out, wrapping an arm around Izuku's shoulders and pulling him closer, fishing out his own phone with his free hand. Let's send your papa a picture. Back of the card, not the front, no details and images, just in case. Izuku beamed, holding up the back of his card with one hand and flashing a peace sign with the other. Shoyuta chuckled as he took the picture, making sure his own proud smile was in plain sight for once. Well done, Izuku, he murmured, pressing an embrace to the top of that soaking wet mess of curls. I'm so proud of you. He'd needed a new phone wallpaper. I can't believe they would do that. Izuku hummed softly in agreement as he stepped out of the elevator behind his dad's, scrolling through the news on his phone. With one hand and his other hand laced through his tashes, are they even allowed to do that? It seems like blatant discrimination. I know Zash. Izuku was listening enough to pay attention, but most of his focus was drawn to the big headline of the week, Endeavor's capture of the hero killer. Capture was an interesting choice of words since the villain had ended up charred to a crisp in an alleyway alongside pro-hero Scarecrow. An underground hero his dad had worked with a few times apparently. Not the greatest guy, but still didn't deserve to go out like that. This was the fifth major story about the takedown Izuku had seen. Not once had there been any mention of an investigation into Endeavor for Scarecrow's death. Maybe Izuku needed to have another discussion with Nezu. Surely it wasn't right for top heroes to just be getting away with this stuff. Izuku blinked, looking up from his phone as fingers squeezed his hand. You okay? Concern laced his boyfriend's expression. Yeah. Izuku smiled, leaning slightly into the taller teen's shoulder. Why wouldn't I be? I dunno, you just seem far away again. I know they tried to screw you over, that must have sucked. Sorry. Izuku clicked his phone screen off and slipped it into his pocket. I'm fine, honest. I was reading the news about Endeavor. I figured they were going to try something, that's why I spent so much time making sure I knew what I could and couldn't get away with beforehand. The stain capture. Again, kid. Izuku nodded sheepishly as his dad glanced back over his shoulder. That's the third time I've seen you with your nose in one of those articles. Any reason you're specifically looking at Endeavor? I dunno. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Honestly, it started because I was curious if anyone caught photos of him dripping wet after the test, and then I saw the capture and it can't be okay, right? He can't just get away with that. Shoyuta sighed and turned around, wrapping an arm around Izuku's neck and pulling him in for a hug. Sometimes, bad things happen and no one does anything about it, Izuku. Izuku nodded against the buttons on his mentor's shirt. It shouldn't happen, but it does. The main thing we can do is make sure that we always try to do something about the things we can, and not become like that. Okay, Izuku mumbled softly, squinting up at his dad as the man ruffled his curls and stepped back. Come on, kid, let's go celebrate you getting your provisional license. Izuku fell back into step beside his Tosh, walking a little closer until the fingers unlaced from his hand and an arm wrapped around his back. This was nice, having something to celebrate. After so many upsetting revelations recently, Izuku wanted to celebrate. To do something fun and forget for just a little while. So are internships actually cancelled then? Izuku poked at the rice in his bowl, more interested in talking than the food. Weren't they supposed to be last week? Tosh perked up next to him, interested in the answer. Because of what happened at the sports festival, Nezu decided to postpone them for the safety of the students. Shoyuta set his chopsticks down. The older students on work-study have all been held back from them as well. The group who attacked weren't all captured, most of the ringleaders got away. Until we know exactly who they are and what they're up to, sending students out across the country was more of a risk than we could logically take. The school has a duty to the safety of every student. Izuku nodded. It made sense. So it's still possible we might get them? Izuku could hear the hope in his Tasha's voice. He'd been looking forward to internships, just later in the year. It's possible, Papa chirped cheerfully, but it's not a guarantee, Hito-kun. There were a lot of villains at the sports festival. We don't want to see any of you in any unnecessary danger. Tasha's shoulders slumped slightly as he nodded. Izuku leaned over to embrace his cheek gently. Sorry, Tosh. Izuku was rewarded with a small smile, just a hint of sadness in it. Across the table, his mentor sighed. Just because your internships are postponed, Izuku blinked as his dad, doesn't mean you can't join in on a little extra training. Learning to fight as a duo would be useful for you both. Izuku's jaw fell open slightly, not missing the glimmer of amusement in the man's eyes. He knew Izuku hadn't talked to his boyfriend about it yet. That's true. Izuku shot a glance to the side, a brighter smile on Hitoshi's face. If we're gonna be partners, then we should learn that, right? Izuku's brain stuttered as sparkling indigo eyes turned to him, right? Why yeah? Izuku was still in the process of rebooting. I mean, if you want to. Why would I not want to? Izuku's heart leapt in his ear at the hint of confusion on his boyfriend's face. Who else would you team up with? No one. Just meant. I didn't know if you wanted to go solo, that's all. Warm fingers curled around his hand and squeezed. Hitoshi laughed softly. For someone so incredibly smart you're really stupid sometimes. Izuku could feel the heat rushing into his cheeks, not helped by the soft cooing of his papa across the table. Of course I want to be your partner. I'd never considered being anything else. Izuku could embrace him. Right here and now, just lunge across the chair and, "Alright, you two." Izuku's cheeks were on fire now. "Finish your dinner before you give Zash a heart attack with all your cuteness. I already need to brush my teeth." Izuku stuck his tongue out as his dad, ignoring the soft chuckle, and picked up his chopsticks. His Tosh wanted to be his partner, to stay with him. Even if he'd failed his license exam, this would be one of the best days ever. They were halfway home when it happened, the tiniest ball of white hair barreling out of an alleyway and crashing straight into Izuku's leg underneath the streetlights that had just started to spring to life along the street. Izuku blinked down at wide crimson eyes, tiny hands effigy themselves in the leg of his pants. "Hey there." Izuku turned slightly, crouching down beside the little girl who had run into him. He could feel Hitoshi just behind him, see his dad's in his peripheral vision standing just out of the way. "Are you okay?" "Come now, Eri." A chill slithered down Izuku's spine as a new voice drifted out of the alleyway. Tiny hands clutched tiny at his arm, pupils dilating as Izuku watched. "It's rude to bother people." But whoever that was bad. A hand settled gently on Izuku's shoulder and he startled, glancing up at his mentor. Izuku's throat felt a little off. The girl in front of him was staring at him wide-eyed, the shadow from the horn on her forehead covering one of her eyes. Oh, he'd been growling, hadn't he? "She's not bothering anyone." Izuku felt the hand on his shoulder squeeze once before it moved, one finger hooking into the back of his shirt where his capture weapon lay coiled around his torso. His dad had taught him how to do it so it wouldn't be visible, but without Shuta's telekinetic mastery of it, it would take Izuku a few extra moments to get it free. He needed to move her back and out of the way, just in case. Straightening, Izuku gave her his best, softest smile, holding out his hand. After the briefest hesitation, delicate little fingers curled around his. Were those bandages up her arms? Izuku thought he could see the faintest hint of them around her legs too. Had happened to this girl. "My apologies." Izuku felt those tiny fingers spasm tightly against his. Every word from that voice sent pure terror rushing through this little girl. "My daughter is quite the troublemaker. She often gets carried away with her silly little games." "Is that so?" Carefully, Izuku drew the girl over to Hitoshi while his dad continued the conversation. He could hear the warning tension in his mentor's voice. Something about the person in the alley had put him on edge, definitely. Not something he could do anything about right now, he had to focus on what he could do instead. He settled back down into a crouch, ending up looking up at this tiny white-haired girl. So scared, so hurt. Every protection instinct in Izuku's body was screaming at him. "My name's Izuku." He didn't smile. He knew how bad fake smiles could hurt, how scared they could make you feel. "Can you tell me your name?" He'd heard the person in the alley call her Eri, but just in case that wasn't her actual name, he wanted to hear it from her. For a couple of moments she just blinked at him. Izuku blinked back. Slowly, cautiously, she opened her mouth, barely loud enough for Izuku's ears to catch over the conversation in the background. "Eri." "Hi, Eri, it's good to meet you." Izuku smiled then, a relieved smile. She didn't smile back. "Eri, are you safe? Do you need help?" Fingers tensed again in his palm, the flicker of eyes to the side like she was trying to glance behind her. "Don't worry about that. Those are my dad's, they can handle themselves. Do you want to know a secret?" Slowly she nodded. Izuku's smile widened slightly and he leant in close, whispering so that only she could hear, "We're heroes." Little fingers squeezed his hands so tightly he thought his circulation would cut off. He leant back far enough to see those wide, crimson eyes searching his face frantically, looking for any hint of a line. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Eraserhead tap 3 fingers against the small of his back. He knew that signal. They didn't have long. He didn't want to pick her up and run without her consent, but he would if he had to. Until then, he waited, not taking his gaze from her face. A finger went down. 2 to go. Izuku felt Hitoshi step in closer. They'd both been taught what that signal meant at the same time. Crimson eyes stared into his green. He held their gaze unwavering. 1 finger left. Eri's grip on his hand relaxed. In the light of the streetlights, Izuku saw the tears begin to form, wavering in large eyes but yet to fall. She opened her mouth. Izuku was moving before she even finished the first word. "Help me please." The last finger went down. Izuku snatched the little girl into his arms and ran as fast as he could back the way they had come, Hitoshi hot on his heels. Behind him, the pitch of his papa's shout grew in volume until he was wrapping a hand around tiny little ears, blocking out the worst of the sound as they ran. They would keep her safe. Everyone would be safe. Kami, Izuku hoped they would all be safe. Izuku took streets blindly, ducking down alleys and dodging around corners almost on a whim. In the back of his head he knew where he was going, but right now instinct was running the show. On the very slim chance that the bad person in that alleyway managed to get past his dad's, Izuku had no intention of making the chase easy for them. Tiny fingers clung tightly to his shoulders, digging into the skin and muscle. He could almost feel the fear radiating off of the little girl in his arms. The weight against his knee was the only thing tempering the burning right now, the longing to turn around and go back, to tear whoever had made such a small girl so terrified. By the time they hit the main street, Izuku was panting enough that he had to slow down, weaving in and out of the early evening crowd with both arms wrapped around the bundle of girl in his arms, white hair brushing over his hand with every step. He kept the pace as quick as he could, a flicker of purple in his peripheral vision now and again the only indicator he had that Tosh was still beside him. He didn't need to look, not really. They knew the drill, both of them. If his boyfriend hadn't been able to keep up, he would have taken a different route and met them back at the apartment. He trusted Tosh, knew that he would keep himself safe if that happened. Sirens wailed and Izuku's eyes snapped up, following the police car racing past. Police, not ambulance. If that was for what they had left, that was a good sign. Another police car raced past and small arms wrapped tightly around his neck, that small horn pressing solidly into his cheek. Izuku tore his attention away from the police and took a left, ducking down a small side street. There were bigger priorities. His dad's would be fine. Izuku's fingers shook as he tried to punch in the key code for the building. He was out of breath, exhausted, the extra weight of Eri weighing heavily on his muscles. It hadn't even been a month since he'd taken a bullet to the stomach. He was barely healthy enough to be training properly. The run had taken a lot out of him. Here, Izuku tensed, fangs bared for a split second before he recognized the voice. A hand reached over his shoulder and Izuku leant back into his Tosh ever so slightly while the taller teen tapped out the code. The door buzzed and Izuku was through it in an instant, heading for the elevator. The longer they were visible to the street, the longer they risked getting spotted. Izuku wanted his people safe. The minute he stepped into the elevator, Eri tensed, going rigid in his arms. Izuku hummed softly under his breath as Tosh tapped the button, rubbing a hand up and down her spine while the door closed. She trembled against him, practically hyperventilating for all 4 floors while Izuku crooned softly in her ear. Whoever had made this little girl so afraid deserved to be torn apart. There we go, Izuku murmured softly against white hair as the elevator doors dinged open, stepping out of it as quickly as he could. We're out, it's done. I'm sorry, it's okay, it's okay. Eri slumped in his arms and Izuku almost dropped under the dead weight. He needed to get her inside before they both ended up on the ground. Looking over the top of her head at Tosh, Izuku was grateful his boyfriend had an amazing knack of understanding without words. Fingers fished into the pocket of his jeans briefly before his purple was off down the hallway in a jangle of keys. Izuku followed at a slower pace, his shoulder pressed against the wall in between doorways for support. Just one more door. One more. The next door. Izuku was almost there. Izuku practically fell through the open apartment door, not bothering to try and slip his shoes off as he almost stumbled over the Genkin. Making a beeline for the living room, he tumbled onto the couch with Eri still in his arms, heaving with each and every breath. Endorphins surged through Izuku's system, pumping through his veins until laughter bubbled out of his ears slowly, little hands unfurled from his shoulders and pressed against his ear, pushing down as a small head lifted and wide crimson eyes stared down at him. At the end of the couch, Izuku could see purple hair, feel the tug on his feet as his Tosh worked his shoes off of his feet. Are you okay? Izuku let his head fall back against the couch cushions, trying to get his laughter under control. It was getting hysterical at this point, he couldn't stop it. He's okay, gods. Izuku loved his Tosh. Always there when he needed him, he's just a little worn out, that's all. Izuku felt the last chuckles die in his throat, sucking in a much-needed full lungful of air through his panting. It was probably not enough. He could see the blurring at the edges of his vision. His dad was going to kill him. Hey, Eri, those big red eyes blinked down at him. Izuku reached up and tucked a strand of snow-white hair behind a tiny ear with shaking fingers. You're safe now, okay? Izuku hadn't known her eyes could get any bigger, but they did as she nodded down at him. Okay. Izuku let his hand drop away and his eyes close. A soft cry reached his ears. Tiny hands tugged at his shirt. He tried to tell her he was okay, just tired. His tongue wouldn't work, his eyes wouldn't open. It was okay. Just a small nap. His people were safe. It was okay. Izuku woke up to a warm weight on his tea and cat breath in his face. Groaning, he scrubbed at his face, trying to work the sleep out of his eyes so he could push Haim off of his Why was he on the couch? Careful, kid. Izuku blinked sleepily in the dim light of the living room, looking for his dad as the quiet voice reached his ears. You'll disturb more than a cat if you're not careful. Izuku's eyes widened, the memory of the night rushing back as he looked down. White hair greeted him, curled up in a ball on his and swaddled with what Izuku knew were the softest blankets in the house. On the floor beside them, one hand still wrapped in a tiny fist on Izuku's sat his Tosh with his head on his fast asleep while Stinky sat comfortably on his lap. Izuku couldn't help the soft, fond smile that curled his lips. They were safe, everyone was. Are you okay? Izuku winced at the volume of his voice in the quiet space. You and Papa. After a moment, a soft sigh whispered through the air and his mentor stepped into view. Even in the dark Izuku could see the bruising on his face. That looked like it hurt. We're fine, Izuku. Shoyuta crouched down, careful not to disturb the sleeping people crowded around Izuku as his fingers combed through viridian curls. A few bruises, nothing major. Izuku nodded, relief washing over him. His gaze flickered down to the sleeping girl on his and Izuku didn't want to just call the person a villain, but it was strong not to after seeing how scared Eri was. The person? He's in police custody. Izuku huffed a soft, relieved sigh, reaching down to straighten a wayward lock of pale hair. She would be safe, good. We'll need Eri to give a statement to the police, but not until tomorrow. From the looks of it, the guy's Yakuza. Shy Hasakai. Not good people. With Eri's statement, it's unlikely he'll be released. Izuku chewed on his lip. Shy Hasakai. Why did that name sound so familiar? For now, let her sleep. She wouldn't move until you woke up. She was really worried about you. Izuku smiled then, looking back down at the little girl on his She looked so tiny, even against him. Silly, I was just tired. Which we'll be talking about. Izuku winced, knowing he was probably in for a lecture. A soft embrace pressed to his forehead. You can't save more people if you run yourself into the ground, Izuku. You have to take better care of yourself. I know, Izuku sighed softly. He did know, I just needed to get my people safe as fast as possible. Even in the dark, Izuku saw the quirk of his dad's lips. Your people? Izuku blinked, feeling the flush creep up his cheeks. He hadn't meant to say it out loud. I guess we've got a new addition to your little horde, then. Somehow I don't think she'll mind. Warm fingers ruffled his curls. You're her hero. She called you Hiro-sen all night. Izuku's heart wasn't built to contain that much warmth. Get some more sleep, kid. It's only 4. Soft footsteps padded away. Izuku listened to them go. We'll figure out what our next steps are in the morning. Izuku waited until the door of his dad's bedroom clicked shut quietly before he let his eyes slide closed once more. Suddenly, even stinky cat breath in his face seemed tolerable enough to fall asleep with. He'd saved her, he'd saved Eri. She'd called him her hero. Oh, Izuku breathed softly, staring at the wall in front of him, the spoon in his hand completely forgotten. What's up, kid? Izuku turned his head to look at his mentor, wide-eyed. Suddenly he was glad that Papa and Eri weren't in the room. He'd taken her to the bathroom to get cleaned up and fix that long hair of hers. Across the table, Izuku could just see Tosh looking between them curiously. The shy Hasakai. Izuku put his spoon down slowly. I remember. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow at him. I remember where I heard about the shy Hasakai. Where we both heard about the shy Hasakai. Izuku watched his hero frown. slowly connecting the pieces in his mind. He saw the minute the last piece clicked into place, the widening of dark eyes, the sudden slack in his jawline. Oh, Izuku nodded, echoing the sentiment. Dad, I think we need to call night. When Izuku opened the door, he was not expecting the detective standing on the other side. Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. Izuku blinked up at the man looking down at him, confusion obvious in his expression. How can I help you? The detective glanced up at the number on the door. This is the Aizawa residence, correct? Izuku nodded and the man visibly relaxed. I'm here on business, young man. May I come in? His dad must have asked someone to come here to talk to Eri instead of carting her down to the police station. Made sense. Izuku stepped back, opening the door wider for the detective to enter. Once the door was closed, he turned back to see a small face peeking out from around the corner, one red eye wide and unblinking. Fine, clean white hair trailed almost to the floor. Hey! Izuku smiled and patted closer, crouching down in front of the girl. Feeling better with your hair all nice and clean? He was rewarded with a small nod, too tense for his liking. Eri's gaze kept flicking towards the Genkan where the detective was taking his shoes off. Izuku opened his arms and hesitantly the little girl stepped into them, that little horn pressed against his cheek and arms snaking around his neck as he lifted her off the ground. Dad, Izuku called as he carried his littlest person to the living room. Detective's here. Izuku dropped down onto the couch with Eri in his lap, reaching back to pull his blanket down off of the back. Small fingers were fisted in his curls, pulling more than gently, but Izuku didn't really mind. He busied himself with getting the blanket situated just right over thin legs wrapped in some of Izuku's old leggings they had cut down a little for her. Eri had balked at other clothes than what she was wearing until she had been informed they came from Izuku's closet. Apparently wearing her hero's clothes was the only acceptable alternative. Izuku would never say out loud how warm that made him feel. Tsukachi, Izuku watched his dad shake the man's hand in his peripheral vision. Eri tensed on his lap, fingers tightening painfully in his hair. Izuku smiled softly and bumped his nose against hers, drawing her attention to him instead. Aizawa, Izuku carefully separated a section of her hair where Eri could see, splitting it into 3 sections and slowly braiding it. I didn't know you had a kid. His dad grunted softly. My apprentice? Izuku couldn't hide the smile at the soft edge of pride in his dad's voice. Aizawa Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Izuku. Izuku carefully handed over the braid for Eri to inspect, little fingers running over the soft bumps as he let his head fall back, blinking up at the man. We've met before. Izuku grinned at the confusion on the detective's face, but nice to meet you again, Tsukachi-san. I'm sorry, I don't quite remember. Izuku followed the shift in the detective's attention, smiling at his boyfriend's appearance in the hallway, hair damp and towel draped over his shoulders. Tsukachi-san. Hitoshi looked far more surprised to see the detective than Izuku had. Izuku covered his mouth with one hand to hide a snicker. Shinsukuin, Tsukachi said slowly, carefully putting the pieces together. Eyes drifted back to Izuku on the couch and he waved cheerfully. You're the green kid. Izuku nodded. I didn't recognize you. You've changed a lot since we met. Yeah. Izuku smiled sheepishly, turning his attention back to Eri who was trying to replicate his braid on the other side of her head. I don't need to wear the contacts anymore. It's nice. I'm a little surprised you remember Tosh. You're a high-profile detective, a lot of people must cross your path. I thought I told you. Izuku blinked at his Tosh, confused by the pink dusting across the bridge of his nice. Kidoke-san is Tamako-san's cousin. Izuku's eyes widened. You did not tell me, Tosh. Izuku pouted for a minute, humming softly. It makes sense though. Retractable claws quirk, cat mutation. I really should have seen it myself. As nice as this is, the detective cleared his throat gently. I am here on business. Izuku felt Eri tense on his lap again, fingers stilling in her hair. Did she think the detective was here to take her back? Hey! Izuku wrapped an arm around her waist, brilliant crimson eyes flicking up to meet his gaze for just a moment before they dropped back to her hands. No one is taking you anywhere. They'd have to go through me first. Eri said nothing, but Izuku felt the tension ease out of her limbs slightly. No matter what else happened, he was not letting this little girl go. I just need to ask some questions. Tsukachi stepped a little closer, Shoyuta right beside him, about where you've been living and who you were living with until now. Is that okay? A small hand curled around Izuku's wrist and he looked back at Eri, those ruby eyes searching his face just like they had last night in the street. Izuku smiled at her, shifting his arm under her hand to wrap those little fingers in his hand. If he hadn't been sitting so close to her, he wouldn't have heard the tiny voice. You promise? Just 2 little words, but they held a world of hurt in them. Izuku knew what it was like to be failed, to have your trust broken again and again and again by people you were supposed to be able to trust implicitly, by people who were supposed to love you. He didn't even need to think about his answer, he just squeezed that little hand gently and leant in close enough to whisper. I promise. A ball of white hair thudded into his thin arms thrown around his waist and squeezing so tightly Izuku was surprised she had that much strength. He laughed softly, rubbing one hand up and down her spine over the top of one of his hoodies. Okay, the voice was muffled against his easy but clear, even clearer when she turned her head to look up at the detective. Can Hiro-san stay? Izuku hadn't actually heard her call him that yet. Of course, the detective smiled gently, easing himself down onto the floor on the other side of the coffee table. If you want him here, then Hiro-san can stay. Izuku caught a glimmer of amusement in his dad's eyes. He was definitely getting teased later. Hey Eri, let's start with me telling you about my quirk. Izuku settled the sleeping girl in his bed, carefully tucking the covers up around her chin. That had taken a lot longer than any of them had been expecting and had been more than a little emotional for everyone involved. Eventually Eri had cried herself to sleep in his arms, long after the detective had left. If Overhaul ever got free, Izuku was going to take him apart, joint by joint. See how he liked it. Silently making his way back to the living room where the rest of his family were, Izuku crawled into his Tasha's lap and threw his legs over both of his dads, wanting the grounding comfort of all of them as much as he could possibly get. Without a word, a warm off-white capture weapon settled down over his shoulders and Izuku sank into it, breathing in all the smells of comfort and safety in home. For a while, none of them spoke. The silence was heavy enough, a world of hurt and anger and protectiveness tick in the air. Stinky hopped up into Shuta's lap, absent-minded fingers scratching behind one scraggly ear. She's not going into an orphanage. Izuku blinked up at the firmness in his boyfriend's voice, not surprised. This was always going to be a topic he felt strongly on. You can't let them put her in one. Not while I have anything to do with it. Izuku patted his Tasha's leg gently, smiling up at him before shifting his attention to his dad's. I know it's a lot to ask, but it's not even a question, Aizu. Izuku blinked at Hisashi, who just smiled at him. There was never a need to ask. She's part of your horde, right? Shoyuta huffed softly, amusement more than irritation as he patted Izuku's calf. It's not like we have a choice. I'm pretty sure you were ready to throw Tsukachi out of a window the minute he suggested it. Izuku flushed deep crimson. He had been ready to fight anyone who tried to take her. I promised her, he said softly, I promised her that anyone who tried to take her had to go through me first. And you always make good on your promises? Izuku nodded, unless of course, it's to stay somewhere when your boyfriend is somewhere else. Hey! Izuku nudged his mentor's leg with a huff, making a face at his papa's laughter. Technically, Papa never actually made me promise. He just asked if I could stay there and I could. Until Tosh was maybe in trouble and then I couldn't anymore. So there. Alright, problem child. Izuku grinned at his dad, who grinned back briefly before his face sobered. She's been through a lot. It's going to be strong for her to adjust to life outside of the Yakuza who were keeping her. She'll need a lot of help. She'll have it. Izuku felt warm fingers lace through his, squeezing tightly as he looked up at the determination in Hitoshi's face. I mean, it's not like either of us can't relate a little. Anything she needs, if we can help we will. That's what heroes do, right? Izuku had never been prouder to call this man his partner. There's still hope for the next generation, I see, Shoyuta mused, one thumb rubbing circles into Izuku's ankle. We'll all do what we can to help her. As for us, specifically. Izuku looked over at his dad as that hand squeezed his ankle. We've got a meeting with Night Eye first thing in the morning to discuss the events of last night and what that means for his investigation. Izuku nodded, But for me, right now, I need a nap. Izuku giggled as his hero slumped against his papa, watching them be quietly cute. Izuku hoped when they were older he and Hitoshi were still that much in love. I need to head home. Hitoshi grimaced at the pout from Izuku. I know. But I stayed last night, and Kido-Kaisen would like me to come home tonight. Okay, Izuku sighed softly, rolling off of his boyfriend's lap so he could get up and get ready to go. He supposed it was fair. Tosh didn't actually live here after all. After a few moments of fussing around looking for his Tosh's hoodie only to discover that Izuku was, in fact, wearing it, wrestling said hoodie off of his boyfriend and many small, soft kisses in the Genkan, Izuku was padding back to the living room to find his dads both quietly dozing on the couch. Smiling, he carefully draped a blanket over the pair of them, receiving a half-smile from a barely open dark eye in return, before he padded carefully down the hallway to his bedroom. Still fast asleep good. Quietly, Izuku slipped into the room and settled on the floor beside the bed with one of his notebooks so he could focus on something while Eri slept. He made it almost 3 sentences into his analysis on Detective Tsukachi before his head hit his seat and the pen hit the ground, exhaustion crashing into him like a freight train. It really had been a long day. Sir Naitai's offices were no less eerie the second time Izuku stepped inside them. It was all exactly the way he remembered it. Nothing had changed. If it wasn't for the lack of dust in any corner or on any desktop, Izuku would believe in a heartbeat that no one had actually touched anything in the last week. It felt off. Like a shop window. Uncanny valley, Americans called it, when something came so close to imitating humans to be comfortable. That's what this felt like. They didn't wait in the lobby this time, something Izuku was grateful for. He honestly wanted to be in and out of here as quickly as possible. In the elevator, long fingers tucked a few stray curls behind his ear. What's on your mind, kid? You've been tense since we walked in the door. Izuku frowned, trying to figure out a way to explain what he was feeling without rambling. Isn't everything a little too perfect here? He scratched at his cheek, watching the numbers climb slowly. That happens when you have a small agency. Izuku's frown deepened slightly at his dad's explanation. Things don't get touched so it stays neat. I know, but, Izuku sighed, stepping out of the elevator into the stillness of the 5th floor. He dropped his voice, not wanting his words to carry in the empty space. Why a 5-story building for 4 employees when it's set up for dozens? He looked up as his dad stopped to glance around, frown tucked into his capture weapon. There's no dust anywhere either. Everything is clean. Doesn't it feel off to you? Izuku watched as his mentor quietly eased down the door handle of the nearest office, pushing the door open. Desk, chair, computer, filing cabinet, rug. Carefully, Izuku did the same thing on the opposite side of the hallway. Desk, chair, computer, filing cabinet, rug. Izuku met Shuta's eyes with concern. Slowly, they both closed the doors as silently as they could. Come on, Lacuna. Izuku was grateful for the warmth of the hand between his shoulder blades, directing him forwards. What they'd just seen had chilled him for reasons he couldn't express. We've got a meeting to get to. Izuku resisted the urge to throw open every door they walked past, focusing on trying to get his skin to stop crawling. And to make it worse, now he had to go back into the all-might shrine that reminded him too much of his old room. Locks on the doors, first aid kits under the bed, monsters walking around in plain sight. Hopefully this wouldn't be too long of a meeting. Come in, Izuku chewed on the inside of his cheek as his dad pushed open the door, prepared this time for what would be waiting behind it. Focus on Eraser's back, don't look at the walls, don't think about it, don't remember. Izuku settled into one of the chairs, content to let his mentor do the talking. If he had to say something he would, but for now he just wanted to get in and out as fast as possible. Any news? Besides the total upheaval of an investigation months in the planning. No. Izuku blinked at the almost aggressive undertone in the man's voice. Thanks to your actions, the entirety of the Shai Hasakai is now on high alert. It will be near impossible to glean any information at all about their current operations. Was he? You can't possibly be suggesting that we should have let him take Eri back? Izuku stared at the green-haired hero incredulously. There was no way he would be suggesting that, right? Yellow eyes stared back at him from behind those glasses, fingers laced firmly in front of him on the desk. No. Izuku felt a little of the tension in his mentor relax. Apparently he hadn't been the only one ready to go to war over that. No, you did the right thing. The fact that it has thrown my investigation into chaos is an unfortunate side effect. Did you receive a copy of the statement from the police? Eraser took the lead again. Izuku shrank back in his seat a little. He hadn't meant to speak up like that, but Eri was important to him. The mere thought of letting the Yakuza take her back made his sissy tighten. Yes, Night Eye pulled a file from a desk drawer and laid it neatly in front of him before flipping open the manila card. Troubling, to say the least. Clearly they were experimenting with her, but for what? They're fairly small time, most of their business revolves around supplying trigger across the country. Nothing that would explain human experimentation. Izuku kept chewing on the inside of his cheek, staring fixedly on the wood grain of the desk. He'd talked about this with his mentor on the drive over. Hopefully his dad wouldn't actually push him to involve himself in the conversation if he didn't need to. Eri said that they would take her apart and put her back together again. Izuku tucked his face into his capture weapon, glad that Shoyuta remembered his rambling. She's covered in scars but no needle tracks, only incisions. It looks like they weren't putting anything into her dash, but taking something out. Night Eye finished the sentence, rubbing a page of the report between two fingers as he stared at it. But what? Obviously something unique to her, or they would be using a large group of people to get the job done faster. Her quirk, Izuku blurted, flushing slightly when two sets of eyes swiveled to face him and sinking down into his capture weapon. Eri calls her quirk a curse. She's terrified of it. She said Overhaul told her that her curse was going to heal the world. His dad's eyebrows rose at that. It wasn't something Eri had said in the interview. She had whispered it to him in the dark of night, sobbing and refusing to let him touch her in case she made him disappear. It had broken his heart. Do you know what her quirk is, problem child? Izuku shook his head. I could make some semi-educated guesses, but I don't think even Eri really knows what her quirk does beyond making people disappear. Shoyuta sighed softly beside him. Honestly, I'd like to see what you can puzzle out. After watching you puzzle out All for One, I would be inclined to trust whatever guesses you made. Izuku blinked at that, staring up at his dad. In his peripheral vision, the hero across the desk straightened. I'm sorry, puzzle out All for One. Izuku lifted his hands, miming writing. His dad nodded. Trust me, you kind of need to see it to believe it, his mentor huffed in amusement. Got a notebook and a pen you don't mind losing? Matter of seconds, Izuku found a pad and a plain black pen pushed across the desk to him. Okay, Izuku sighed and picked up his new pad, clicking the pen a few times before he started jotting down notes. So we know that it's a quirk that makes people disappear, which is a fallacy but will dash. Why is it a fallacy? Izuku frowned at being interrupted mid-thought process, glaring up at the hero who looked slightly disconcerted at the reception. Physics. The law of conservation of matter. People don't just disappear, matter remains constant even if the form changes. Izuku tucked his knees up to his tea, essentially putting a barrier between himself and the hero. Honestly, did everyone just ignore science because they got superpowers? Izuku jotted down a few notes while his dad addressed Night. Let him talk. Watch the show. Izuku snorted in amusement. Some show? He'll answer questions when he's done. Okay, so if matter remains constant and people aren't just disappearing, where are they going? Izuku hummed softly, starting a new speculation list. Teleportation. No, unlikely. They would just call home the minute they could. They wouldn't vanish completely. Dimensional transference. No, we run into the conservation of matter issue again. Something would have to replace the missing person in this dimension to counterbalance the difference. We'd more likely see body swapping for that, though. That would be fascinating. I wonder if anyone has that quirk yet. I would love to get my hands on them and ask questions. Gently, a finger tapped the top of the notebook and Izuku started, refocusing his thoughts. That thought could wait until later. Priorities. So if matter isn't being moved elsewhere and it's not being removed from the universe, then it's, oh. Izuku blinked at the words on the notepad. Is that even, hey dad? Yakit. Izuku blinked up at his mentor, readjusting to colors in his vision that weren't white paper and black ink. Can you call Papa for me? I need to talk to Eri. Without a word, his dad fished his phone out of his capture weapon, dialing the number and putting it on speaker. Izuku would have done it himself, but his fingers were trembling and he didn't want to mess it up. Hey love. Izuku couldn't help the small smile at hearing his papa's voice. The sound of his sunshine dad always soothed his nerves. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? Still in it, you're on speaker. Eraser tucked his face into his capture weapon. Lacuna need to talk to Eri a minute. Can you put her on? Be ready, Izuku called as his papa called for the little girl. She's not going to like answering this question. She's gonna need some time and help. Thanks, mini love. Shoyuta snorted softly. Izuku blushed deeply. Typical papa, embarrassing him at every turn. Here she is. Izuku listened to the soft muffled voices over the line before a soft, clear voice sounded over the speaker. Hiro-san. Hey there Eri. Izuku's smile widened. How is your morning going? It's okay. Her voice was so shy and uncertain, not used to speaking to anyone on a phone. We're going to make some lunch soon. That's great. Izuku shifted in his chair. Eri, I have to ask you a question. But you'll have to remember some not nice things to answer it, and I'm sorry about that. Is it okay for me to ask? Izuku could just pick up soft breathing over the line, the only thing letting him know she hadn't dropped the phone. Will it help you stop the birdmen? It will. Izuku didn't even hesitate to answer. It will help me stop the birdmen and figure out what they were doing so that they stay stopped. Okay. Izuku's shoulders sagged in relief, though his heart ached at the small tremble in her voice. Thank you so much, Eri, you're my hero. Izuku smiled at the soft, flustered squeak. Okay, when we were talking after your nightmare, you told me that you made your daddy disappear. Izuku ignored the sharp intake of breath across the desk. Can you tell me, was there anything left when he disappeared, or was he all there and then just gone all at once? Izuku wanted to hug his little girl so much, the tremble in her voice so much more pronounced in the shaky breath she took. He was just gone. Just his clothes left. Izuku perked up at that. His clothes were left. Then, Izuku's heart was breaking. This was exactly what he needed, but he hated that he'd needed it, a big lump of clothes on the floor. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Izuku circled a word on his notes. I'm so sorry I had to make you remember that. Are you okay? Yeah, the thin, reedy whisper hurt. I'm okay, Hiro-san. I promise that I will be home soon. Okay, Eri. We can cuddle with the cats on the couch and watch a movie and eat whatever you want. Anything. Izuku smiled at the slight perk in her voice. She struggled sometimes with asking for things, but Izuku had learned quickly that if he presented her with an option to choose, then she would pick. Anything you like. If we don't have it at home, let Papa know and he can tell me so I can pick it up on the way home, okay? After a few more assurances that he was proud of her and he would be home soon, his mentor could finally hang up the phone with a fond smile. Izuku's dad wasn't fooling anyone. He was just as fond of the little girl as Izuku himself was. What do you got for us, kid? Izuku shuffled in his seat, tapping his pen against the pad. It's just a guess, he stressed. We don't have enough information for more than that. But if it is, then I'm terrified of what the shy Hasakai could do with it. Out with it, kid. It can't be worse than remaking people's DNA. Izuku's mouth twisted slightly. Arguably, Eri's quirk on paper was actually more terrifying if it was what he thought. I think it might be a form of transdifferentiation. Kid, Izuku hummed, checking his notes over one last time. It took me long enough last time to understand what that gene reconnaissance was. Genetic reconfiguration? Izuku looked up from his notes, smiling at his mentor. It's genetic reconfiguration. Yeah, that. The man reached over and ruffled his hair. Explain it for those of us who aren't Nedzu, will you? Across the desk, Knight pushed his glasses up his nose with a large finger, gaze trained on Izuku. That man's stare made him uncomfortable. Okay. Izuku sat up straighter in his chair. Now, this is just a theory. I could be completely wrong. But essentially, transdifferentiation is when a cell gets changed into a completely different type of cell. There's a few examples of it in nature, but the one that springs to mind is jellyfish. Next to him, Shoyuta raised an eyebrow. Jellyfish? Yeah, Izuku fished into his capture weapon for his phone, fingers flashing over the keys, specifically this one. The immortal jellyfish. Izuku flipped his phone around, showing them a picture. Neither of the heroes looked any more enlightened by this explanation. Izuku sighed. Okay, so, immortal jellyfish don't technically live forever. They have a natural lifespan just like all living creatures. Izuku shifted in his chair, turning his phone around to look at the little clear blobs with their red bodies. Honestly, they were so cool. They start as larvae, then they become polyps, and then this adult form is called Medusa. But when they get too hungry or too injured, they can revert their cells back and start over again as a polyp. That's how they're immortal. Shuta's eyes widened slightly. And you think that's what Aries' quirk does? Revert cells. Izuku nodded, tucking his phone back into his capture weapon. It makes sense, conversion of matter without breaking the laws of physics. I could be totally wrong, but it's the only thing I can think of that sounds reasonable. Reasonable is debatable. Izuku glanced across the desk. There are flaws in your logic. For a start, she isn't doing it to herself. I know, Izuku shrugged. Like I said, it's just a theory. If I had to guess, Overhaul's quirk might have something to do with that. Night Eye sat up straighter, looking down at him. Explain. Izuku sighed. He really didn't like this guy. His attitude sucked. Overhaul took her apart. Over and over and over. Through it all, she's retained every single scar they gave her. There's no healing wounds on her body. Every scar is old, but she was being experimented on no more than 4 days ago. Something about that man's quirk tricked her body into healing itself. Beside him, his dad rubbed his chin thoughtfully. She's definitely been well fed, Izuku nodded. She's a healthy weight for her age. So if her body doesn't think it's injured, then it's possible there's no need for her to revert herself, if she even can. Izuku finished for him. Night Eye cleared his throat softly. And the father? How do you explain that? Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly at the green-haired hero. Why did it feel like the man was just trying to pick holes in Izuku's theory for the sake of it? It felt more like posturing than actual discussion. Eri wouldn't be the first person with a quirk she can project, Izuku said slowly. You yourself have a contact-projected emitter component to your quirk. It's not such a great leap to believe that she could do it too. Night Eye huffed softly. Izuku caught it anyway. Then how I'm sorry. Izuku sat forward a little to place the pad on the desk, laying his hands on top of it. Is this a discussion or are you just trying to prove that I'm wrong? Because it doesn't feel like a discussion to me. Izuku leant in, blinking slowly. Night Eye wouldn't quite meet his gaze. Do I pose a threat to your pride, Sir Knight? For a couple of moments Izuku watched the hero frown at his hands before the man spoke again. Perhaps a little. I apologize, that was quite unseemly of me. A warm hand pressed against Izuku's back and he leant back into it. At least the hero seemed to actually mean it. If Eri can e-project her quirk and revert other people's cells, then why did the father just disappear? Because she's got no control over it, Izuku shrugged. She's never been taught any control over it and she's outright terrified of it herself. Usually when people with strong quirks can't control them, the outcomes of quirk accidents tend to be extreme, the quirk itself overloading. The start of our life is, as always, a hot debate, but if she can't control it then there's a chance she could revert someone all the way back to a FTS. Night Eye's eyes widened slightly behind his glasses. Izuku nodded. A ZWT medically becomes a FTS at around 6 weeks of growth, and is around 5 millimeters in length. Izuku drummed his fingers on the table. His clothes were left behind. It would be easy to miss something that tiny. Across the desk, Night Eye sighed and pulled off his glasses, taking a cloth from his desk drawer to clean them. I hate that this makes sense, he said finally, because the things that a Yakuza group could do with something like that are truly terrifying. Eri told you that Overhaul said she was going to cure the world. Izuku looked up at his mentor. Did she elaborate on that? No, Izuku shook his head. I don't think she knows any more about it than that. But if they manage to get what they need from her and a means to duplicate it, then they could wipe out as many people as they wanted. Shoyuta breathed softly, eyes wide. His gaze snapped to Night. We can't wait on this. We need to hit them strong and fast, recover whatever this is. I agree. Night Eye replaced his glasses and folded his hands on his desk. I'll reach out among my network, organize a raid. I assume you will be there. After a glance at Izuku's determined face, his mentor sighed and nodded. Then I'll contact you with the details when I have them. There's something else, Izuku blurted, his dad already halfway out of his seat. Kid. Aries quirk? Izuku looked up at his mentor. If we can teach her control, if she could revert people back just a little instead of all the way, Eraser blinked, eyes wide. She could revert Togata, his dad whispered softly. Izuku nodded eagerly. Exactly. If she could revert Togata-kun back to before he was given one for all, then it would essentially write the quirk out of his body and fix his genome. We could fix him. No. Izuku turned to face the hero across the desk slowly, eyes wide in surprise. Even his dad was frozen, staring at the green-haired man glaring them down, fists clenched tightly. What do you mean no? I mean no. Night Eye barked. Izuku flinched back slightly. You're talking about erasing All Might's quirk, a quirk with hundreds of years of history. Of robbing Togata of that power. Night Eye. Izuku was fighting the urge to hide behind his dad while Shoyuta talked. That quirk is killing him. We have to get it. Oh, you dash. I thought you were going to find a way to stabilize it. Izuku pushed his chair back from the desk and buried his face in his capture weapon, shoulders tense and ready to move at a moment's notice, to let him use it safely. You can't just get rid of it. He's going to be the next symbol of peace. He needs that power or I've been dash. Night Eye's mouth snapped shut, yellow eyes wild and manic. The pieces slotted together in Izuku's head like a jigsaw. Or you've been training him for nothing. Izuku said softly. Night Eye's stare snapped to him and it took everything not to physically recoil from it. That's what you were going to say. That's why you have a 5-story building for 4 employees, why it's set up for dozens of staff, why it's so meticulously clean. This isn't your agency, is it? Night Eye was physically trembling. Izuku heard his mentor draw in a sharp breath as he reached the same conclusion Izuku had. This is Mirio's agency. His future agency, for when you finished grooming him to succeed All Might. Enough. Night Eye surged to his feet and Izuku was out of his chair in a heartbeat, ducking behind Eraser's red-eyed glare. Neither of you have any idea what it is like to work alongside the #1 hero. To have the honor of choosing and training the next one. He will be magnificent. Lemillion will be a hero that shines like the sun. And you'll be the hero that put him there. Izuku didn't cling to his mentor's back in case they needed to move, but he kept behind him as well as he could, barely able to see when off-white capture weapons snapped out to coil around the other hero, the power behind the throne. And you're so obsessed with that concept that you would risk the life of your chosen sacrificial lamb to see it come to fruition. There was no response. Izuku finally braved peeking around his hero's side to see Sir Night Eye bound tightly across his own desk, glaring up at Eraserhead through his glasses that sat askew on his nose. Looking at him now, Izuku could see it. The obsession bordering on mania. The All Might shrine they were surrounded by should have been his first warning. But didn't look like a hero to Izuku, not now. He looked like Izuku's mother. Lacuna. Izuku jumped slightly, looking up at his dad. Please go find Centipeder and inform him that I am taking Sir Night Eye into my custody, pending a review of his capacity as a hero. Izuku nodded, bolting from the room as fast as he could and leaving the door open behind him. As he raced down the hallway towards the elevator, the pristine walls and carpets and the perfectly furnished yet empty offices felt like they were pressing down on him. He'd known it was off, known something was wrong. He'd been uncomfortable here since the first minute. He'd never wanted to be here. The elevator doors closed with a soft ding and Izuku clapped both hands to his mouth, forcing down the wave of nausea and bile that crawled up the back of his throat. This man would rather let Togata die than lose a quirk that was killing him. How could anyone be willing to do that? To anyone. The elevator doors opened and Izuku bolted through the foyer, ignoring the shouts behind him as he threw the front doors open and staggered around the corner. He just managed to get his capture weapon out of the way before he emptied his stomach onto the concrete. Lacuna. Izuku swiped the back of his hand over his mouth. His throat felt raw and tears stung at his eyes. Behind him, Centipeder was holding out a bottle of water. Are you all right? Izuku nodded, taking the bottle from the hero and cracking it open to rinse his mouth. Izuku's teeth still felt tight, his stomach in knots as he relayed his dad's message to Centipeder. He knew he sounded distant, robotic. He could feel himself starting to check out, struggling to force down memories he didn't want to remember of a life that wasn't his anymore. Digging his nails into his palms, Izuku stood on the sidewalk outside of the agency, refusing to walk back inside ever again, focusing on thoughts of Eri and cats and dads and Tosh. Izuku wanted to go home. Hey, Izuku! Izuku blinked a few times as warm fingers carted through his curls, tucking loose strands of hair behind his ear. He didn't remember getting in the car, didn't remember the drive back home. But now they were parked in a place Izuku recognized as home and familiar and safe. You want to tell me 5 things you can see, problem child? Izuku chewed on the edge of his tongue gently, not enough to hurt but enough for him to notice. Wall, soft fabric rubbed against his lips, drawing his attention downwards. Scar, brightness flickered above, making the shadows on his fingers dance. Lie. Izuku looked up and out of the glass without moving his head. Moving didn't feel like a great idea right now. Someone else was just getting home, pulling into the apartment building's parking car. Izuku shifted his gaze to the other side, green eyes meeting dark clothes and white scarf and familiar eyes. Safe home. Good job, kiddo. Izuku leant slightly into the hand on his head. Do you need more? Izuku frowned, rubbing his tongue against the inside of his teeth. More was a complicated word. More required focus and Izuku couldn't find his. Every time he thought he'd caught it the thing slipped through his fingers. Did he need more? He shouldn't ask for more, no. He'd already been given enough. It wasn't fair of him to ask for more, he didn't deserve it. Not when he was quirkless, useless, Deku. He needed to go back to his room before he got into trouble. Don't ask questions, don't ask for more. Don't, hey kid, can you open your mouth for me? Izuku didn't even think about it, why would he? Slowly, something settled gently on his tongue. Good job, Izuku, close your mouth and say on that for a moment. Sourness burst across Izuku's senses so intensely that everything else stopped. Izuku's face screwed up tightly, his fists clenching as the severe sourness of whatever was in his mouth overwhelmed every last one of his senses. The world exploded in color that Izuku was positive hadn't existed 30 seconds ago. Sound rushed back into his ears. Izuku could hear the low rumble of the engine still running, the radio playing music quietly. He could smell lemon, so much lemon. Here, kiddo. Izuku turned to look at an outstretched palm. You can spit it out if you want. Without even thinking twice, Izuku spat the pale yellow ball into his dad's hand. Unfazed, the man put the devilish thing into an opened bright yellow wrapper and tucked it into his pocket. What? Izuku rasped, barely managing a whisper. Was that? Nobel Super Lemon. Izuku should have guessed, his dad loved those things. I read that strong flavors can help your mind refocus. Back with me now. Izuku nodded. He still didn't feel entirely present, but he was aware of his surroundings at least. Good job, Izuku, proud of you. Think you can walk? Izuku wasn't sure, but he was definitely going to try. Walking, it turned out, was not something on the list of Izuku's current capabilities. His knees buckled almost immediately after he slowly climbed out of the car, pitching him forwards into a broad shoulder. Yeah, thought so. Izuku huffed softly and wound his arms around Shuta's neck as his hero hoisted him off of the ground, burying his face into the curve of a capture weapon-wrapped neck and breathing in the unmistakable smell that was vanilla and bonfires and dad and safe. Come on, kiddo, let's get you some cats and a few people to cuddle up with for a while. Izuku nodded, rough fabric of his dad's capture weapon scraping against his cheek as he let his eyes fall closed. Just a few minutes, while they walked, just a little nap. Izuku woke to warmth and coffee and bonfire smoke. Drifting between the shores of waking and sleep, he turned his head to rub his cheek against the coarse fabric pillowed beneath his head. Soft purring rumbled against his ear, though he couldn't tell if it was coming from him or from the weight draped on top of him. A stray cat hair brushed irritatingly against the inside of his nostril and he huffed, trying to dislodge it. Hiro-san. The weight on his stomach and legs shifted. Izuku cracked one eye slowly, grateful that the curtains were closed and the overhead lights were off. Dim light was nice, less likely to make his skull throb. Silk-white hair gleamed in the lamplight, bright crimson eyes blinking up at him with a small, round chin pressed against his stomach. Izuku couldn't have faked the easy, lazy smile that spread across his face if he tried. Waking up with parts of his horde around him was always a good feeling. Izuku cleared his throat softly, wincing at the dryness. Hey, Eri. How long was I asleep? Shifting slightly so he was more on his back, Izuku lifted one arm up. After a moment's hesitation, the weight that was Eri wriggled into the space between him and the back of the couch, curling up under his arm. A soft purr that he knew this time was coming from him rumbled low in the back of his throat, and he settled down comfortably with his smallest treasure. Izuku knew that Eri was taking longer to warm up completely to his dad's, but Izuku had been automatically deemed as safe. He took that responsibility very seriously. Aizawa said that you had a bad day too. Izuku nodded, combing his fingers gently through her hair. Was it the birdmen? He hesitated, considering the best way to explain. When I was little, Izuku pressed his lips gently to soft white hair, talking quietly, I had my own birdman. Today we had to talk to someone who reminded me of her very much. It made me remember a lot of things. Izuku didn't move as Eri carefully wriggled around so that she could sit up, blinking up at her as those big wide eyes looked down at him. Had he said too much? He didn't want to upset her or make her remember any more of the terrible things that she'd little hands reached towards him, and Izuku watched as she grabbed a gentle fistful of his curls, fingers doing their best to curl through the sleep tangles and unruly waves that fell almost to his shoulders. He couldn't help the small smile as he watched her separated out into 3 sections and start a shaky but very recognizable braid, tongue caught between her teeth and eyes narrowed in concentration. He heard his dad stop in the hallway, quiet as ever, though his papa wasn't quite as subtle. Luckily, it didn't seem like Eri had noticed the 2 men stood in the doorway watching. Izuku didn't take his eyes off of the braid she was making for a single second, not until she was done. It was bumpy, flyaway strands and haphazard curls sticking out everywhere, and it was the best braid Izuku had ever seen in his life. Carefully, Izuku took the end of the braid from her when she offered it to him, running his fingers down the length of it. Wow, it's appealing. Izuku beamed brightly at the small girl who flushed slightly at the praise. Thank you so much, Eri. I feel a lot better now. Carefully, Izuku shifted until he could sit up, turning to look at his dad's. Can I get a hair tie, Papa? I don't want to lose my new braid. You got it, Aizu? Izuku grinned at the emotional warble in the blonde's voice as his papa scurried away. Chuckling, his dad headed for the kitchen, taking a brief detour to drop a soft embrace on top of Izuku's curls. Glad you're feeling better, kiddo. Izuku smiled after his mentor before a tug on his sleeve drew his attention back to Eri again. I'm glad you got away from your birdman too, the little girl whispered softly, and Izuku's smile widened softly, reaching out to take the hair tie his papa had appeared with so he could tie off the braid neatly. I asked for help, and someone came to save me. Izuku reached out and tapped one finger to the tip of her nose. Just like you. Crimson eyes widened, gaze flicking from Izuku's face to the kitchen. He's your hero, Izuku nodded. Just like you're my hero. He sure is. Snowdrop. Izuku watched his papa vanish back down the hallway for something. He saved me, and now he's teaching me how to save other people? A loud thud and dragging caught Izuku's attention, frowning at the hall entrance before his papa re-emerged gripping the edge of what could only be his dad's mattress from their bed. The blonde flashed him that bright, wild, genuine smile that Izuku loved to see. What do you say we all get comfy with every blanket and pillow in the house, order some DLVY and watch as many silly movies as we can find? Izuku grinned, looking down at the sparkle in Eri's eyes. No smile, not yet. Does that sound fun? White hair cascaded about her face as she nodded. Then I guess we better hunt down all of the blankets then. As Eri climbed down off of the couch and scampered off towards Izuku's room, Izuku took a moment to melt into a long-awaited Hisashi hug. He had needed a papa moment so badly, the sunshine and gentleness that was all exclusively Hisashi. Go on, little love. Izuku smiled as lips pressed against the top of his head. I'll be right here when you get back with blankets. Izuku rubbed his cheek on his papa's shirt for a minute before breaking the contact to head down the hall, finding Eri piling every blanket and pillow she could find in Izuku's room in the hallway, eyes dancing brightly in a face that was always too serious. Izuku was going to help her remember how to smile. That was a promise. Izuka hadn't expected to be rousted out of bed at 5 in the morning the very next day by his chronically sleep-deprived mentor, but here he was, still blinking sleep out of his eyes with an onigiri in one hand and a rare cup of coffee in the other, watching heroes filter through the doorway into the same conference room that Nezu had delegated the sports festival security details in. With Sir Nitai's license currently under review, the Chimera had swooped in and snapped up command of the man's investigation with full blessing from Centipeder. Izuku couldn't say that it was all that terrible of an idea. Nezu had connections and networks that the other hero couldn't hope to match. Given how quickly this meeting had been organized, Izuku wasn't sure anyone could rival Nezu's efficiency in this department. What really surprised Izuku more than anything else was seeing the purple-haired teenager walk into the room, closely followed by a girl who had far too much energy for this time of the morning. Definitely both students, I thought. Izuku leant into his dad's side, both of them perched on a table in the corner of the room. That work studies and internships were suspended. They are. Izuku sipped his coffee, grimacing at the bitter taste and handing it to his mentor to finish. He didn't need a pick-me-up that badly. Hato and Tamaki are special circumstance students and Nezu deemed their combined strength and experience an asset to the raid, so they're here. Izuku hummed softly, swinging his legs back and forth while he ate his onigiri. Spicy Menteiko, Papa always remembered his favorites. Beside him his mentor quietly drank down Izuku's coffee, both of them watching the rest of the heroes settle into spaces around the large table in the center of the room. A familiar face had Izuku grinning behind his capture weapon and glancing up at Shoyuta, barely stifling a laugh at the glimmer of amusement in the hero's eyes. Izuku wondered if Rocklock would actually recognize him in a well-lit room. Ah, everybody has arrived. Izuku shuffled back a little on the table so he could cross his legs comfortably and pay attention to the school principal. Thank you for coming. Today's meeting is time-sensitive. The longer we leave the Shy Hasakai without acting, the longer they have to go to ground, and we lose our window to eliminate a long-standing threat to the safety and well-being of Japan's citizens. Before we begin, are there any questions? Yeah, I got one. Izuku tucked his face deeply into his capture weapon, eyes fixed on Rocklock as the hero turned to look directly at him. Why are there kids here? We're burning daylight catering to brats when we could be getting down to business. Can't really talk with them here. Izuku couldn't help himself, he laughed then. Beside him his dad snickered into his own capture weapon. Sun Eater and Nijire-chan are present at my request, Nezu chirped cheerfully, though Izuku could hear the faintest edge of warning in the Chimera's tone. Their strengths and capabilities are well suited to the undertaking of this raid. Izuku grinned widely as Nezu's beady eyes turned to them, a sadistic little smile curling the Chimera's mouth. Next to him, Eraserhead cleared his throat loudly. Lacuna, his dad drawled slowly while Izuku watched the color drain from the hero's face, wide eyes flicking back to Izuku who waved with a wiggle of his fingers, is my apprentice. As such, any meeting I deem it suitable for him to be present at he will be present at. Given that Lacuna is one of the primary driving forces behind this raid, I deem it suitable. Izuku was sorely tempted to say something, to poke a little at the shock on the man's face. But they really were wasting time at this point. This meeting needed to start already. Unless there are any more questions, Nezu waited for a few moments for the whispers that had sprung up around the room to die down. We should begin by discussing everything we know about the Shy Hasakai and their current endeavors. Izuku leant forward as the lights dimmed and the projector flickered to life, resting his elbows on his knees. It was finally time to start. To make sure the men that had hurt his little girl never had the opportunity to do it again. Hey, kid, Izuku got tugged backwards gently by the back of his capture weapon, blinking up at his dad. We've got some stops to make today before we head home. Okay. Izuku glanced over his shoulder to the two students talking with Nezu. He wanted to speak to the purple boy with the pointy ears, Tamaki. He was pretty sure his dad had called him, and see if Togata was okay. But his mentor wasn't waiting, so with a soft huff he jogged to catch up with the hero's longer stride. Where are we going? First things first, Izuku almost ran into his dad's back as the man stopped, turning around to look him in the eye. Are you absolutely certain that you want to be part of this, Izuku? Even with Nezu at the helm, this is a dangerous first mission for you. You could coordinate things with Nezu and still dash. Eraserhead, Izuku wrapped his hand around his mentor's arm as he cut him off, squeezing gently. If you don't want me to be in the assault team, then don't put me in there. But I'm pretty sure my first mission was crawling through the ventilation system in the sports festival arena. After a brief moment, his dad huffed a laugh into his capture weapon, wrapping his arm around Izuku's shoulders and pulling him into a hug. Sometimes I forget that you've only been my apprentice for less than a year, Izuku purred as fingers carded through his curls. You've already accomplished more than I expected from your first 2 years with me. Come on, my little lizard. Izuku grinned at the nickname his dad rarely used, leaning into the man's side as they walked through the halls. Let's go see Majima. Apparently he's got something new for you. Izuku was about to open the door to the support department when his dad yanked him backwards sharply by the back of his capture weapon. Just in time for the steel door to blast off of its hinges and across the hallway with an ear-splitting crash. Without missing a beat, Izuku slipped behind his mentor, capture weapon in both hands and ready to fling if his hero needed support. Manic cackling echoed out into the hallway. Shoyuta edged around the doorway, the telltale drift of dark hair floating about the hero's face in preparation for whatever threat lay inside the support department. To find Power Loader sat at his desk, head in his hands in defeat, while a soot-stained girl in the far corner of the room sat cackling in front of very distinct scorch marks. Exchanging glances of concern and confusion between them, Izuku watched from the edge of the doorway as his dad cleared his throat loudly. The girl in the corner was already absorbed in something else and paid them no mind. Power Loader, on the other hand, lifted his head to meet Shuta's gaze with the most woefully relieved expression Izuku had ever seen, even obscured as it was by the man's helmet. Aizawa. Izuku edged around the doorway, curling his hand in the back of his hero's shirt. Come in, please. Majima. Izuku stuck to his mentor like a second shadow as the man moved closer to the support teacher's desk. You said you had something for Lacuna? Yes. Although I didn't actually work on it, Izuku could hear the near-apologetic tone in the hero's voice even as he turned his head to call across the workshop. Hatsum. Time to pitch your prototype. Across the room a pair of green-yellow eyes snapped up, fixing on Izuku with an intensity that set his nerves on edge. His fingers tightened in his dad's shirt as the girl leapt up from the ground and bounded over, taking half a step behind the man instinctively. Scorch marks meant fire. Fire meant explosions. Explosions were bad. Burning sweetness searing into the back of his throat, skin blistering under the heat. Viciousness. Pain in shades of red and ashen gold. Warm fingers tucked loose curls behind his ear before coming to rest around his shoulder, the weight grounding him in place as much as the scent of vanilla and smoke and safety. Izuku leant into the touch, glancing up into dark eyes full of gentle care and concern. He managed a shaky smile, tugging twice gently on the back of Shuta's shirt. A simple signal, something they'd discussed after the incident with Midnight. 2 tugs or taps, to say that he was okay but not comfortable. Enough for his dad to be aware and on guard. Just in time for Eraserhead to snap his capture weapon out, quirk activated, and snatch the girl back from practically lunging at him. Not that she even really seemed to notice, with how intently she was focused on Izuku. He couldn't see any malicious intent in her face, but that didn't mean he wanted to be grabbed by a strange girl. Apprentice Kuan. Oh, Izuku knew that tone of voice. That was someone who was very excited to indulge in their obsession. You have to let me make some babies for you. Or maybe she was just outright insane. Hatsum. Izuku breathed a soft sigh of relief as the girl, Hatsum, finally stopped struggling to reach him at last, looking over her shoulder at Power Loader's bark. Personal boundaries. Apparently this was a discussion they'd had a few times, if 2 words were enough to reinforce it. After a couple of moments, his dad released the girl from his capture weapon. Izuku was incredibly glad she didn't try again. Sorry. Hatsum was still not lacking enthusiasm in spite of being physically hauled back from Izuku. I just have so many ideas for new babies for you. After seeing your scale armor, I just had to work on something new for you. Izuku perked up at that, leaning around his dad's arm to watch the soot-stained figure scurry back to what seemed to be her workstation to grab a case. Metal is no good for bullets. It'll hurt if you punch it, but I mean, obviously you know what'll happen if you get shot. Izuku cringed, remembering. He didn't want that to happen again. So Loader-sensei called in a favor for me and we made this? The case crashed down on Power Loader's desk strong enough to shake everything on top of it. The arm around Izuku's shoulders tightened slightly and he looked up at his dad, nodding slightly at the unspoken question in his hero's face. Together they approached the desk, warm fingers wrapped securely around Izuku's upper arm. Hatsum flipped the latches on the case, lifting the lid and stepping to the side with an unshakable confident smile. Izuku leant over the case, his breath catching in his throat when he realized what he was looking at. It was an entire new suit. Carefully, Izuku pulled the folded fabric out of the case, running his thumbs over it. It was heavy but not unbearably so, a good solid weight. The fabric was rough to the touch but the inside was lined with something that looked much softer. Still the same rich, dark purple. Izuku unfolded it and held it up, blinking away the blurriness in his vision. Because it had been stitched so carefully and subtly that Izuku couldn't actually see the seams, intersecting segments that weren't actually segments at all but part of a whole fabric piece. They'd kept his scales. It's lighter, right? Izuku nodded, lost for words. Having your armor separate might be good for some reasons, but it's not necessary. This suit has at least 80% more ballistic protection and another 50% more stab resistance without the extra layer. Izuku looked over at Hatsum, who was practically bouncing on the ball of her feet in excitement, his eyes wide. How? Apparently this was the right question, given how the girl all but squealed in excitement. Izuku was pretty sure he heard his dad mutter something about there being two of them. Carbon nanotubes? Izuku's eyes widened further. We reinforced Kevlar with carbon nanotubes and a sheer stiffening polymer I can't even pronounce. Can I? Hands reached out for the suit. His suit, and Izuku reluctantly handed it over. Cheerfully, Hatsum draped the fabric over her arm before snatching up a nearby screwdriver and dragging it down the fabric with enough force to turn her knuckles white. Izuku was pretty sure his eyes were about to fall out of his head. He could see the shift in the fabric, how it tensed under the pressure. Sheer stiffening, carbon nanotubes. Izuku didn't even realize he'd stepped away from his dad until he was bent over the fabric on Hatsum's arm, running his fingers over it. Carbon is an excellent conductor, nanotubes even more so. Add in a stiffener. Izuku blinked, looking up into unusual yellow-green eyes that were far closer than he'd expected them to be, reflecting his surprise back at him. You found a fabric that converts kinetic energy and hardens in response. Grease-stained hands gripped his shoulders, shaking him back and forth slightly in excitement. Not that Izuku minded, he could barely contain his own excitement. This was amazing, something he hadn't even known existed. Hadn't even known could exist. You have to let me make more babies for you, apprentice-kun. Hatsum Industries is the support company for you. Oh God. Izuku barely caught Power Loader's horrified murmur as he let Hatsum drag him across the room to look at a frankly alarmingly large pile of support items. There's going to be two of them, isn't there? Izuku left the support labs on his dad's heels, practically bouncing down the hallway behind him. The new suit was amazing. Lightweight and comfortable, the lining was soft and the fabric was wicking so he'd never have to worry about feeling sticky again. He never wanted to take it off. He'd spent some time talking to Hatsum about potential upgrades to his mask and other support items he'd thought about. He was excited to work with her. Her mind worked in ways Izuku could keep up with. Happy with your new suit, I take it? Izuku grinned up at his mentor, stretching his arms up over his head. It's so comfy, Dad. I could wear it forever, seriously. Izuku leant into the arm wrapped around his shoulders. Do we have more to do now? Izuku looked up again as their pace slowed ever so slightly, noticing the hesitation on his dad's face. What is it? The hero sighed softly, running his free hand through his hair. The HBC. Izuku bristled slightly at those two words. Need statements to properly evaluate Night Eye. They already have them though. Izuku frowned. We filled out reports when we took him in. I answered questions for an hour. It had been the tipping point for Izuku's mental health. Being stuck in a locked room with a woman demanding answers to her questions. Yeah, kid, his dad squeezed his shoulder gently. It's not our statements that they want me to get. Izuku frowned deeper, tucking his face into his capture weapon as they walked, his mind filtering over the possibilities. All of the heroes involved had given their statements, Every member of staff at the agency, they want you to take Togata's statement. Izuka didn't even need to look up for confirmation. The tensing of the fingers resting on his arm was enough. It's not enough that he's barely holding together thanks to the suppressants, they've got to add more strain to his plate. A thought occurred to Izuku, does he even know yet? The silence echoed through the hallway, speaking more than anything his dad could ever say. At that moment, Izuku hated the commission. Hated that they were not only going to force Togata to make a statement about his mentor, but that they were going to force his dad to be the one to rip the boy's mentor off of his pedestal for him. I haven't spent much time with him, Izuku sidekicked as the hints of despondency in his dad's voice, but I taught his class stealth and infiltration tactics in their second year. Snipe says he idolizes Night Eye, credits him exclusively with his quirk utility and control. This dash Izuku wrapped his arms around his dad's waist and squeezed when the man sucked in a sharp, shuddering breath. This is going to crush him. Izuka didn't let go of his hero all the way to Chio Obasan's office. Standing outside the door, Shoyuta twisted, breaking Izuku's grip around his waist so that he could face him properly, both hands resting heavily on Izuku's shoulders. You don't have to be here for this, kid. Izuka blinked up at his dad, staring into dark eyes that looked so much more tired than he had ever seen them before. I can handle this. I know that he reminded you of things you don't want to think about. You don't have to put yourself through that again. No one will think less of you for it. Slowly, Izuku reached up and wrapped his fingers over his mentor's hands, looking him dead in the eyes. A firm resolve, braided together with fear and uncertainty, settled in the pit in his psyche. A familiar weight he remembered so clearly. Sitting in a car outside of his mother's old apartment, preparing to go in there and provoke her intentionally. So familiar that only 2 words could manage to find their way out of his head, he could almost smell the familiar smell of his dad's car seats as the syllables left his lips. I will. A light of recognition flickered through dark eyes and his hero tucked a small smile into his capture weapon. Wordlessly, he squeezed Izuku's shoulders before he turned, sliding open the door to the nurse's office with purpose. Izuku followed him into the room without hesitation. Shoyuta hadn't left him then. Izuku was not going to leave him now. Togata was sitting up when they entered, ready with a bright smile for them the minute he saw who it was. Izuku's gut twisted over itself just looking at it. He hated that they were going to be the reason that smile faded today. Izawa-sensei, there was a definite rasp in the boy's voice that hadn't been there last time. It made Izuku stop and take stock. Was his hair always that pale? There was a definite dark ring around his irises now, and from the way Togata's hands were twisted in the blankets draped over his legs, those weren't the only symptoms he was dealing with. Lacuna. It's been a while. Hey, Togata-senpai. Izuku smiled as brightly as he could, zipping in front of his dad so that he could steal the chair closest to the blonde teen. Sorry, I wanted to stop by more often but dash. Hey, no problem. The third year cut him off with a broad grin. You've got to focus on your apprenticeship and becoming an amazing hero, right? No need to worry about me. My friends have been visiting a whole lot and Recovery Girl is great company. Togata leaned in slightly, dropping his voice to a loud stage whisper. Even if she does cheat at cards, don't blame me for you. Not knowing the rules, young man, Izuku grinned as the gray-haired nurse bustled over to check Togata's vitals, eyeing both him and his dad for a moment. Whatever she found in his mentor's expression she clearly wasn't happy about, as Izuku watched her leave much more slowly with a noticeable frown. In his peripheral vision he saw her lingering, just out of sight but close enough to be on hand if necessary. Izuku really hoped it would not be necessary. We are here for a reason today, Lemillion. Izuku watched Togata's smile falter slightly at the use of his hero name, gaze shifting from Izuku over to his dad. I need to ask you a few questions, if that's okay? Of course, Eraserhead. This was the first time Izuku was seeing Togata's hero persona. It wasn't that much different to his everyday personality, but there was something there. A presence he couldn't really describe. It made him sit up and pay attention. Beside him, his mentor pulled out his phone and opened up the recording app, setting it down on the narrow table at the end of Togata's bed. Izuku sank back in his chair, watching the expression on Togata's face as his hero began his questions. He was mostly here for moral support. He wasn't going to step on his dad's toes unless the man asked. Could you tell me when you began your work studies with Sir Knight? In my second year, after I received my provisional license, Izuku saw the flicker of confusion in the student's eyes. He had been expecting questions about one for all. Izuku was almost sure of it. He contacted me through Principal Nedzu to offer me a work-study placement personally. Thank you. When you began your first work-study with Sir Night-Eye, did he say anything to you as to the reasons behind why he chose you specifically? Izuku always marveled at how well his dad could keep his tone completely neutral when he had to. He wasn't sure he would have been able to do the same thing right now. I'm not sure. Togata's fingers twisted further into blankets, bunching them up around his hands tightly. He said something about making me into a hero worthy of a legacy like All Might's, I think. I don't remember the exact words. Sir loves All Might, he's a huge fan. Izuku heard the faintest thread of nervousness in the teen's tone, recognized the telltale sound of anxious rambling the minute it started. His office is full of All Might merchandise and he knows more about him than anyone else in the world. Thank you, Lemillion. His hero's voice was so soft, so gentle even while staying completely neutral. Izuku knew that Togata wasn't going to take this well. Could you please tell me what happened when he first introduced you to All Might? Sorry, Izuku sighed internally. He'd known it was coming, but can I ask what this is all about? Why are you asking me so many questions about, sir? Izuku glanced at his dad, finding the man also glancing at him. Apparently, Togata had noticed this as well, his voice taking on an extra, more frantic note. What's going on? What's happened to Sir Night-Eye? Izuku winced slightly at the thin edge of exhaustion in his mentor's voice. Is currently under investigation and review to determine his capability and suitability to remain an active hero. The reaction was almost immediate. What? The blonde roared, machines flaring to life in a chorus of frenzied beeping as the teen all but launched himself forwards in the bed towards his dad. Without thinking, Izuku flicked his wrist, wrapping his capture weapon around Togata's torso and pulling it taut. In his peripheral vision, he saw his mentor's hair drift upwards from his shoulders before off-white joined his black in pinning the teen's arms to his Sikichio obasan appeared out of thin air, syringe in hand as the student struggled against their combined bindings. And he was strong. If his hero hadn't added his own capture weapon, Izuku didn't think he could hold him alone. Glancing over at his dad, Izuku took a deep breath before he stepped in closer to the bed, gripping his capture weapon between his fingers tightly. Togata-senpai. It took every ounce of will in Izuku's body not to flinch back as those wild, angry blue eyes settled on him. Togata-senpai, he wanted to let you die. The blonde stilled almost instantly, a combination of the mild sedative and Izuku's words. Emboldened by the sudden stillness, Izuku pushed forwards. We might have a way to help you, to fix what's happening to you. But in order to fix you, you have to get rid of one for all. Togata finished for him, his voice breaking on the last syllable. Izuku nodded, continuing when Togata didn't say anything else. There's a little girl whose quirk can, well, basically it can rewind things. Izuku didn't have the time to go into a full quirk science rant right now, easier to dumb it down. She needs training, but if she can get control of it properly, then she could rewind you to before you got it. Then there would be no more one for all, and your body wouldn't break itself apart. I don't. Izuku reached over and untangled his capture weapon, wrapping it back around his neck with one hand and wrapping the other around Togata's hand. I don't understand. What does this have to do with letting me die? Izuku swallowed heavily, but he didn't look back. He had stepped up and taken the reins. He would not give them back to his dad just because it got strong. Togata deserved to know the truth. When I brought this up with Night-Eye, he said no. Izuku watched Togata's eyes widen slightly. He said that he thought we were going to find a way to stabilize one for all so that you could use it, not get rid of it. He said that if you didn't have that power, Izuku trailed off, blinking a few times rapidly. Togata-senpai, he said softly, squeezing the student's hand, did you ever wonder why Sir Night-Eye had such a large agency for only 4 employees? Togata's eyes never left Izuku's face, not while he explained everything that he had noticed about Night-Eye's agency. Not while he talked about their last meeting and what they had discussed. Not while tears filled his eyes and spilled down his cheeks unchecked, while Izuku told him everything Night-Eye had said about him, and everything he hadn't denied when accused of it. Even when Izuku finished, Togata's eyes never left his. Izuku winced at the heavy rasp in the third year's voice when he finally spoke, feeling his dad slip away to find some water. He was just doing what he thought was best for me. He was looking out for me, making me into the best hero I could be. It was all for my benefit. Let this be a lesson, Izuku, his mother called through the locked door, while Izuku bled behind it. Everything I do is for your own good. You'll see that eventually. No. Izuku was surprised at the ferocity in his own voice. Startled blue eyes staring up at him told him he wasn't the only one. No, Togata-senpai. Someone who is looking out for you would never want you to suffer for your goals. Izuku swallowed thickly, forcing the lump in his throat back down. Someone who is acting in your benefit, who is really supporting you in being the best that you can be, would not prioritize anything over your health, happiness, and well-being. A warm arm draped over Izuku's shoulder, the heavy weight grounding him to this spot where nothing was red, nothing hurt, nothing was waiting for him in the dark. He reached up, swiping the wetness from his face as his dad leant over him to give Togata a glass of water and a straw. Izuku saw the teen's eyes flicker from him to his dad and back again, understanding and realization flickering through his expression briefly. The fingers in Izuku's hands squeezed gently. I'm glad you found someone to look out for you, Lacuna. Izuku sniffled loudly, squeezing Togata's hand back tightly and matching the blonde's watery grin with his own. Thank you, Togata-senpai. Now, let me look out for you. After finishing with Togata's statement, the day had been mostly a waiting game for that evening. Izuku had spent most of it in the staff room, alternating curling up with his dad, his papa and his Tosh depending on who was available at the time. The entire conversation had been strong, and Izuku didn't feel up to dealing with more people than that if he could avoid it. Luckily, all it had taken was one canary yellow sleeping bag and everyone seemed to get the message that Izuku was to be left alone. That was interesting to know. Maybe Izuku should get his own sleeping bag. But eventually the day had drawn to a close, and the building tension in Izuku's gut had grown to a crescendo that had him restless and pacing, waiting for anything to happen. Lacuna, Izuku paused, looking over to the couch in the staff room and his dad perched on one end of it. When his hero patted the seat, Izuku sighed and dropped down next to him, curling into the man's side as he wrapped an arm around his shoulders. I've been thinking a lot about this raid. Izuku shifted then, twisting enough so he could meet his mentor's eyes. I would feel more comfortable if you weren't in the assault team. I would too. Izuku sighed softly, reaching up to uncoil the end of his dad's capture weapon and twist it around his fingers. It sucks to admit it, but today was strong. I wouldn't be completely focused on the raid and that would be dangerous. The arm around his shoulders tightened and Izuku purred softly at the comfort, a little louder when his dad pressed an embrace to the top of his curls. I'm really proud of you, kid. Izuku flushed, wriggling in tightly to Shuta's side so he could hide his face in his hero's shirt. That's a very healthy choice for you to make. I know a lot of heroes who would push through until they burned out and got themselves hurt. Izuku hummed softly, enjoying the warmth of fingers rubbing up and down his arm. Do you want to sit out completely or do you feel up to helping Netsu with coordination? Whatever you want to do, I will support you in. Izuku rubbed the rough off-white fabric between his fingers, considering his options. I could help Netsu, Izuku conceded slowly, but I would be able to do that best on site, honestly. How do you figure that one? Izuku loved his dad so much. He loved that his hero wasn't being condescending, wasn't treating him like a kid. He was asking genuinely because he didn't know Izuku's reasoning. His logical mentor was amazing. There wasn't a single day where Izuku didn't count his blessings for the hero accepting his petition. That felt like years ago now, not months. Technically I could bypass their system from anywhere. Izuku shifted to a more comfortable position, but proximity gives me more wiggle room to utilize my surroundings. Above his head, Shoyuta hummed in understanding. I get it. Okay, we'll talk to Netsu and you can ride with us. Anything else, kid? Izuku shook his head, pushing up off of the couch so they could go find the chimera. After a second, his dad got up too and Izuku followed him out of the staff room. Oh, his mentor froze in place and Izuku felt the heat rise in his cheeks. He hadn't meant to sound so urgent. Sorry. I just wanted to ask if you could call Kanda-san for me. Make an appointment. His dad's eyes softened slightly, that small proud smile curling his lips again. Izuku's cheeks were so hot he was pretty sure he could boil water. It was just his therapist, it wasn't anything special. Of course, Izuku. Come on, a warm hand on the small of his back ushered him down the hallway. Let's go get you sorted. I gotta ask, Izuku glanced up from his phone to see multiple sets of eyes on him. Why is there a kid here? I know he's your apprentice eraser, but surely he's too young to be on a strike team. He's gotta be what, 14? Shouldn't he be in school or something? Beside him, his dad sighed softly, drumming his fingers on Izuku's knee. Lacuna is 15, Starshot. Izuku tucked his face into his capture weapon, just the top edge of his mask and his eyes visible, and trust me, this is exactly where we need him to be. I don't know, Eraser, a man in a weird helmet piped up, was that fur? 15 is pretty DMN young, like Starshot said, to be on a strike team. I don't know about you, but I don't want to be the reason a kid gets killed. Soft murmurs of agreement filled the van and Izuku rubbed the center of his CC with the palm of his hand, trying to ease the tension out. It was fine, he was used to being underestimated, this was nothing. It was, you're all idiots? Izuku looked up, blinking at the dark-skinned man staring him down, until you've seen what the kid can do, shut your mouths. Underestimating people gets you killed faster than anything else in this business. Rocklock. Izuku couldn't help the smile behind his mask. Good to see you again. The hero grunted softly, folding his arms across his knee. That was fine. Izuku wasn't here to make friends. 5 minutes out, Izuku's attention shifted to the hero behind the wheel of the van, bright red hair obscuring her face, game faces on people. Beside him, Izuku's dad nudged his ribs gently. What do you got for us, kid? Izuku startled slightly, looking back down at his phone. This close he could finish what he was working on and be ready to go by the time they were boots down. Okay, Izuku tucked his knees up to his CC, fingers flying across his screen. In terms of information, not much. There are blueprints of the complex that are public record, but for all we know they're not accurate. For the most part I'll be able to direct, but the chances that things are going to go haywire on that front are pretty high. Wait a second, Izuku sighed at being interrupted. Direct. The kid is our point of contact. Yes. Izuku put a little more growl into the syllable than he had meant to, but they just didn't have time for this. Get with the program or sit out. I'm what you've got. Now, as I was saying, he ignored the whispers, eyes glued to his screen. In terms of information we don't have much, but that's pretty standard with villain organizations. Everything on paper keeps people like me out of it. But what we do have, Izuku trailed off, they were just coming into range and he needed to focus. A few dozen keystrokes and his screen lit up. Grinning behind his mask, Izuku spun the stool he was sitting on around and grabbed a cord, connecting his phone screen to the large display behind him. Is surveillance. Good work, Izuku rumbled softly as his dad patted his knee. The murmurs definitely sounded more surprised and less skeptical now. Anything of note? Izuku swiped through feeds, sticking to his phone display rather than paying attention to the big screen. He could do all of this on a computer, but he'd worked on his phone for so long that he was more comfortable this way. There are a lot of feeds here, most of them aren't labeled. I can make guesses based on the blueprints for where they are, but until I see you on the screen, I'm not going to be able to give you absolute certainty. But this, Izuku tapped on a feed, ignoring the ache in his CST at the examination table in the middle of the screen, is our primary target. The labs. Whatever they're working on, we're going to find it here. Once I can locate your position on the cameras, I'll be able to direct you straight there. In and out, nice and easy. Let the other teams focus on villain takedown. Our job is identify, secure, and recover. Any questions? Izuku looked up to 3 sets of eyes staring at him in shock. What? You did all of that? Izuku almost missed the whisper from Rocklock. With a cell phone? Yeah. Izuku tilted his head confused. Did you think they just let me bring a laptop into my provisional exam? Rocklock looked like he was going to vomit or meet God. Izuku looked up at his dad, frowning at the man chuckling into his capture weapon. I don't get it. What's the joke? Kid, Rocklock wheezed softly. Eraser stifled another laugh in his capture weapon. Remind me again. How long did it take you to pass your underground provisional exam, with 4 days' notice and pro heroes as targets? Izuku blinked, confused. Had he done something special? The others were looking at him like he'd grown an extra head. 25 minutes, the van swerved slightly, Izuku threw out a hand to steady himself. It took a few minutes to get my eyesight to adjust properly when I switched the power off. I take it back. Izuku looked up at the hero, Starshot he was pretty sure his dad had called her, who was staring at him in pure shock. I take it all back. 1 minute out, the driver called back, "Be ready?" In an instant the atmosphere in the van shifted. A thrum of tension hung in the air. Izuku could almost taste it. Warm fingers squeezed his knee and Izuku looked up into rich dark eyes full of resolve. Izuku wrapped his hand over his dad's and squeezed gently as the van slid to a halt. Without a word, Eraserhead's hand slipped out from under his and the back doors swung open, all 4 heroes gone from the van in the blink of an eye. Izuku swallowed thickly, forcing down the well of anxiety in his tea as he adjusted his earpiece, eyes glued to the feeds on the screen. He had a job to do. They needed him to keep them safe, get them in and out in one piece. He would be the hero for the heroes, and Eri would never again be afraid of birds in the dark. Leaving his kid in the van was one of the harder things Shoyuta could remember ever having to do. Daytime raids, even in the evening, always had so much potential to go wrong. Zashi knew, had always known since they were in school together, what the risks were for an underground hero. That every time Shoyuta left it might be the last time he came home. But now there was more than Zashi for Shoyuta to come home to. It made things harder. Comms check. The soft hum of Izuku's voice in his ear eased some of the tension out of his shoulders while he waited for Rocklock to finish placing the steps that would get them over the wall and into an identified weak spot in the compound's security. Lacuna, sounding off, ding, when had his lizard gotten so confident? Eraserhead, Shoyuta murmured quietly, keeping his gaze on their surroundings as he adjusted the earbud, loud and clear, Lacuna. Rocklock. The dark hero grunted softly as he fixed another brick to the wall. Here. Starshot, checking in. Shoyuta wasn't a huge fan of the brunette. She had a tendency to speak first and think later that often followed through to her hero work. But in terms of range support there were very few people better equipped for this team, so he would keep his opinions to himself and trust her to keep her head in the game. Kesajiri man. Shoyuta almost missed the muffled voice from behind that frankly bizarre helmet. Reading you fine, Lacuna? Comms check, all clear. If they weren't about to head into a Yakuza compound, Shudas's would be puffed with pride at the professionalism his kid was displaying right now. All set for entry? Yeah, just give me a minute, Rocklock huffed softly, stepping back to launch the last brick at the top of the wall. It stuck at an angle, but it stuck. They could use it, that was all that mattered. Kesajiri take point. Shoyuta gestured at the man. Starshot, behind me. Rocklock, take the rear. If we need a fast route out, you're our best shot. Got it. Shoyuta really did not understand that helmet. Could he even see behind that thing? Making entry now, Lacuna. Acknowledged. Shoyuta followed the agility hero up the brick steps. The main raid force has just begun its entry, so you've got a window. I'll be watching for you. Well, Shoyuta murmured softly as the fur helmet vanished over the edge of the wall silently, let's get this show on the road. Getting in wasn't a problem, the sounds of fighting becoming more apparent as they slipped through a side entrance in single file. Nedzu had really bulked out the main raid force, using it as a distraction so that the infiltration team could get in and out relatively unscathed. So far it was working. That on its own made Shoyuta suspicious. Raids never went this smoothly. Removing Chisaki's influence couldn't have scattered them this easily, could it? We've got a problem. Shoyuta glanced over at Starshot as her voice came over the comms. None of these doors lead to anywhere except offices or back to the outside. We're dead-ended. Sighing, Shoyuta tapped his comms more out of habit than any need to actually turn them on. His usual comms unit only contacted police on signal. Open lines weren't the norm for him. Lacuna. On it, the line settled into soft, barely audible mumbling that soothed Shuta's nerves more than anything else could have in that moment. Listening to his son talk himself through whatever he was working on was so familiar, so comforting that it was on par with Zashi's hugs now. Okay, I've got you. Head back to the main room, there's Just head back. Shoyuta was already moving while Izuku cut off his own ramblings. I'll get you in. The wall was just sliding back silently when Shoyuta made it back to the large central room, stairs just visible leading down into a well-lit hallway. The three heroes with him exchanged glances before they all made their way down the steps, keeping the same formation. That kid, Shoyuta gritted his teeth together as Starshot murmured low at his back, I underestimated the hell out of him, he's crazy smart. Where'd you find him, Eraser? He found me, Shoyuta shrugged, more focused on their surroundings than the conversation. The silence was reminding him of Nitai's offices. Too quiet, too clean, too easy. It was setting his nerves on edge. I was just smart enough to keep him. I want an apprentice like that, Starshot sighed in his ear. Does he have a brother? If I had a brother, Shoyuta grinned into his scarf as the woman visibly startled behind him, he would know better than to discuss irrelevant things during an infiltration op. 3 meters ahead, take a left. Lab is at the end of the hall. Roger, Lacuna, Shoyuta could hear the amusement in Kesajiri's voice. 3 meters left. Almost there. Too easy. It was all too easy. Were there no reserve forces? Something wasn't right and it was making Shuta's skin crawl. There should be at least some opposition, shouldn't there? On a hunch, he stopped to throw open one of the side room doors, staring at the blank interior. Empty. Shoyuta breathed softly, eyes darting around the room before he crossed to the other side of the hall and the next door. Eraser? The call was quiet, he could tell, but it sounded like a shout in his eardrums as he stared at yet another empty room. Pristine, identical, not a scratch or a mark or any kind of indication it had ever been occupied by anything. Eraser, come on, we're wasting dash. Something's wrong, Shoyuta snapped, ignoring the way his voice echoed around the room. Lacuna, can you see into the rooms? Are you seeing this? That's a negative, Eraser. Izuku's slightly tinny voice was threaded with anxiety. What are you looking at? Nothing, Shoyuta hissed softly, throwing open another door. There's nothing, Lacuna. It's like the agency but backwards. Shoyuta hated that sharp intake of breath. Are you sure we're in the right place? You're in the right place. Shoyuta could hear the uncertainty shrouded in steel in Izuku's voice even as he confirmed. I'll look into it. Stay on target, Eraserhead. Affirmative. Shoyuta reluctantly closed the door and turned to face the three heroes waiting for him. Izuku was right, they couldn't afford to waste time waiting for him to look into things. They needed to keep moving and trust Shuta's kid to do his job. They were so close to the lab now. If it really was this simple, then they could be in and out in the next 10 minutes with no issues. The floor beneath Shuta's feet lurched. Oh. Shuta's balance pitched him directly into Starshot, sending the both of them crashing to the ground. Around them the walls roiled like they were made of liquid, twisting and turning on themselves until Shoyuta couldn't tell if he was in the same corridor they had been standing in before or an Escher painting. Report. Izuku's frantic voice came down the comms. I lost visual. What's going on down there? We're fine, Shoyuta groaned softly, picking himself up off of the ground and holding out a hand for the hero he'd landed on. The corridor looks like it melted. Never seen anything like it. Unless we figure out how to put it back to normal, we're stuck here, Lacuna. I don't have a notebook for you, kid, but I'm gonna need you to do your best anyway. Shoyuta grimaced at the sharp, shuddering breath down the line. Izuku was too young and today had been strong enough with Togata already. He should have made him sit out entirely, called Kanda and got him an appointment today, sent him home with Zashi to sit with Eri. But he was here now and they needed to use him. Okay. Shoyuta forced himself to ignore the tremble in his son's voice. Okay. Is it just the shape or are they a different material altogether? Shoyuta hesitated, not really wanting to touch something he wasn't sure wouldn't hurt him. It's the same material. He looked back to see Rocklock with his palm flat on the wall, solid concrete. It's just the shape that's been distorted. Okay, let me just... Shoyuta listened to Izuku drop into his soft mutterings, clinging to the familiar sound. He wasn't going to die down here with Izuku listening, he wasn't. The list of quirks we've got for the Shai Hasaikai isn't exhaustive, but we've got a good few of them and none of them really fit this list except, maybe, but it's definitely bigger than a refrigerator, so that makes no sono. Shoyuta loved that sound, the little oh Izuku always made when he realized something. Dad. Didn't Night Eye say that the Shy Hasaikai's main dealings were in trigger? Yeah, kid, their main dealings are in trigger supply, Shoyuta confirmed. What have you figured out? Okay. Izuku sighed heavily down the line. One of the ringleaders has a quirk called Mimic. He can merge with and take control of objects smaller than a refrigerator and use them like they're his own body. Trigger would amplify that, though an entire corridor is a huge upgrade. Alright, so it's a trigger-boosted quirk? Starshot sounded tense. Was she not good with small spaces? How do we get it to stop? Hang on, I need to. Starshot was pacing in the gap in the corridor, fingers twisting over themselves. Behind him, Shoyuta heard a soft grunt of exertion and turned to find Rocklock with both palms flat on the patch of wall, eyebrows furrowed and glaring at the whitewashed concrete. Lacuna, Shoyuta said slowly, staring at the hero, the faster the better, kid. I think we're on a time limit before this corridor twists down on top of us. If there was any sentence Izuku never wanted to hear through his earpiece from his dad, that would be it. He stared at the few empty camera feeds he had left, ignoring the sharp pain of his nails digging into his palms as he frantically searched for a clue. Any clue, any kind of indication as to how he could get his team out unharmed. There was no one, anywhere. Not one single person on any of the camera feeds near his dad and the others. They were all far across the complex, dealing with the main assault force. He couldn't find the villain possessing the quarry. Wait. Possessing? Rocklock. Izuku surged upwards from his stool, running his fingers over the pouches hanging from his belt as he stared at the screens. How did you know that the wall was the same material? For a moment there was nothing but silence. Izuku's heart hammered in his sidekick. Was he too late? Had they already? I don't know. The relief at hearing the hero's strained voice in his ear almost buckled Izuku's knees. I can just tell. It feels the same. But it's painted. Izuku was bouncing on the ball of his feet anxiously. This mattered. It would define his next moves. All paint feels the ish. All concrete feels the same. Izuku was moving before the man finished bellowing in his ear, ignoring the shout from the redhead behind the wheel as he scrambled out of the back of the van and took off towards the entry point they had identified at top speed. Doesn't matter if it's painted or not, it just does. Thank you, Izuku huffed softly as he leapt up to grab the brick still sitting twisted at the top of the wall and hauling himself up bodily. For once he was grateful that he was still putting on weight and muscle mass. That's all I needed to know. Can you hold it? Izuku hit the ground on the other side of the wall and tucked his head into his shoulder, dropping into a roll he'd practiced so many times with his dad, Rocklock. He knew he was panting softly as he ran, heading for the large building in the center. Can you hold it? I don't know. Izuku wished he could spare the time to care about the thin edge of panic in the hero's tone. The villain behind this is fighting me strong. I don't know how much longer I'm going to have the upper hand. As long as you can. Izuku took the stairs downwards 3 at a time, fingers fumbling with a wide, narrow pouch tucked into the small of his back. You hear me? You hold for as long as you can. I need you to give me at least 3 minutes, Rock. Just 3 minutes. Kid dash, 3 minutes? Izuku shouted, cutting his dad off. He couldn't hear the man's voice right now. He couldn't. His hero was in trouble and he couldn't lose focus now. If you can't hold out for 3 minutes against a villain, why are you even a hero to begin with? Heh, Izuku grinned at the dry, rasping chuckle in his ear. I suppose I've got it easy this time, right? No one set the sprinklers off or turned the lights out. That's right, Izuku wheezed a little, skidding around a corner too fast and almost losing his balance. You've got to hang in there long enough to prove you don't just get beaten by teenagers regularly, after all. Rounding another corner, Izuku almost ran face first into the wall. Or was it the ceiling? It was strong to tell with how twisted it was. Fishing the contents of the pouch out, Izuku swallowed thickly. He would only get one shot at this. Dad, Izuku rasped softly, bringing his fist to his lips. Love you? Izuku forced down the ache in his sissy at the soft, choked sound that echoed from in front of him and through his earpiece. Love you too, my little lizard. So much. Taking a deep breath, Izuku puffed his cheeks out and blew with every ounce of hope and strength in his body. The walls shuddered. Izuku watched wide-eyed as the walls distorted and twisted back in the opposite direction. Not enough to set them right, but enough to open the corridor back up a little. Enough to let his team breathe, enough to let them see. The first thing Izuku saw was a large, human-shaped portion of the left wall close to him still pushing forwards, straining against what looked exactly like an unseen force pushing the rest of the walls back to their original places. Still blowing the last scraps of his lungs into his fist, Izuku jabbed a finger at the anomaly. 3 pairs of startled eyes and 1 fur-coated helmet followed his finger. Without missing a beat, Starshot raised both of her hands, aiming finger guns at the mass. Izuku saw her lips move, but missed whatever it was she said as the pressure of practically empty lungs started to make his ears ring. 2 sparkling orbs of light shot from her fingertips, tearing into the concrete as if it were made of tissue paper. A bulky, blonde man tumbled from the rubble to land in a heap on the ground. Seriously, her quirk was so cool. Izuku staggering as he finally let himself take a breath, catching himself against the wall as his dad's capture weapon lashed out towards the villain. He missed whoever landed the blow, too focused in getting oxygen back into his lungs, but he heard the unmistakable sound of flesh meeting flesh followed by a heavy thud, and when he looked up the man was back in a heap on the floor and Kesajiri was closing a set of cuffs around his wrists. They should really look into seeing if the quirk suppressant's dad helped develop could be adapted for HNDCFFS. It would help with villain capture so much. Kid. Warm hands clapped down on Izuku's shoulders and he blinked up dazedly into familiar dark eyes full of concern and just a hint of exasperation and anger. Izuku leant forward and buried his face in his hero's capture weapon, breathing in coffee and vanilla and smoke and home. He was here. His dad was here. His team was okay. Everyone was okay. Yeah. Izuku sighed softly as fingers carded through his curls, tugged loose in the frantic race to get here in time. Yeah, we're okay, kid. Though you're going to have to explain what the hell just happened. You're not even supposed to be here. Izuku hummed softly and straightened, blinking in surprise at finding himself flanked by 2 other heroes with faces full of curiosity. Shrugging, Izuku held out his fist silently, waiting for his dad to hold out his hand before relinquishing the contents. His hero stared down at his hand blankly before bursting into laughter. You have got to be kidding me, Izuku grinned as his dad held up the little silver dog whistle. I didn't know you were keeping one in your costume. I don't get it, Starshot huffed softly, glancing back down the hallway, but we should get what we came for and get out of here. He won't be out for long and we don't have the means to take an arrested villain with us. Izuku blinked up at his dad, watching the man wiping tears of mirth from his eyes before handing Izuku back his whistle with a grin. We will be discussing the consequences of abandoning your post later, Izuku grimaced at that. For now, let's just finish the mission. Come on, kid. For the record, Rock Lock murmured softly to Izuku as he fell into step behind his dad, the fact that you got us out with nothing but a whistle makes me very glad I'm not an underground hero. You're going to terrify every villain you ever meet. The lab door shouldn't have been as difficult to bypass as it actually was. Izuku was glad now that he'd come inside. The hardwire connection was absolutely necessary. Whatever they were storing in here that required this level of security was terrifying and Izuku didn't even know what it was. All he had were guesses, and those guesses told him it was something to do with Ares' quirk. Be careful, Eraserhead murmured softly over the comms as the door finally slid open. We don't know what we're dealing with here. Izuku knew that. This was uncharted territory, a mission they couldn't afford to mess up by delicate stomachs or old memories resurfacing. He was prepared for anything that could lay behind that door. Or almost anything, it seemed, since he had not prepared to practically walk straight into a living person holding a gun. Izuku. Something tight wrapped around Izuku's and yanked him backwards as he was deafened by the roar of the gun echoing in such a small space. Ears ringing, Izuku blinked up at the dark ceiling of the lab from where he had landed sprawled on his back. Groaning, he pushed himself upright to find Kesajiri Man standing over an unconscious man in a lab coat, Rocklock by his side. And his dad, hunched over, exactly where Izuku had been standing. Izuku could feel the growl rumbling up the back of his throat as he pushed himself to his feet, ears still ringing too loud for any other sounds. Wordlessly, he started towards the scientist that had shot his dad, his horde, Izuku's. How dare he harm Izuku's horde? Something soft and fabric flapped against his arm, but he shrugged it off, focused purely on making that person pay for what they did. Firm arms wrapped around Izuku's and he roared wordlessly, clawing at the grip on his torso as it whirled him around. He was going to get free, and he was going to show that scientist exactly what the price was for hurting Izuku's people. They were his. No one could hurt them. It wasn't allowed. KD. Izuku's hair whipped across his face as he threw his head to the side, away from the fingers trying to touch him. Lana, Kid, Ko, and Amy. Sounds were slowly forcing their way through the ringing, quiet, desperate pleas in a voice that Izuku knew. A voice so familiar it ached in his ears. Slowly, still snarling softly, Izuku let those warm fingers touch his skin, lift his head up to look into rich, dark eyes. Dad's eyes. Hey kid, Izuku sagged slightly in the arms of whoever had him. Hey, you with me? I'm okay, I'm not hurt. See? Izuku glanced down, looking at the small cartridge in his dad's hand. No bloodstains, no visible wounds, just a little glass vial with a hypodermic needle. I'm not hurt, he didn't hurt me. We have a mission to finish, Lacuna. Come on kids, stay with me. Izuku forced his thoughts into motion. Dad was right, they had a mission to finish. For Eri, this probably what we're after. Nodding, his dad looked up to whoever was still holding Izuku tightly. He's right, this is probably what we're looking for. Take the gun, any chemicals and cartridges, any data you can find. If it looks important and it's not nailed down, we're taking it. Gotcha? Starshot's arms slowly pulled back from Izuku and he slumped forwards into his dad's open arms. We got this, you can spare a minute. Not like there's much in here to take. Izuku nodded, looking around. The lab really was empty, like they'd already cleared most of it out. Hopefully they hadn't finished. Talk to me, kid. Warm fingers brushed against his cheek and Izuku startled. He'd been zoning out again. Tell me how you got the walls back while we get everything out of here, yeah? Izuku swallowed thickly, watching his dad move around the room while he stood in the doorway. Letting the man out of his sight right now was unacceptable. Possession quirk. Had to merge with what he was possessing. Mental quirk with an emitter component, needed to be in order to make things move. Specialized telekinesis. But what's that got to do with the dog whistle? Izuku glanced over at Rocklock, rifling through filing cabinets and fishing out files. Mental quirks mean neurological mutations. Izuku shrugged with one shoulder, worked for Dad, made his quirk off. Figured it would work again. F me, Izuku giggled at the glare his dad shot at Kesajiri. You saved our asses, on a hunch. Worked? Izuku shrugged again, fixing the helmeted man with a blank stare. All that matters. That's the truth. Rocklock hefted the pile of files. I ain't gonna question the genius on how he saved my butt, I'm just gonna be grateful he did. This is all the paperwork that's here. Hopefully something in here will let you and Netsu figure out exactly what they were doing here with those bullets. I already know what they were doing. Izuku's gaze snapped to Eraserhead, panic rising at the twist in the man's mouth and the hand rubbing his stomach. He had gotten hit. He'd gotten hurt and it was Izuku's fault. They didn't even know what with. What if it was poison? Had he killed his dad because he wasn't smart enough to look around a door before he walked through it? He was so deep in his spiral of thoughts that he almost missed the 5 words dropping like stones in the silence. I can't use my quirk. I can't use my quirk. Izuku's world screeched to a halt, staring wide-eyed at his dad, his mentor, the giant of a man who had saved him and continued to save him again and again and again while Izuku continued to run headlong into dangerous situations without a second thought. It was his fault. Izuku was the reason his dad had lost his quirk, was stuck being just as useless as, hey, Izuku startled violently as heavy hands clapped down on his shoulders, dark eyes crouching down slightly to meet his green. Stop. It's okay. Not your fault. Take a breath. Shoyuta steamrolled over his half-whispered protests and Izuku surrendered, sucking in a lungful of air on command. Hold it 2, 3, 4 good, and let it go. Izuku wrinkled his nose slightly as his shoulders slumped on the exhale. There we go. Come on kid. We've got to get this stuff back to Netsu before we can deal with anything else. Can you stay with me for that long? Izuku nodded, chewing the inside of his cheek. His hero smiled that small little proud smile he reserved for the cats, Papa and Izuku alone before letting go of his shoulders to join the rest of the team in stripping the lab of anything potentially worth taking. He didn't feel like he deserved it this time. A thick cardboard box thudded solidly into Izuku's knee and he lifted his arms instinctively to grab it, blinking up at the fur-coated helmet looking down at him. "Come on, Lacuna." Kesajiri Man's voice was muffled behind his helmet as he turned Izuku towards the lab door. "Let's get this stuff back to the van. The others can catch up just fine." Izuku looked back questioningly over his shoulder to his mentor, who nodded at him. Silently, Izuku let himself be guided back into the hallway. It was probably better this way, to get Izuku out of the way before the rest of the team made their way back. One less liability for them to have to. Your mentor needs to work with you on curbing that muttering. Izuku's jaw snapped shut with an audible click. "It's going to get you in a whole mess of hot water if you're still doing it once you go solo." Izuku nodded, very carefully thinking as little as possible as he walked alongside the hero so he wouldn't start muttering again. They were almost at the stairs before Kesajiri Man spoke again, cutting the silence so suddenly Izuku almost jumped. "You can't blame yourself, you know." The teen ducked his face into his capture weapon, mouth twisting silently in disagreement. "Eraserhead chose to pull you out of the way and take the bullet for you. You didn't make him do it." "I know." Izuku stared at the ground in front of his feet as they climbed the steps, blinking in the near darkness outside. The sun had set while the raid had been going. "It doesn't make it any less my fault. If I had just looked first dash, then you would have probably taken that needle directly to the face and your mentor would be blaming himself for not sending you directly back to the van. And didn't that hurt just as much? If Izuku had just gone back to the van where he was supposed to be, would his dad have gotten hurt at all?" The courtyard was silent as they slipped out of the main building. Izuku shot a glance towards the main gate, the police car lights casting half of the street in an eerie red glow. Looked like the main raid was wrapping up. "We're still heading out through the back." Izuku nodded and followed the masked hero back the way they had come in, veering off from their entry point to a side gate further down the wall where the van was waiting already. This went surprisingly smoothly. Usually with a large-scale raid like this, you can almost guarantee something goes badly south. It did. Izuku grumbled softly, climbing into the back of the van with his box. "Thanks to me." "Hey!" Izuku winced at the bite in that one syllable. The hero sighed, slightly muffled. "Hey kid, look here a second." Izuku turned back from sliding the box of files into a corner in time to Kesajiri's helmet come off, gaping slightly at the distinctly feminine face underneath all of that fur and the thick angry scar that tore directly across their face from right temple to left jaw, cutting across one milky white eye while the brown one stared down at him. "What dash?" Izuku bit down on the end of his tongue, forcing himself not to ask. Kesajiri Man chuckled softly, voice now almost 2 octaves higher without the helmet. "My mentor." Izuku sat down on his stool while the hero talked, sitting down opposite him. "When I was your age, did not believe in coddling is how he put it." The skin puckered around the scar at the deep frown on Kesajiri's face. "I made a mistake on my first raid, didn't check the status of a down villain before turning my back on them." Izuku winced. It was one of the first things Shoyuta had drilled into his head. "Never turn your back on an unknown." Whiplash was standing in front of me. Had every opportunity to step in, just like your mentor did. And they didn't? Izuku stared at Kesajiri's wry smile incredulously. "Boy." Kesajiri dropped his voice into a mimicry of how it sounded when he had his helmet on. "If you don't suffer the consequences of your mistakes, how do you learn?" Izuku frowned at his fingers. "I've never forgotten those words." "You know what Kesajiri means." The teen nodded, still staring at his fingers. "A diagonal sword slash from the shoulder," Izuku murmured softly, looking up at the rustle of fabric opposite him to watch the hero poke at his scar. "Well, it wasn't from my shoulder, but the principle held." The hero smiled softly. "Something tells me Lacuna has some similar significance to you. Not many people would call themselves blank space." Izuku nodded wordlessly and Kesajiri Man sat forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "Listen, your dad chose to step in and take the hit. He didn't have to. He could have let you take the consequences for your own mistakes instead." Izuku shoved down the guilt crawling up his throat like bile. It was his choice and his actions. Don't diminish it by assuming responsibility for it. It wasn't in your control. Be grateful that he loves you enough to do that, learn from your mistake and move forwards. We've all been there, on the receiving end of someone getting hurt for our sake. We get it. Izuku watched the hero settle his helmet back in place, the higher-pitched voice vanishing underneath the muffled fur once more. I need to get back to the team, make sure we get everything and everyone out. Take a moment, work through what you've got going on in your head. You'll be okay, so will Eraser. He's tough as nails, that old BSRD. Izuku smothered a soft giggle into his capture weapon. A surprisingly warm hand patted his shoulder gently. Besides, if there's anyone in the world that I would believe could figure out a way to reverse whatever was in that bullet, it would be you. I mean honestly, a dog whistle. You've got to be kidding me. Izuku watched the hero hop out of the back of the van and vanish in an audible rush of wind. He really was fast. What an awesome quirk. Izuku would love to ask questions about it. He's right, Izuku startled, looking up into the bright green eyes of the red-headed hero behind the wheel of the van. He'd never gotten her name. You're crazy smart, Lacuna. Even I know that, and I only listen to one end of the comm link for the most part. If anyone's going to fix whatever happened in there, it's probably you. Though next time, give a girl a little warning before you run off, yeah. Izuku smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his neck. Almost gave me a heart attack. Sorry, Izuku felt the embarrassed flush crawling up his neck. I wasn't thinking. They were about to get crushed and the only way I could think of to try and revert the walls was… Izuku's words died in his throat, his eyes widening as he stared down at the box full of files. Revert. Lacuna. Izuku scrambled off of his stool and dropped to his knees with a solid thunk of steel, fingers delving through the neatly stacked files and eyes flicking over labeled folder after labeled folder. Lacuna, what is it? Jellyfish don't turn into something they never were. Izuku barely noticed the confused noise from the driver's seat as he pulled a folder labeled Iteration 1, 2 and flipped open the thin cardboard, tucking himself tightly into the corner out of the way as he read. He heard the team come back and felt the heavy thuds of boxes around him. He was pretty sure his dad said something to him, felt familiar fingers card loosely through his curls a few times before the hand fell away. Izuku's eyes didn't leave the words on the report in front of him, scouring the pages. Reaching the end with no enlightenment, Izuku dove back into the box and pulled out a handful of folders, stacking them neatly in his lap and flipping the next one open. There was time before they got back to UA, and none of it was for wasting. There was something that didn't add up here and Izuku was going to find it. By the time the van pulled up at UA's main gates, Izuku had pulled every single folder from its box and rearranged them, sorting testing from theory and research. There wasn't enough information here to get every fact, some glaring holes were apparent, but there was enough to get an overall picture. Looks like you got somewhere. Izuku looked up, blinking in the dim light filtering into the back of the van from the minuscule windows set into the back doors. Anything worthwhile? Some, he admitted, rubbing his thumb anxiously against the rough edge of a half-empty box while he stared down at its contents. There's not as much as I think there should be. They definitely moved some things or they weren't keeping everything there. But there's enough. That's all that matters, kid. Izuku tilted his head into the fingers ruffling through his curls, sighing softly as he let his dad haul him to his feet. Bending down to pick up his box, Izuku trailed after his mentor out of the vehicle and up the steps of the high school. The white chimera was waiting for them, paws tucked neatly into the pockets of his waistcoat. Welcome back. Nedzu's gaze shifted between them as they got closer. I gather your undertaking was successful. Somewhat, Izuku fought the urge to hide behind his hero, settling for burying his face as deeply into his capture weapon as he could manage. A few hiccups, but nothing that can't be handled. Handled? His dad shouldn't have to handle anything. It was Izuku's fault. Izuku was going to fix it. No matter what. Where are we taking these? Izuku looked up as Rocklock hefted a box higher in his arms, joining them on the steps. Not that I don't love debriefing on the stairs, but there's more than a couple of boxes here. Yes, of course. Nedzu turned and trotted off towards the open doors. This way, please. Chewing on the hem of his capture weapon, Izuku followed behind the dark-skinned hero. Hopefully wherever these boxes were going had some space and a couple of notebooks handy. Izuku was going to need them. Izuku. Izuku hummed acknowledgement with his nose practically pressed against the pages of the notebook in front of him, switching his attention between the open manila folder on the table in front of him and the scrawling notes propped up on his lap. He was close, he could feel it. There was something he was missing here. If he could just, Izuku, the table slid back out of Izuku's line of sight and he squawked loudly as the chair spun, bringing him face to face with his dad. You have been sitting here for 3 hours staring at these notes. You've not moved, you've barely spoken. You need to stop. But, Izuku sat up straighter, fingers clutching at the notebook on his lap tightly. He didn't want to stop yet, not when he was so close. What if he was one single file, one page, one word away from the answer and he missed it because he stopped now? He would never forgive himself if that happened. But Izuku had seen that look in his mentor's eyes before. He knew what that meant. He was overdoing it, and Shoyuda was not going to let him anymore. Sighing heavily, Izuku slumped in his seat and held out his notebook sullenly. They'd made the rule after Izuku's quirk incident. If Dad decided that he was overdoing it, Izuku would surrender his notebooks for the next 24 hours. It was a good rule, even if he hated it at the time. The small, soft smile that Izuku barely caught above the coils of his capture weapon made it worth it. Long fingers reached out for the pages and Izuku frowned, reaching out to catch the man's hand and turn it over in his. It's nothing, kid. Izuku flicked skeptical, disbelieving eyes up at his dad. Their idea of nothing tended to be exactly the same, which is how Izuku knew it was probably not nothing. Sure enough, the dried BLD he had seen flaking off of his hero's fingers was the result of a long, jagged gash along his forearm. If I have to give you my notebook, Izuku poked the edges of the wound gently, you have to go see Chiyobasen. Or I'm telling Papa. Fine, Izuku smiled as his dad sighed, reaching out to ruffle his curls. Come on, kiddo. Let's get the big bad scratch looked at so we can go home and eat something. Hopping off of his seat, Izuku cast one last glance back at the small meeting room, currently overwhelmed with open boxes and paperwork. Netsu had been more than happy for him to look through all of the contents. Apparently his provisional license let him join in on any part of a mission or investigation that his dad approved. Naturally, it came with the caveat that his mentor would also be liable for anything Izuku messed up, so he was being extra careful. UA was eerie at night. Izuku was pretty sure it was all of the glass. It threw strange shadows across the wall, flickers of trees moving to the wind that made him think of long fingers reaching for his face, pulling, tugging. Reaching out, he tangled his fingers in the back of his dad's shirt and stepped in a little closer. His hero said nothing, he didn't need to, just simply looped an arm over Izuku's shoulders and tugged him in against his side. If his fingers gripped Izuku's shoulder a little tighter than usual, neither of them mentioned it. Izuku wasn't entirely sure why he hadn't expected to see a light on in the nurse's office. He knew that Togata-senpai was still a permanent fixture there, that Chiyobasen would still be here because of it. He'd seen the nurse's little bedroom set up in her office. The light shouldn't have been a surprise. His dad knocked quietly before sliding the door open, warm yellow glow spilling out into the hallway. Strange, all of the fluorescent lights in the nurse's office were white and glaring. The source became immediately apparent, the small night light plugged into the wall above the nurse's desk opposite the door. Izuku was pretty sure that hadn't been there before. Rustling drew his attention to Togata-senpai, tossing and turning fitfully in his bed across the room. Even from here, Izuku could see the blackening of his fingernails, the thin sheen of sweat on his skin, the furrowed brow. It's getting worse, he murmured softly to himself. His dad's arm tightened around his shoulders but the hero said nothing. There was nothing to say. Izuku was just as helpless whether he stood there and watched the third-year student decline or he sat at home surrounded by notes and research drawing blank after blank after blank. You're here late, the soft whisper still managed to make him jump, elbowing his dad in the ribs for the soft chuckle the man tried to hide in his capture scarf, in here and quiet. He only just fell asleep. On silent feet, Izuku slipped through the doorway the elderly hero held open for them, closely followed by his mentor. Seeing Chiyobasen with her hair down was weird. He knew her bun was as large as her head, but it had never occurred to him just how much hair that was. How did she not trip over it at night? Was it a struggle to wash that much hair? Maybe he should grow his hair down to the ground, but with his curls that was probably more trouble than, if you came here to talk about your hair I'm going to have to insist you come back during office hours. Izuku clapped his hands over his mouth and flushed crimson all the way to his scalp. He really must be tired. I'm assuming that's not what you're here for. No. Izuku could hear the dry amusement in his dad's voice even through his own embarrassment. I got a scrape during the operation. It's nothing serious, but Izuku insisted I come and see you. Izuku made a face at his hero, the dark-haired man crossing his eyes back at him while the healer eased up the sleeve of his shirt. Izuku was right. He beamed in triumph while his dad rolled his eyes. This is pretty deep. You could have risked some nasty scarring and potential mobility issues if you'd left it alone. Izuku grinned smugly, pulling faces at his dad while the nurse tugged his arm closer to plant a healing embrace on it. The face pulling stopped when for the briefest moment, in the dim light of Chiyobasen's office, Eraserhead's eyes flickered red. Kid. Izuku gaped at his dad's face. He wasn't sure when he'd gotten closer, but he was practically on the tip of his toes, staring into Shuta's concerned eyes from inches away. He hadn't imagined it, had he? Wanting to see it so badly, his guilt playing tricks on him. But maybe, just maybe. Hang on, Izuku stepped back and dashed across the room to the lamp, flicking it off and throwing the room into darkness despite the quiet protests of both heroes. No, it's important. Chiyobasen, can you do that again? Embrace Dad's arm. His arm is already healed, young man, the elderly woman grumbled. There is nothing there to heal, it won't have any effect. Yes, but also no. Izuku really didn't have the time to explain properly and honestly. He was getting kind of tired of explaining everyone's quirks to them. Your quirk accelerates the body's natural healing, it doesn't actually add a healing factor. I'm pretty sure it does that by STMLTNG certain parts of the brain and accelerating certain things like herm production. We can talk about it later, but right now, I need you to do it again. It's fine, Chiyo. Izuku wasn't sure what kind of expression his mentor was making right now, but he knew that tone of voice. His dad had told him on more than one occasion that if Izuku thought something quirk-related was accurate, he would believe him. It can't hurt. Izuku leant forward slightly, eyes transfixed by the dark silhouette of his dad as the nurse leant in with a soft rustle of her robe. I wasn't imagining it, Izuku breathed, excitement dancing along his veins. It's still there. I'm not sure I understand. Izuku blinked rapidly as he flicked the lamp back on, eyes adjusting to the light. What's still there, kid? Your quirk. Izuku winced as the nurse shushed him violently, lowering his voice. Your quirk is still there. I knew jellyfish couldn't turn into something they never were. Shuta's eyes widened, staring at him blankly. He was going to have to explain. Aries' quirk? Dad, remember how I said it might be like immortal jellyfish? How they revert back? Realization was dawning slowly on the hero's face. So the drag in that syringe reverted me back to before I had my quirk? Izuku nodded enthusiastically, bouncing on the ball of his feet. But it's not gone. Izuku blurted, cutting his mentor off in his excitement. Because you've never been quirkless. You always had a quirk, even before it manifested. Your quirk factor just got cycled back. You're not quirkless. Shoyuta and the elderly nurse glanced at each other, confusion and surprise plain on their faces. But why did Chiyo's quirk work for bringing it out? I can't say for certain, Izuku hummed softly, but I would guess herm production. You've lost me, young man, Izuku sighed heavily. I believe you on the herm production aspect of my quirk. I was already fairly sure that was how it worked, but I'm not following how my quirk would help with an unmanifested quirk. In a child it wouldn't, Izuku shrugged one shoulder, but adult bodies have larger herm production. Your quirk stimulates the physical quantity the body needs, not an amount based on quirk factor. There have been theories that quirk manifestation occurs between 4 and 7 because of the maturation of the adrenal cortex, but nothing so far that definitively proves it. That's also the theory behind why we see stress and trauma quirk manifestations, as well as quirk mutations later in life. Sudden and excessive bursts of hormones, especially adrenaline, triggering a manifestation. So when you added more hormones to Dad's system, my quirk triggered. Izuku nodded excitedly, grinning at his dad's look of realization and awe. So this drag rewinds exclusively the quirk factor. I don't know entirely what's in it. Izuku started pacing, anything to burn off the excess energy and excitement. But yes, it looks like it. From what I can get out of the files, there are at least 2 quirks, Ares and someone else's that's never outright mentioned, but I would assume it's for targeting DNA specifically. So it just wound you back for a dash. Izuku froze mid-step, eyes wide and staring at the wall. He was stupid, so stupid. How had it taken him even this long to think about it? It was perfect. Dad, Izuku turned slowly to look at his hero. Dad, we need to give this to Togata-senpai. Dad, Izuku turned slowly to look at his hero. Dad, we need to give this to Togata-senpai. What? Izuku paid no attention to the hiss from the elderly woman, keeping his gaze fixed on his dad's face. You will not be giving untested drags to any of my patients. Either of you. Neither of them were paying attention, no matter how much Chiyo-Obasan ranted at them. Izuku was too focused on holding the gaze of the man staring him down, familiar dark eyes evaluating, judging, weighing. He knew this look, knew it intimately. What came next was, justify your reasoning. There will be no justifying. Izuku had never heard the healer screech at that pitch, narrowly sidestepping the vicious cane swing aimed at his shins. You're talking about giving an experimental, untrialed drag created by villains to a teenager. There is no justification. Chiyo-Obasan. Izuku caught her cane with both hands, wincing at the sting against his palms. She had one hell of a swing with that syringe-shaped stick. Just listen to me. Togata-senpai is getting worse and you know it. The sharp sniff Izuku got in return was the only audible response, but she stopped trying to yank her cane out of his grip. The suppressants were always a stopgap, they were never a cure. This is a cure, and I know. Izuku pushed through, barreling over the elderly hero's attempts to get a word in. I know that it's not from a good source. I know that it's risky and we don't know for certain what will happen. But we've got a pretty good indicator that what happens is that he won't be able to use his quirk. Izuku gestured at his hero, who nodded for him to continue, but that it won't be gone. There was silence for a moment while both the adults considered what he was saying, before the nurse spoke again. You don't know. Izuku hated that little tremble in her voice. Hated that he was the one who'd put it there. You don't know for certain that's what will happen. No, Izuku agreed, slowly letting go of the cane and watching it lower to the ground instead of swing at him again. No, I don't know for certain what will happen. But what I do know is that if we don't try, then we know that nothing good will happen. Chiyo-Obasan, Izuku sighed, his shoulders slumping in the dim light. He was so very exhausted. I don't know if Eri will get control of her quirk in time to save him. She's so scared of it. And he swallowed thickly, forcing back the waver in his own voice. I'm scared that if we don't try this, then we won't have a chance to try anything else. The tension in the room thrummed between them like it was alive. Izuku could feel every pulse of it tugging at his heart. He had given so much energy to helping Togata-senpai, so much of it. He refused to believe that it would end here, that everything would come crashing down the very minute he had found a solution. He knew it was risky, that it was dangerous. But what options did they have left? Togata-senpai wasn't going to last long enough for them to try every other option they could think of. Izuku was certain of that fact. They were out of time. Slowly, his mentor reached up to his capture weapon. Izuku's heart pounded loudly in his IT as his dad thumbed his phone out from its pouch. You cannot be serious. Izuku ran his fingers over his knuckles in repetitive patterns, trying his hardest not to crack them as he watched his dad unlock his screen while the nurse glowered at him. You're truly entertaining this foolish notion. Your child has you so wrapped around his little finger that you dash, you know. Izuku wasn't used to seeing that glare unaccompanied by the telltale red glow of the man's eyes. Whenever Izuku says something that people don't like or feel threatened by, they always try to dismiss it by bringing his age into it. Izuku's heart was in his throat as his mentor tapped a button on his screen before pressing the device to his ear. I've started using it as a litmus test, of sorts. His reasoning makes sense enough for me to bring it up with Nedzu. From there, Izuku swallowed heavily as 2 pairs of eyes swiveled to look at him, one neutral and one furious. From there we will see what happens. Izuku huddled into his seatbelt, staring blankly out of the car window at the dark silhouettes of buildings passing by. He should have known that it wouldn't be an immediate decision, that people would need to discuss and decide and it would take time, but Izuku hated it. It was all time that Togata-senpai didn't have, time that he could be pain-free and with his friends who clearly cared so much about him. To be with Tamaki. Izuka had only seen the purple-haired student with Togata-kun twice, but he'd only needed once to see how they looked at each other when they thought the other wasn't looking. It was how he'd looked at Tosh for so long. He wanted them to have time, to have the space and freedom to discover for themselves just how much they meant to each other. If they hadn't already. I know you didn't get the answer you wanted, kid. Izuku huffed softly, a short exhale of breath through his nose and a short rumble in the back of his throat. But you have to understand that there are things we have to consider with something like this. I know, Izuka sighed, slumping in his seat and picking at his nails in the darkness. I know, you can't just pump strange drags into students with no guarantee of what's going to happen without seriously thinking about it first. I just keep seeing Togata-kun in that bed, Dad. He's in so much pain and this could help him. I know it could help him. They're not even going to ask him what he wants until they've decided for themselves whether they're actually going to ask him. Izuku's voice cracked and he covered it with a scoff, scratching at his cheek in the darkness to cover a quick swipe of the hell of his palm over his eyes. He knew why this hurt so much, he just didn't want to voice it. His whole life is being decided for him by adults who say they have his best interests at heart before he's even allowed to have a say himself. His hero said nothing. There was nothing he could say really, they both knew that. After a moment of silence, warm fingers reached out to wrap around Izuku's hand and squeeze gently. Blinking tears out of his eyes, Izuku squeezed his dad's fingers tightly and returned to staring out of the window, ignoring the fist-sized lump settled tightly in his throat. If he focused on the building, the lights, the stars, anything except locked doors and smiling heroes plastered on posters and green eyes and false smiles, he could almost breathe normally. Almost. Whenever I have a strong mission, Izuku startled slightly as his mentor spoke, breaking the silence with soft, gentle words, there are two things I look forward to coming home to more than anything else. Izuku turned his head slightly, the familiar buildings of their neighborhood passing by the window as he glanced at the dark-haired man in the driver's seat. What's that? Izuku winced at the rough croak in his voice. He was hoping he sounded a little better than that. The first, Izuku squinted in the bright fluorescent lights of their apartment building's parking area, is a long, hot shower to ease out every lingering ache and wash the dust off. I just stand in the water until I feel clean again. Izuku couldn't lie, that did sound good. Just let the steam sink into his skin and ease the tension out of his muscles. Izuku ached in places he didn't know it was possible to ache. What's the second? Shoyuta hummed softly as he pulled the car into their parking spot and shut off the ignition. The second, Izuku's door opened before he could even get his seatbelt off, soft indigo eyes and lavender hair looking down at him, is the people I love. Izuku was scrambling out of his seat before he could actually get unbuckled, his hero finally taking pity on him and freeing him to throw himself bodily at his boyfriend. Strong arms wrapped around his back and Izuku buried his nose in citrus and Tosh, muffling sobs against the curve of his neck. Hey, Zu. Izuku's fingers tangled tightly in Hitoshi's shirt, familiar hands rubbing firmly up and down his spine. I hear you've had a long day. Izuku nodded, not bothering to try and talk just yet. His dad said something Izuku didn't hear, but a moment later the arms wrapped around him were squeezing tightly, hoisting him off of the ground just far enough for Izuku to take the hint and wrap his legs tightly around his boyfriend's waist. He was pretty sure he heard his papa somewhere, felt new fingers against his scalp as Tosh walked with him. Izuku knew he was heavier, that he had gained some weight since the last time Hitoshi had carried him like this, but his boyfriend didn't complain or even seem to struggle. He held Izuku like he was precious and fragile and delicate, and Izuku clung to him like he was drowning. Hitoshi would carry Izuku wherever he needed to, and wouldn't falter for a second, just like Izuku would do for his Tosh. Because they were two halves of the same whole, they depended on each other, trusted each other implicitly. His dad couldn't have done a single thing for him that was better than this. His Tosh was here, and Izuku could break now. Izuku woke up to the world being wrong. It wasn't a huge difference, nothing significant or specific that he could put his finger on. It was more like everything in his life had been moved 3 centimeters to the left. Nothing was quite how he expected it to be, ever so slightly off-center. Except it shouldn't have been. Izuku knew that. His Tosh was curled up on one side of him, his Eri on the other. The morning light filtered in through the gap in the curtain and bathed the room in softness and warmth. He had woken up slowly from deep dreamless sleep where nothing was chasing him, no shadows reached for his face, nothing was red. Izuku couldn't have asked for a better morning. He wriggled slowly out of bed anyway, curling his toes in a rug that was too rough, too scratchy on his skin. He watched his Tosh shuffle slightly on the bed, towards white hair and small hands reaching out for warmth with eyes still firmly closed. Smile, Izuku scolded himself silently, you're supposed to smile. The tug of his lips as he forced the corners upwards felt off, skin pressed too tightly against fangs that felt too sharp. It was fine, it wouldn't be the first time he'd cut his lip by accident. His hair felt too heavy, dragging his head down until it was all he could do to keep his eyes focused on the floor in front of his feet. Ignoring the slippers beside the bed, Izuku eased the door open and slipped silently from the room. The silence in the apartment hit him like a wall. It was cloying, wrapping itself around Izuku's throat and squeezing until every breath wheezed in his ears. Usually by now there were signs of life, a brightness to the home he shared with his family that only got brighter as the day progressed. Now, with the skin of his feet sticking to pine-gray floorboards and his fingers trailing along the golden-gray paint lining the walls, Izuku edged closer to the main living area. Past the ajar door to his dad's room, proving they weren't still asleep. He could feel the anxiety crawling through his the tension pressing against his lungs, but it felt distant. Like it was someone else's, he just happened to be present for it. That was fine. It was all fine. Wasn't like this was the first time Izuku had felt like this after all. He knew it would pass, that he just had to ride it out. He'd learned how to deal with it a long time ago. Kanda-san had given them words, feeling disconnected from himself and from the world around him. He couldn't think what those words were right now. Didn't matter, he'd think about it later. Right now too many thoughts wasn't an option, Izuku had to prioritize. One foot in front of the other keeping him moving forwards. Fingertips on the wall keeping him upright. One breath at a time. Mornings in the Aizauyamada household followed a routine. Every morning by the time Izuku came out, his dad would be either lounging against the counter or sitting at the dining table, at least one cat winding itself around his feet or sitting on his lap while he talked to Papa, who without fail could always be found in the kitchen making breakfast. Izuku tried to split his mornings evenly between helping with breakfast and helping with cat-based affection, but usually the breakfast won out. Ever since Izuku had come to live with them, that had always been the routine. Finding them both in the living room was a very unexpected deviation. Izuku hovered in the doorway, fingers tracing the grooves in the frame absently as he watched his papa crouched in front of the couch carding fingers through dad's hair, murmuring so softly Izuku couldn't catch the actual words. It was a gentle, intimate moment. Or it would have been if his dad had shown any indication that he knew Papa was even there at all. Izuku had seen his hero check out before after strong or dangerous missions. He knew what dissociation looked like for his mentor, but not once had he ever seen the blonde unable to coax him back. Hey, little love. Izuku wasn't sure when Papa had moved, gentle green eyes looking down at him and fingers resting gently on his head. How are you feeling? Izuku wasn't sure how to answer that question. Wasn't sure how he was actually feeling. His silence, though, seemed to be enough of an answer for the hero. Okay, sweetheart. Why don't you come sit with your dad? Yeah. He could use the company today. Wordlessly, Izuku let himself be led across the room and placed on the couch next to his hero, leaning into the man's side. He felt like a doll more than a person as Papa fussed over positioning him right, quietly talking to himself as he adjusted Izuku so that he wasn't sitting awkwardly or straining anything. It wasn't a terrible thing, not really. The blonde seemed content to do it and Izuku couldn't find enough of himself to care about being manhandled. Warmth radiated against his skin where he sat pressed against his dad, sinking into his bones and coaxing the exhaustion he could feel in his soul to the surface until his eyes slid closed on their own. It had been strong to fall asleep, even if the sleep he'd finally found was good. Izuku couldn't remember the last time he'd had a full night's sleep anyway, but last night he'd struggled with the thought of that hallway twisting just a little further, of more walls drenched in red, only this time they existed outside of his darkest nightmares. He'd really almost lost his dad yesterday, hadn't he? Cool fingers pressed against his face, smoothing away the dampness beneath his eyes. Izuku shifted slightly to blink up into dark eyes, slightly unfocused and distant. He hadn't even realized he was crying. "Hey, lizard." His hero's voice was rough, scratchy with disuse. The shadows beneath his eyes looked 4 shades darker than usual. Had he slept at all, gonna be fine. I promise. It was so like his dad, so very much like his hero, to be the one comforting Izuku right now. He was so impossibly selfless. It was no wonder Izuku couldn't quite shake his own self-sacrificing streak with a dad like Shoyuta. Without a word, Izuku moved, using what little energy he could drag out of his pit of exhaustion to crawl into the man's lap and curl up against him. Strong arms wrapped around him instinctively, and Izuku settled down to press his weight against his dad's tea as solidly as he could. He smelled less like coffee and more like vanilla right now, with a hint of something spicier that he knew was all papa. It was grounding, letting those scents surround him, keeping him more firmly in himself. Enough that he could try something he'd been practicing quietly on his own. Izuku knew he could purr. He'd seen the flicker of delight in his dad's face and the glee in Papa's whenever it happened. His Tosh loved it when it happened, but Izuku hadn't started trying to do it on purpose until recently. If his horde liked the sound, he wanted to be able to do it more often. After some careful experiments and more than one sore throat, he discovered that it required a strange mixture of flexing in his throat, humming, and even breathing. He'd only managed to do it once or twice, but that didn't stop him wanting to try one more time. If it would help his dad right now, Izuku would purr his throat bloody. It started stuttery, Izuku trying to find the right pitch of hum to activate his extra vocal cords properly, but after a few aborted attempts, a low, distinct rumble vibrated over his skin. He closed his eyes as hesitant fingers rubbed up and down his spine, slowly growing in pressure and confidence when the sound deepened, filling the stillness in the apartment. Out of the corner of one half-open eye, Izuku could see the barest glimpse of white hair, hear the softness of his Tasha's voice in quiet murmurs, joined by his papa's. But right now, even if Izuku wanted to, he couldn't focus on them. Because he could feel his hero starting to relax, muscles slowly unwinding beneath him until they were huddled in a ball of black and green in a corner of the couch with his dad snoring ever so softly against his ear. Izuku let his eyes slide fully shut and relaxed into the curve of his mentor's shoulder, letting his own exhaustion wash over him properly. The low rumble in his throat reminding him that they were here, they were both here. That they had each other and that wasn't about to change. His people were here, they were all safe. Izuku and Shoyuta had looked after each other, and would continue to look after each other. They were safe. They could rest, and when they woke up again there would be smiles, and good food, and laughter, and hugs, and love. Always love. He fell back into dreamless sleep with the thought that the smile on his face was the first one that morning that didn't ache. "Are you sure you want to be here for this?" Izuku looked over his shoulder at the hero behind him, tired face tucked firmly into his capture weapon. Izuku had seen that tilt of his mentor's head enough times to know it was hiding concern. "You've already done the legwork here, kid. It's not our job to be here right now. It's not your responsibility." Izuku could hear the underlying meaning in his dad's words. "Whatever happens next isn't your fault." "Thanks, Dad." Izuku smiled into his own capture weapon, shuffling backwards until his shoulders thudded soundly into the man's seat. "But I want to be here. I have to know once and for all." Dark eyes scanned his face, looking for something in Izuku's expression. Evidently that something was not present, since the hero simply sighed and reached up to rest warm fingers on his curls. "All right, kiddo." Izuku laughed at his mentor as the man pushed him playfully through the main entrance of the high school. "Let's go get this show on the road then. The sooner it's done the better." Falling into step just behind his dad, Izuku let the smile slip from his face and buried his chin deep into the black coils curled around his shoulders. The tension in his tea was strung so tightly it felt like every step towards Chiyo-Basin's office could snap it like an old RBB band. It had bloomed the moment his dad received the call and had yet to fade long enough for Izuku to even breathe too deeply. Every muscle in his body screamed with it. Because this was good, it was good news. Togata-senpai was going to get help. They were going to let him have a dose of the serum. He was going to be okay. So why did Izuku feel like he was walking into an execution? The door of the nurse's office loomed in front of them and Izuku's steps faltered for a moment. How were they here already? He didn't remember walking through the school, too lost in his own thoughts to take notice of his surroundings. His mentor turned, one raised eyebrow barely visible beneath tousled black waves of hair. Lacuna. Izuku had chosen his name for spite. For everyone who had told him that he couldn't. A blatant slap in the face to every naysayer, every scoff at the mere idea that someone quirkless could ever be a hero. He had expected it to be uttered in dark corners and snide whispers as he walked past. Not once, not a single time, had he ever factored in the feeling of hearing it spoken in that ever-exhausted, lazy drawl full of thinly veiled care and concern. Lacuna was a word that Izuku had chosen to encapsulate the loneliness and the struggle and the pain he had endured to get here. But Eraserhead had taken it and turned it into strength and capability and safety. It was a name Izuku would now always associate with pride. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stepped forwards and wordlessly put his hand to the door handle. Just once, just this one time, Izuku was really hoping that pride didn't come before a fall. Lacuna. Izuku barely managed to bite back a growl at the sound of a feminine voice he would have preferred to not hear again, his gaze flicking to the pristinely dressed businesswoman, flanked by two equally well-dressed men, stood at the foot of Togata-senpai's bed. A pleasure to see you again. Noda Hiroko-san. Izuku cleared his throat, picking over the syllables carefully to keep his tone as even and neutral as possible. The presence of the commission was rarely a good sign. Good to see you again, though I'm a little surprised to see the HPSC visiting UH students' bedsides. The press office truly puts a lot of legwork in. Noda Hiroko offered him a thin, tight-lipped smile that didn't reach her eyes. Looked like Izuku had hit a nerve this time. The HPSC always does its best to support Japan's heroes and hero students wherever resources can be spared. So, reading between the lines, wherever the HPSC had a vested interest that was valuable enough to spend those resources. Though precisely what about Togata-senpai warranted the presence of 3 commission representatives Izuku couldn't quite put his finger on, the potential loss of such a long-standing piece of quirk history is an event to be commemorated, the HPSC feels. Izuku's BLD ran cold. You're going to try and salvage one for all? The sharp intake of breath from directly behind him mirrored Izuku's feelings exactly. He didn't need the vocal affirmation, the aversion of the commission worker's gaze and the shifting of her stance spoke more than words ever could. You're making a mistake, Noda-san. Look at Togata-senpai. Izuku stepped forward enough to see the third-year student. Do you really want to see this happen to other people? Seeing Togata-senpai lying there, drenched in cold sweat and trembling ever so slightly as he hunched in around himself, broke Izuku's heart. 3 days. They had taken 3 days to deliberate on whether they were going to save a teenager's life or not. Izuku had cried in heart-aching rage for Togata-senpai every single day. He could see the pallor in the teen's skin, in sharp contrast with the near-black sanguine welling up beneath his nails. The bright blue eyes ringed in darkness that was starting to noticeably bleed through the iris. Togata-senpai was breaking, and Izuku wished he could let everyone who had hesitated, who had taken more than 5 minutes to make this decision, experience what the blonde was enduring for a while. Maybe they wouldn't take so long next time a hero student's life was at stake. Leave the bickering until you're out of my office. Izuku glanced over his shoulder at the gray-haired hero shuffling towards them with Netsu at her side, pushing a small silver trolley ahead of her. As long as Togata Mirio is in one of my beds, he is still my patient, and I won't have him disturbed more than necessary. Is that clear? Of course, recovery girl. Izuku wanted to GG at the saccharine sweet tone the woman put on. The HPSC wouldn't dream of causing undue stress to one of Japan's most promising future heroes. Chio-Basin grumbled something under her breath that Izuku didn't quite catch, shooting him a glare as she walked past. He knew she wasn't happy about this outcome. Part of him didn't blame her. But she knew, as well as Izuku did, that this might be Togata-senpai's last hope. None of them wanted to see him get worse anymore. Izuku knew that if this went wrong, Chio-Basin would never forgive him for it. Izuku would never forgive himself either, but they didn't talk about that part. Togata-kun, The principal laid a paw gently on the hero student's arm, whiskers twitching when the blonde flinched and hissed sharply as if the small touch hurt. "I am sorry, Togata-kun, but we do need to confirm a couple of things with you, please." "Okay." Izuka stepped into his dad's side silently, fingers clutching tightly at the man's shirt as he stared wide-eyed at the teen struggling to sit upright in the bed in front of him. Even his voice sounded distorted, almost like multiple voices layered over each other. Rich baritone and tight soprano notes filtering through at the same time, making the syllables harder to discern. And yet the one thing that could never be misunderstood was the pain. Togata-senpai hurt. You could see it in every line of tension, every labored breath and slow blink. The way his gaze shifted so carefully that you could almost feel the scraping of eyes that were too dry against eyelids that were too rough. Izuka felt sick, bile crawling up his throat like thick, black tar at every syllable that Togata-senpai managed to croak out, answering the questions to prove that yes, he was lucid and yes, he consented to the serum despite not knowing the results. There were a few moments of argument where the HPSC tried to insist that they needed it in writing and signed, but Netsu pointing out that video evidence was just as effective stilled those protests quickly. Finally, after what felt like an eon, Izuku watched Chio Basin swab disinfectant across the teen's upper arm, refusing to look away as she picked up the syringe from its little sterile basket on the trolley. He had started this, set the wheels into motion that culminated in the contents of that syringe slowly being introduced to Togata-senpai's body right now. He would see it through to the end, no matter what that end may be. For a moment, there was nothing but silence and tension. The entire room held its breath, 7 pairs of eyes fixated on the blonde boy huddled in the bed in the middle of the room. No one dared to move, not even a blink. And then Togata-senpai started screaming. Izuku wasn't sure when he'd moved. He remembered the push of his dad's hand against his shoulder and Chio Basin shouting something he couldn't make out, and then he was at Togata-senpai's bedside, capture weapon wrapped firmly around the student's wrist and ankle to pin him to the bed, and he continued to writhe and scream. If he could even call it screaming, that wasn't the right word for it. The sound tearing itself from Togata-senpai's throat in that moment didn't sound human enough to be called screaming. Izuku could pick out at least 6 different sounds, different pitches hammering at his eardrums at the same time while he pressed his palms to the hero student's shoulders to try and keep him from snapping his spine clean in two. This was Izuku's fault. He had caused this. He should have known something would go wrong. They didn't know enough. It had been a stupid gamble. He should have. Izuku. Writhing black tendrils burst from the blonde's wrists, slamming into Izuku strong enough to pitch him bodily across the room. His back hit the wall above Recovery Girl's desk, and he was sure he felt something crack in his ear as he slumped down on the wood and paperwork. Someone was screaming. A real, human scream blending into the feral screeching still pouring out of Togata-senpai's lungs as if he didn't need to breathe. Dragging himself up off of the desk, Izuku swayed on his feet and blinked the blurriness out of his vision as he tried to get a good look at the situation. The mass of black filling the room looked like nothing Izuku had ever seen before. Was it a quirk? It had to be part of One for All, a defense mechanism maybe. Whatever it was lashing out blindly and indiscriminately. Togata-senpai seemed to have absolutely no control over it whatsoever. They needed a way to get it under control, to get it to stop for long enough to get to Togata-senpai. They needed to calm him, or sedate him maybe. Anything to stop whatever was happening to him right now. Izuku swallowed the copper on his tongue as he took a step forward. He needed to help, needed to see this through to the end. He'd promised himself. A thick coil of glowing black lashed out towards him, aimed directly at his face. Was this going to be it? Could he get out of the way in time? As abruptly as it had burst forth, the tendrils vanished, dissipating out of thin air in front of Izuku's very eyes. The silence rang in his ears, a different kind of scream that felt just as unnerving to Izuku. "I can't hold it." Izuku looked over at the bed, eyes widening impossibly at his dad standing there with crimson eyes and gritted teeth, clutching the bed rail until his knuckles turned white. "You gotta knock him out or something, Chio." No. The nurse snapped out of her stunned reverie, hustling at a speed Izuku would have never believed she could still move at her age. In a matter of moments, Togata-senpai slumped heavily down onto the bed and his dad swayed on his feet, blinking rapidly as his quirk faded again. Izuku stumbled across the room, unsteady on his feet as he made his way to his mentor. "Hey kiddo." Fingers shifted to squeeze Izuku's gently when he covered his hero's hand on the rail with his own. "You okay?" Izuku nodded, resting his forehead tiredly against Eraserhead's shoulder. His CC hurt a little, but it could wait a while. "Looks like you were right about the adrenaline thing. I'll be good as new in no time, just you wait." "Good, that was good." Izuku was glad his dad was gonna be okay. "What?" Izuku sucked in a breath, wincing a little. He felt like he was a few moments away from an anxiety attack, just couldn't catch his breath properly. "What about Togata-senpai?" "He's sedated for now." Izuku flinched at the ferocity in Chiyo-Basen's voice, the pure anger. "We'll just have to wait and see what happens when he wakes up. Right now there's nothing we can do." "Okay," Izuku panted softly, frowning at the slight wheeze at the end of his exhale. His anxiety was through the roof, he couldn't get his pulse under control. "So what? Kid?" An arm wrapped tightly around Izuku's T as his knees buckled and he cried out. "That hurt." His CHST hurt. "Stop squeezing it." The air buzzed in his ears, voices fading in and out like TV static. Toward lung, breathing his labo. The wall so strong. Him on a bed now. Izuku was fine, he would be fine. He just needed his CST to stop hurting and his anxiety to let him breathe. That was all. Someone pressed a soft embrace to his cheek and Izuku couldn't help the small smile that curled his lips as he dropped into the warm, inviting darkness of sleep. The affection was nice, even if he didn't feel like he deserved it for failing Togata-senpai that badly. He hoped the blonde would be okay. He had to be okay. Izuku could never forgive himself if he wasn't. Izuku woke to harsh white light and soft fingers combing through his hair. It was nice, though he could have done without some of the glare in his eyes. "Hey Zu." Izuku shifted his head, blinking slowly up at soft indigo eyes staring down at him. "We've got to stop starting dates like this, I always feel overdressed." Izuku huffed a soft laugh, nuzzling his head against the hands still pressed in his hair. His tosh smelled like citrus and home, drowning out the acerbic tang of disinfectant that made his head ache. "What happened?" Izuku struggled to sit up on his own for a few moments before Hitoshi gave in and helped him, palm pressed firmly between his shoulder blades. "What do you remember?" A plastic cup of water entered his field of vision and Izuku wrapped his fingers carefully around it, taking small sips as he stared at the flimsy curtains surrounding the bed. He remembered coming to UH for Togata-senpai's serum and the HPSC being there. He remembered the screaming, so much screaming. He'd never figured out who the other scream was, though he'd have put his money on Noda if anyone had asked. The weird black things that had, "Is everyone okay?" The curtains were drawn all the way around the bed. Izuku couldn't see anything except faded abstract patterns. "Is Togata-senpai dash? I think after everything you should probably just call me Mirio, Lacuna." Izuku's head whipped around at the chipper voice directly beside him, staring blankly at the face floating on the curtains. Floating on the curtains. "Togata." Izuku tensed and shuffled a little closer to his tosh, lacing their fingers together as soft bootsteps got closer. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't traumatize my apprentice the moment he wakes up." Izuku was barely aware of the shift of the curtains where Mirio's face was. He was too intently focused on the dark-haired man stepping around the edge of the curtains, searching for injuries and only relaxing when no visible signs made themselves immediately known. "Hey kiddo. How are you feeling?" "Confused, mostly." Izuku felt his Tosh's fingers tighten around his hand as his dad perched on the end of the bed. "What happened?" "I know I haven't had a bad anxiety attack in a while, but I didn't expect to dash." Izuku cut himself off with a frown as his mentor barked a surprised laugh, turning his head to meet Hitoshi's incredulous stare. "What? Kid?" Izuku could still hear the barely restrained laughter in his dad's voice. "Kid, that wasn't an anxiety attack. You broke a rib when you hit the wall and it punctured your lung. You passed out because you couldn't breathe properly." Izuku's eyes widened and he looked back at his Tosh, his heart sinking when the lavender teen nodded his own confirmation. He'd done it again, gone and gotten recklessly hurt and worried his boyfriend unnecessarily. He was a terrible person, he wouldn't be Tosh if he decided to. "Hey." Izuku's train of thought stuttered to a halt as knuckles rapped lightly but firmly against his forehead. "Stop, Zu. This was different. You didn't jump in the way to sacrifice yourself so that someone else didn't get hurt, you were trying to stop everyone from getting hurt. Yourself included. Izuku frowned, tilting his head slightly as he examined their linked hands. Those sounded like the same thing to him. Were they not the same thing? The weight at the foot of his bed shifted slightly and Izuku looked up into understanding, dark eyes. The difference is, Izuku relaxed a little more as his mentor's tired drawl slipped into the more alert, instructor tone he used when they trained. Good he wasn't mad either, is that you didn't plan to get hurt. You stepped in front of a bullet knowing that it would hurt you, but you did it anyway with no regard for your personal safety. This time you weren't planning to get hurt in order to stop someone else getting hurt, you didn't place someone else's well-being above your own. That actually made sense. Accidents happen, Lizard, especially in hero work. Both of you are going to get hurt sometimes. The trick is to avoid getting hurt as much as possible. Can't save anyone from a hospital bed. Yeah, Izuku was pretty sure he could do that. If it meant having his Tosh here and not upset, he could definitely try his best. Is it safe to come in? Izuku looked up at the billowing of the curtain behind his dad's head, like someone was knocking on it, a wide smile curling his lips as two heads of blonde hair poked around the side. Knock knock. Papa. Izuku reached out with his free hand, not willing to let go of his Tosh and ignoring his dad's eye roll and mutter about his loud family. His papa was here, dropping down onto the bed in front of him and cupping Izuku's face with both hands to turn it this way and that with a beaming smile Izuku would never get tired of seeing. Look at you, one day of sleep and you look less like your dad and more like me. Izuku couldn't help the giggle, smiling as the blonde hero's thumbs stroked affectionately over his cheeks. Papa loved his hugs, but this kind of physical affection from the man meant that he'd been worried. Izuku could see the glimmer of relief in gentle green eyes searching his face, definitely a sign that you need more sleep, little love. I found this listener loitering around outside the curtain and thought you might like to see him too. Izuku looked up over his papa's shoulder, his eyes widening slightly at the other blonde standing there smiling at him. Hi, Lacuna. Mirio turned this way and that, raising his arms to flex them while he beamed brightly, looking pretty good, right? Who knew a couple of months in bed would be so refreshing? Mirio was right, Izuku realized he looked good. The longer he looked the more surprised he was. The discoloration around his fingertips was gone, the malformation of his fingernails. He was standing upright with no noticeable discomfort or pain, he was smiling. Izuku couldn't be 100% sure, but from this distance he was pretty sure that the discoloration in his eyes was gone too, just a deep, rich, sapphire blue left behind. It was a massive transformation. Sure, his uniform hung loosely around his shoulders and he was wearing baggy sweatpants instead of regular pants. You could tell he'd lost quite a lot of weight and presumably muscle mass during his stay here. But the turnaround was astonishing. Izuku's gaze shifted from Mirio to his dad, seeing the amusement and a glimmer of something else in the man's eyes. Are you sure I've only been asleep a day? The 4 barks of laughter around him should probably have made him feel more embarrassed than it did. Yes, problem child. His mentor reached over Hisashi's shoulder to ruffle Izuku's curls, Dad's chin resting on Papa's shoulder. It's been a little over 20 hours. Togata woke up around 5 hours ago, gave everyone a miniature heart attack when he fell through the bed, and has been running around full of energy ever since. He's fine. Izuku glanced over at the blonde teen, who grinned brightly at him. He'll have to go through quirk training all over again to get his control back properly, but he's fine. Izuku nodded, relieved, before what his mentor said actually registered properly. Wait, Izuku leant forward, tugging on his grip on his Tosh's hand to get a closer look at Mirio. Fell through the bed. Quirk training. His gaze flicked between the teen and his dad. So your quirk is? Back to normal. Mirio chirped cheerfully, taking a deep breath and puffing his cheeks out in an imitation of a very excited hamster. Almost immediately, the teen vanished out of sight, the clothes dropping into a pile on the ground and a loud groan from his mentor, the only indications that the blonde had actually been there in the first place. Izuku watched wide-eyed as the teen shot up out of the ground and landed gleefully on the ground one more, striking a pose that very clearly indicated that he had forgotten he was completely naked, Not as easy to use as it was after Izuku couldn't help the wince as the smile on Mirio's face faltered for a moment before brightening again, after all the training I did in my second year. But that's okay. I know what to do to work on it again this time. Maybe Lacuna can help you with that. Izuku looked up at his papa's beaming smile as fingers ruffled his curls affectionately. I'd put good money on this genius right here having ideas for your quirk that you've never even considered, Lemillion. Izuku looked back at Mirio to find the blonde studying him, curiosity etched into every line of his expression. Nervously, Izuku cleared his throat. If he could help, then he definitely wanted to. That was your quirk, right? Mirio nodded and Izuku hesitated, anxiety making his skin itch. This guy had been Sir Nightai's intern. Izuku had caused the investigation into the hero, cost the blonde his mentor. Would he even want Izuku's help? Yeah, it's called permeation, Izuku blinked, perking up at the quirk name and the unfaltering cheerfulness in Mirio's voice. I can become intangible and phase through solid matter. It's strong to use because I can't control what permeates and what doesn't, so I can pass through a wall but light and oxygen pass straight through you while you do. Izuku was pretty sure he hadn't been so excited to hear about a quirk since his Tasha's, so your permeation has a time limit to it or you suffocate. Physics applies. You don't get stuck. Izuku ignored the confused noises around him, focused completely on the beaming smile widening on Mirio's face. It does. Newton's laws of motion were super important to figuring out how to make the most of my quirk. Izuku squeaked softly with excitement, squeezing Hitoshi's fingers tightly. Oh, he wished he had a notebook right now. He had so many ideas. What would happen if Mirio took a certain stance on being expelled? Would aerodynamics have the same applications? What about the variance of weight versus mass? There were so many variables to consider. Okay. Izuku jumped as an arm wrapped around his waist, a sharp chin pressing into his shoulder. You can ramble later. Right now you need rest. Recovery girl said it would take time for you to feel completely better and doing too much at once could make it worse. I don't want my boyfriend wearing himself out already. Izuku hadn't heard that tone of voice from his Tosh before, but he was fairly sure he'd heard it coming from his own mouth once or twice. Hitoshi was feeling possessive. Over him. All right, Tosh. Izuku turned to press his lips against soft lilac hair. He wasn't sure why Hitoshi would be, but if his boyfriend was feeling insecure then Izuku would do whatever he needed to feel better again. I'll get some rest. Stay with me. Some of the tension in his Tosh's shoulders eased and Izuku relaxed a little, relieved he'd done the right thing. Of course, Izuku let himself be tucked back into the sheets, his papa fussing over him for a few more minutes while Hitoshi climbed up onto the bed beside him to card fingers gently through his hair. His love was right. Izuku could already feel the exhaustion washing over him again. Get some sleep, kid. Izuku felt warm fingers in his hair, blinking up at his dad sleepily. We've got some paperwork to do with Chio and then we'll take you home. You can wake up in your own bed. We'll talk when you're better, Lacuna. Izuku almost missed the hushed whisper from the end of the bed. Thank you again. For saving me. Izuku cracked his eyes open long enough to flash the blonde being ushered out from the curtain by his papa a smile before cuddling into his Tasha's side. Call me Izuku? Logically, Izuku knew that he wasn't in trouble. The serum had worked. Mirio was healthy and hale once more in spite of the rather dramatic way his body had reacted to it. From his mentor's account of things, Izuku had been the only one actually injured and the HPSC had filed no complaints against him for the situation as far as he was aware. Things had worked out. He wasn't in trouble. So why the principal's office door looming over him filled him with dread, he had no idea. The warmth of an arm wrapping around his shoulders and pulling him in tightly was nice. Grounding. Izuku tilted his head back slightly to blink lazily up at his dad, relaxing into the reassurance of just having the hero next to him. Nothing felt impossible with his dad here, nothing felt too much to face. He could ignore the little voices whispering in the crevices of his consciousness, telling him that the HPC would blame him for the loss of One for All and that they would make him pay for it. That he had been reckless and it was only pure dumb luck that Mirio had survived, never mind that he was okay. That he was one stupid move away from everyone deciding he wasn't worth it anymore and giving up on him. That Nedzu wanting to see him was the first of those people making that decision. Come on, kid. Izuku latched onto the scratchy rumble of his mentor's voice, vibrating in the man's as he pressed against Izuku's shoulder. Let's get this over with. I need coffee and we're not finding that in Nedzu's office. Nodding, Izuku leant slightly into the arm around his shoulders, chasing the warmth as it slipped away so his dad could reach out to rap on the door sharply. The click of the catch opening was near instantaneous. Shuda's knuckles had barely touched the wood before it was SW&G open. So the Chimera had been watching, then. Waiting, no doubt, to see what they would do. What Izuku would do. Turning his head, Izuku met the gaze of those black beady eyes unblinking. For a moment the tension between them was so sharp Izuku could have used it to cut his hair, but as quickly as it crested it vanished, leaving Izuku both tense and confused. What was going on? Shuda-kun, Lacuna. Izuku dug his thumbnails into his palms, fighting the urge to hide behind his dad. Do come in. Nedzu. Izuku followed his mentor into the principal's office, closing the door quietly behind them. Any opportunity to let his dad talk during this meeting Izuku was absolutely going to take. It's unlike you to ask for a meeting this early in the day. On the contrary, Shuda-kun. Izuku slid into the seat next to the hero. I regularly schedule my meetings in the mornings in order to deal with the most significant or unpleasant task of the day as early as possible. If one must eat a frog, it's best to get it out of the way rather than spend a day dreading it. So with that in mind, Izuku jumped slightly as Nedzu clapped his paws together, grinning sharply at them. Let us eat our frog. That analogy did not bode well for Izuku. Aizawa Izukuin. Izuku tried not to hunch in on himself, he did. But he was waiting for the blow regardless. The Hero Public Safety Commission would like me to extend gratitude on their behalf for your pivotal role in both the raid on the Shai Hasaikai compound that resulted in the apprehension of over 24 Yakuza, as well as the identification of the serum being produced therein and the subsequent preservation of the life of one of the next generation's most promising hero students. As such, the Chimera paused, bending down out of sight for a moment before placing a small, metallic silver case on the desk. I have been authorized to present you with this reward in recognition of your contributions. Since hero apprentices do not receive payment for their endeavors. What? Izuku stared blankly at the Chimera before looking down at the silver case, bright and shiny against the varnished mahogany. A reward. From the HPSC. There was no way. This was a joke. What did his dad call them? A logical ruse. They were trying to trick him into something. He was going to open this case and an assassin was going to drop out of somewhere. No, that didn't make any sense. They wouldn't need to call him into a meeting for an assassin. Maybe the case itself was poisoned. Maybe they'd found out about his allergies and filled it full of bees. Izuku couldn't hear any buzzing, but just because he couldn't hear it didn't mean that there weren't. Kid, Izuku's jaw clicked shut and he winced. He'd just muttered all of that out loud, hadn't he? If there are actual bees inside that case, then I will be impressed. Why don't we just open it and deal with whatever is inside once we know what it is? Sucking in a deep breath, Izuku glanced at his hero before nodding, teeth cutting into his bottom lip. It was fine. Eraser was here. He'd promised not to let the monsters get him. He always kept that promise, no matter what. Izuku watched his mentor reach out for the case, watched long fingers press the catch and slowly ease the lid open to reveal the contents. Contents that neither of them were prepared for. This isn't real. Izuku leant forwards, wide eyes flicking up to Nedzu's face and the carefully crafted neutrality he found there. There's no way the HPSC would give me dash. I assure you that it is, in fact, quite genuine. Nedzu shifted slightly in his chair, the slightest sparkle of mischief glinting in those eyes. The representative I spoke to regarding this matter told me to find a suitably fitting reward for your contributions. I deemed this a fitting reward. Nedzu. Izuku clasped his trembling fingers together on his lap tightly, barely noticing the extra hand curling tightly over both of his. He didn't understand what was happening here. Nedzu, this is a dose of the serum. The same serum that we gave to Mirio to fix his quirk. Why would you give it to me? I don't have a. Izuku froze, staring at the widening grin on the Chimera's face. Oh, we have no guarantees that it would have any effect on you at all. Izuka felt the fingers wrapped around his hands tighten ever so slightly, heard the gentle intake of breath as his mentor caught up with the conversation, but empirical evidence suggests that it would, and even if it didn't, would present no danger to you. But if it does have an effect, I could revert my din back to before my... Izuku's throat closed around the words, choking him for a moment. Before my din was altered, then things would be different. Netsu nodded across the desk, black eyes studying him curiously. Izuku's mouth felt dry. He had expected, prepared for a lot of different things from this meeting. Punishment. Having his provisional license revoked. He'd half expected the HPSC to be there themselves to take him into custody for whatever reason they could think of. There was nothing he could have done to prepare himself for this. Not in a million years. Izuku could have been sitting in front of a sincere, handwritten apology from All Might, and it would have been more believable than this. For so many years Izuku had dreamed of suddenly gaining a quirk. He'd imagined it so many different ways throughout his childhood. What it would be, how it would work, how the people around him would treat him now that he was quirked. Now that he wasn't useless anymore. Gentle pressure on his hands drew Izuku's attention, looking up into impossibly dark eyes full of calm and patience and safety. Things were different now, Izuku realized. He had people now. People who loved him, exactly as he was. Who hadn't needed Izuku to have a quirk to see him as worthy, to believe in him and his ability to do whatever he set his mind to. He had family. Did he need a quirk? Would it change anything? You don't need to decide now, lizard. A calloused thumb rubbed circles over the back of Izuku's palm. There's no rush. This is a big decision to make. Izuku ran his tongue around the inside of his mouth, searching for moisture. I need time. To think about it. Can we? Glancing across the desk, Izuku relaxed at the calm smile on the chimera's face. Of course, Izuku. One paw reached out to close the case with a soft click. I will see this kept secured for you, out of the way of prying eyes and inquisitive fingers. Should you decide you would like to retrieve your reward, you will have but to ask. Izuku nodded, still reeling a little. None of this felt entirely. Thank you, Netsu. Izuku's dad shifted slightly beside him and Izuku zeroed in on the movement, happy to let his mentor speak for him, if that's all. Indeed it is, Shudakuen. Izuku let the hero pull him gently to his feet, slumping into the man's side. I do believe it is well past your allotted coffee time, and your son could use some fresh air. Do have a good day off. Izuku barely noticed the walk from the principal's office to the car, still lost in thought. A quirk. He could get a quirk. Did he even want one? If he wanted a quirk, wouldn't he have accepted one for all when All Might offered it? That felt like ages ago now, not barely over a year and a half. He had come so far, done so much without a quirk. Would he waste all of the strong work he'd put in, all for the sake of a quirk? Hey! Warm fingers pressed against Izuku's cheeks, turning his face upwards to meet his dad's eyes. Look at me, kiddo. You with me? His hero waited until Izuku nodded, thumbs stroking up and down in front of his ears. Listen to me. No matter what you choose, quirk or no quirk, I will not love you any more or any less. It's impossible for me to love you more, Izuku. Oh, Izuku's wasn't usually that warm. Zashi will love you no matter what, and that boyfriend of yours would fight the world for you, I'm pretty sure. Whether you have a quirk or not does not matter. Not to any of us. Izuku rasped, sniffling softly. He wasn't entirely sure when the tears had started, but by the sound of his voice it had probably been a while. Can we go home please, Dad? The hero smiled softly, thumbs swiping away the dampness on Izuku's cheeks before pulling him into a hug that Izuku was all too happy to sink into, relaxing into the press of lips against the top of his head and the smell of coffee and smoke and vanilla and Dad. Yeah, kid. Izuku felt more than heard the soft hum of his dad's voice, thrumming soothingly against the ear pressed to the man's let's go home. Finding his dad slouching against the wall watching Mirio and the blue-haired girl from the raid leaping around with more energy than Izuku could hope to have in an entire week almost made it worth the 5 other gyms he'd gone to first. Almost. Spending the morning sitting in a corner poring over the documents from the Yakuza compound had made him stiff and his legs were not appreciating the extra work in the slightest. But seeing that beaming smile on Mirio's face chased away some of that ache with the warm, fuzzy feeling that suffused itself into his bones. "Hey kid." Izuka dragged his feet over to his hero, slumping against the man's side underneath his raised arm. "Finally got sick of looking at those files?" Grunting softly in acknowledgement, Izuku tucked his face into his capture weapon and settled in comfortably against his dad's side, luxuriating in the warm arm wrapped around his shoulders as he turned his attention to the pair of students on the gym floor. Now that he paid attention, the girl wasn't doing any actual leaping around but rather flying around, which Izuku found fascinating all on its own. There were no visual indicators as to how she was flying, which made it all the more curious. He would love to ask her questions, poke around and find out what fascinating ability the universe had given her. Was it just flight? Logically, no. Something was creating her gravity-defying state and it wasn't wings, so it stood to reason that there would be other applications. "Maybe, if you're going to ask Kato questions," Izuku jumped as his dad's voice startled him out of his train of thoughts. "Please do it when I'm not present. If you love me even a little, kid, spare me that." Izuku wasn't entirely sure what to make of that plea, but it sounded like an excellent piece of information to keep hold of just in case. One can never have too much ammunition against too many people, after all. For now he said nothing, keeping his attention on the teens. Something was off, he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Watching Mirio jump around, chasing the blue-haired girl with bright smiles and bold laughs, finally the realization hit him. He's not using his quirk? Izuku frowned. Isn't he supposed to be? I thought that's what these after-school sessions were for. They are, his dad sighed gently, squeezing Izuku's shoulder. He's struggling with activating it consistently right now, so we're working on that. Izuku nodded, watching Mirio for a moment longer before his gaze drifted, dark violet hair catching his eye. Reaching up to pat his dad's hand, Izuku slipped out from under the hero's arm. "Well, you should probably work on it then." Instead of slacking off, Izuku grinned, backstepping out of the way of the playful swat of his hero's hand. "I'll be up on the spectator walkway when you're done." Izuku turned on his heel, lifting a hand to wave at Mirio as the blonde shouted a greeting his way between leaps. Seriously, so much energy. Izuku had just enough left to carry him up the steps to join the other watcher present, draping his arms over the edge of the barrier to rest his chin on the rail. Anyone who thought reading wasn't exhausting clearly had never done it right. Aside from a quick glance in his direction, Amajiki-san hadn't made any indication that he had even noticed Izuku's presence. That was fine. Izuku had learned a long time ago thanks to his Tosh that you didn't always have to talk to someone to be friendly. The violet-haired student hadn't moved away when Izuku had joined him. That was good enough for him. If he wanted to talk, then he would. "Thank you." Amajiki's gaze never left the duo as he spoke, the boy's voice barely audible over the din the pair below were making. Izuku wasn't entirely sure he hadn't imagined it, for helping Mirio. "Thank you." "Oh." Izuku scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. It's nothing really." "It's not nothing." Izuku could hear the slight tremor in the teen's voice, could see the rigidity in his posture and the white-knuckle grip on the railing. He knew what anxiety looked like, and Amajiki-san had it in spades. "You saved him. Without your help he would be." Izuku stood up straighter, resting his forearms on the railing as Amajiki-san regained his composure. "He wouldn't be smiling again without you." He was in pain. Izuku kept his tone gentle, picking his words carefully. Anyone would have done the same if they could. He wasn't expecting the soft, barely there laugh from the other boy, turning his head to watch the student's shoulders shake with mirth. "You're just like him." The smile on Amajiki's face was small, barely there as he watched the blonde stop in his jumping around to talk to Eraserhead about something while Izuku was trying to process being compared to Mirio. Even by Netsu's standards, the blonde was the current forerunner for this generation's #1 ranking, while Izuku was a quirkless kid who couldn't even get into a hero school, barely scraping by on his apprenticeship and heading for underground heroics where the rankings didn't matter. The two of them were like night and day. "How do you figure that?" The smile on Amajiki-san's face widened slightly. The longer Izuku watched, the more certain he was that that smile was not for him. "The first time I met Mirio, he came over and talked to me. I was the transfer kid. It felt like everyone else already knew each other, and it was terrifying having to introduce myself to all of these strangers. I didn't have the courage to insert myself into any of the groups. But Mirio called out to me without a second thought. It didn't even occur to him not to. When you walked into our classroom and took Mirio away, no one had asked you to do that, had they? Izuka shook his head. I thought not. You heard that someone was hurting and you stepped in to help. It didn't even occur to you not to. You're the same. When Amajiki-san put it that way, Izuka had to admit he had a point. It hadn't occurred to Izuku not to help. I'm training to become a hero, Izuku shrugged, ignoring the heat creeping up his face. Heroes are supposed to help people? That's true. Izuku could see the relaxing of Amajiki-san's posture the longer they talked, could hear it in his voice. But he was in a classroom full of hero students and the only people who tried to help him were me and Nijire-chan. Not that we could do much, he's so stubborn sometimes. He puts a brave face on everything. Izuku propped his chin on one hand, listening to the fondness creep into the teen's tone. Sometimes I think he'd still be smiling like that as he took a bullet for someone. If it would reassure the person I was taking the bullet for, I would too. Izuku grinned as Amajiki-san chuckled quietly, eyes still fixed on the blonde below as he shook his head. Exactly the same, the pair of you. You can't save more people if you get injured, you just make the people who love you worried. Get out of the way of the bullet, don't stand in front of it. I'll try to remember that next time. Izuku grimaced slightly, resisting the urge to rub the scarring on his stomach. Luckily, Amajiki-san didn't ask and Izuku didn't offer up any more of that particular story. Hurting his tosh like that still sat heavily in his heart. For a while they stood there in silence, Amajiki-san fixated entirely on Mirio below and Izuku alternating his attention between the blonde, his dad and the student beside him. Have you told him? Izuka felt a little bad when Amajiki-san startled at the sound of his voice, the third year flicking a questioning glance his way once he regained his composure, that you love him. Have you told him? For a moment, Izuka thought he was going to have to apologize for misreading the situation before a fond smile curled the corner of the teen's lips ever so slightly. No. I haven't. Izuku's face must have shown some of his confusion. He's my best friend. He knows I care about him dearly. But some things are best kept to ourselves. But what if he feels the same? Izuka couldn't help but think about every time he had found Amajiki-san sat beside Mirio's bed, the quiet conversations he had accidentally interrupted. You won't know if you don't say something. For the first time Amajiki-san turned his attention fully to Izuku, the slightest hint of weariness in the sad smile on his face. Trust me, I know. Izuku opened his mouth to ask how he could when the third year gestured down to the gym floor, drawing Izuku's attention to the blonde's arms wrapped snugly around the blue-haired girl's waist, her arms draped loosely over his shoulders as they talked and laughed quietly while taking a break. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Izuku looked back up at Amajiki-san, still smiling fondly down at them. I'm happy for him. Izuku hummed softly, tucking his face into his capture weapon snugly. I don't know that I would be in your position, Izuku admitted quietly. The thought of Hitoshi with someone else is. Amajiki-san nodded, hair falling in front of his eyes with the motion. That's fair. He's your boyfriend after all. But Mirio was never mine, not like that anyway. Izuku nodded. It made sense. Not all love is reciprocated. It would hurt both of us for me to force mine on him. Sometimes, Lacuna, love isn't about gripping the things you hold dear tightly to your sisti. I love Mirio, and I want him to be happy. If Izuka hadn't been watching closely, he would have missed the slight falter in that smile, even if that happiness doesn't include me. I think, Izuku started slowly after a moment of quiet, that you are one of the strongest people I've ever met, Amajiki-san. I hope you find happiness of your own soon. The violet-haired teen nodded silently and Izuku took that as his cue to leave the teen alone for a while. The conversation had gotten considerably deeper than he had expected it to. He was halfway to the stairs leading back down to the gym floor when he heard it, barely a whisper from this distance and punctuated by a bellow of laughter from Mirio below. I do too. In the many years since his emancipation from the laboratory cages of his youth, Nedzu had never been quite so disappointed as he had been on the day Midoriya Izuku had sat on the opposite side of his desk and refused to become his student. It was difficult not to look at the young apprentice and not see a burgeoning waste of potential sometimes, potential that Nedzu could have helped to hone. Seeing the young man now, huddled among haphazard stacks of files and scribbling furiously in a cheap notebook resting on one thigh with a laptop balanced precariously on the other, he couldn't help but feel once again that Midoriya Izuku was squandering the opportunities he had been offered. Lacuna, Nedzu could admit, at least, that he was a little grateful he didn't have Midoriya Izuku as a personal student for one singular reason. Those were predator eyes, and he never felt entirely safe under their scrutiny. How fares the search for answers? Nedzu, the teen tucked his chin into the black fabric coiled around his shoulders, a move so blatantly adopted from his mentor. You've got excellent timing. I could use your help, please. It took considerable effort to keep his posture neutral when his ears wanted to perk up in interest. An opportunity to prove to the apprentice that he was missing out by refusing to study with him was an opportunity that Nedzu refused to waste. Of course, it was impossible to keep the cheeriness out of his voice, so he didn't bother to try. Stepping around a small pile of papers stacked neatly near the doorway, Nedzu edged closer to the teen. Giving a hero apprentice free rein over the evidence from the Shai Hasaikai raid might be practically unheard of, but it wasn't forbidden either. Shudakuen was happy to keep his son off of the front lines, and Nedzu was more than happy to indulge the apprentice with anything that might endear him to spending more time in spaces where Nedzu could engage with him more frequently. It was a win-win situation. What is it that I can help you with, Izuku-kun? Of all the things Nedzu was expecting his assistance to be requested with, he was not expecting the green-haired teen to flip the laptop around and push it over to him, the landing page of the Citizen Quirk directory displayed on the screen. If Nedzu had had eyebrows, he would have raised them both at this request. The CQD was classified. You needed specific clearances with multiple branches of the government to access it. Nedzu had them. It had been a point of contention between himself and the HPSC for some time until he had proved that he could just hack the directory if they refused his application. Pointing out to people that you didn't need their permission but were asking for it anyway usually tended to get the right ball moving. I need you to look someone up for me, please. Emerald eyes bored into his, pupils narrowed to slits that made Nedzu's heart race just a little faster than usual. He could hear the hint of agitation that Izuku-kun was trying to mask, though he didn't blame him. It had been days of him filtering through page after page of unpleasant information, of experiments and trials and outright torture hunting for anything that could be useful. Learning that the little girl's quirk was not the only active component wasn't a surprise, but they had learned quickly that any reference to other components was rare and seemed to be coded in some manner. It was strong to tell if there was one extra piece to this puzzle or 600, even for Nedzu. That Izuku-kun wanted him to find someone in the database was an interesting turn of events. Of course, Nedzu's paws did not tremble slightly under Izuku's gaze as he pulled the laptop closer, though it took considerable focus to ensure they didn't. I'm surprised you need my assistance for this. I don't. Nedzu chanced a glance up at the teen's distracted tone, finding him sifting through sheafs of paper intently, but I've already made the HPC mad enough. There's no need to poke the proverbial bear if I can acquire the information through legitimate channels. It's more logical just to ask. Logical? He was even starting to sound like his adopted father. Somehow, Nedzu didn't think that the world was any more prepared for two shouldas than they would be for two of him. Quite reasonable. Nedzu would keep his own counsel for now, instead focusing on inputting his credentials to access the site, though I am curious as to how you learned that I have clearance for this database. Who am I looking for? It was just inference. Nedzu caught the shrug in his peripheral vision. If I could access it without clearance, then you could too. Somehow I doubt that the government would just let you continue to exploit their systems whenever you felt like it, when simply giving you access would solve the problem. Government bodies are pragmatic, usually, if self-centered. Nedzu couldn't argue with the teen's reasoning. He was perfectly right. All the more reason he should be studying under Nedzu, honing that amazing ability, and we're looking for. Papers rustled and Nedzu busied himself with adjusting his posture more comfortably. Ah, here it is. Okay, we're looking for Ujiko. Nedzu's paws froze above the keyboard. Had he heard that right? Surely not. It was a coincidence. Ujiko Daruma? Not a coincidence. You found that name in these files? Nedzu tapped in the kanji, trying to keep his tone neutral. Not essentially difficult, it was a task he was well versed in. Though usually he practiced it while not being stared down by a predator, it must be a very small reference to have taken days to uncover. Actually, Ujiko is referenced a lot of times. Nedzu turned his attention away from the screen to the pile of paperwork Izuku practically pushed in his face. I thought it was a code name at first. See. Ujiko has procured a second sample for use of comparable quality to the first. Nedzu pawed through the pages in the teen's hand and he was right. The name Ujiko appeared often enough to confirm their active participation in the experimentation process but with no other identifying details. Deriving that it was an actual surname from the information provided would be impossible, but here, look, the papers were discarded to one side and Nedzu found himself staring at messy scrawled symbols inked in a tattered journal. The lead scientist kept a more concise personal journal. Much more information. I see why it took you so long to gain this information. Nedzu leaned in, whiskers twitching as he stared at the weathered pages. So you've been spending your time breaking this code. Exactly. Nedzu couldn't deny a small sliver of amusement at the sheer exuberance radiating off of the young apprentice as he flipped through pages, pointing at specific symbols. It wasn't too strong once I figured out the cipher, but see. Over and over and over again, Ujiko Daruma. The other active components of the base formula are in here too. Nedzu took Izuku's notebook when the boy offered it, greedily flipping it open. Those notebooks were a constant source of fascination for Nedzu. He would sell the souls of a few choice individuals to lay his hands on a single page. We already knew about Aries' quirk, but there's a second quirk they're using as well. The journal writer calls it pinpoint, so I think we can make an educated guess as to what it does. Nedzu nodded absently as he turned the page, day after day of journal entries transcribed in Izuku's neat hand. How long had they been working on this? As well as a minuscule dose of trigger, to catalyze and activate the quirks once it hits the target's bloodstream. Elegant, if a little bit of a blunt approach, Nedzu could concede that it was neatly done science, no matter how much he disliked it, though that's not unusual for the doctor. The doctor? Nedzu froze down to his whiskers. He'd not meant to say that, so you know Ujiko Daruma? They're a doctor. Of all of the wondrous applications of a quirk like high specs, Nedzu would always be infinitely grateful for the ability to think through conundrums at a rapid pace. He had two options here, essentially. Option 1, he could obfuscate, misdirect and otherwise find a way to answer the question without answering the question. It wasn't a pleasant discussion that he enjoyed having, and he would prefer to avoid it if he could. However, in doing so he might accidentally obscure some information that may prove crucial for this ongoing investigation. Option 2, he could tell the truth. He would be forced to relate the time he spent under Ujiko Daruma's not-so-tender mercies to a human being. Not just a human being whose every glance in his direction made Nedzu feel like a mouse in front of a medium-sized cat. It didn't lend itself to a longing to expose vulnerabilities. The ping of the laptop in front of him disrupted his train of thought, and Nedzu looked down at the face of a man he had been sure he would never see again. Even now he could see the manic gleam of interest behind a pair of goggles, feel every needle, hear the Dr. Tsubasa. Nedzu's attention snapped to a green-haired boy gone ghostly pale, leaning over to stare wide-eyed at the image on the screen. Pawing his phone from the pocket of his waistcoat, Nedzu tapped out a quick message to Shudakuen. There were many things that he could handle, emotional teenagers was not really one of them. If this situation went south, Nedzu wanted the teen's mentor on hand to deal with the fallout. Until then, he would do his best to contain and manage the boy to the best of his ability. You recognize this man, Lacuna? Nedzu watched the hero apprentice visibly gather himself. Shoyuta was a good mentor, he'd taught the teen well. Business first, deal with the emotional fallout later. Green eyes blinked rapidly, that translucent membrane reminding Nedzu that this was not in fact a feline mutation. That man is the Dr. Hoots who diagnosed me as quirkless? Suddenly, the pieces connected themselves together in Nedzu's mind. Now it made sense why Ujiko Daruma would be involved in this experiment. Why he would be working on a drag that erased quirks. His options abruptly narrowed to one. Ujiko Daruma. Nedzu folded his paws neatly over the journal still on his lap, squeezing them together tightly, is the name of the scientist under whom I spent the first 12 years of my life as a quirked animal. Didn't need to look to know the expression on the teen's face. The sharp intake of breath was enough. He was interested in attempting to extract quirks from their owners and duplicate them. He saw testing on a quirked animal as a more humane option than quirked humans. I was freed when he attempted to source funding from the government and his experiments were deemed unethical. The silence in the room roared in Nedzu's ears. He could feel the weight of the teen's gaze on him, punctuated only briefly by the soft click of the door closing behind him. Shudakuen had arrived, though how long ago Nedzu was unsure. But if he's interested in quirks, then why is he working with, oh? Nedzu didn't flinch at that singular syllable, but it was a close call. Oh, just because the government deemed his experiments unethical doesn't necessarily mean he stopped, does it? What if he succeeded and the extra quirk, this pinpoint quirk, is an extracted or duplicated quirk? And that's how he's funding his experiments. But then who did the quirk come from? Where is he now? What else could he be working on if he's working with? I think. Nedzu stood up, cutting the apprentice's train of thought off as he made a great show of dusting off his pants, that this requires greater resources than the pair of us and a laptop, Lacuna. I will make some calls and get the ball rolling on an investigation into Ujiko Daruma, alias Dr. Tsubasa. You? Nedzu glanced over his shoulder at the dark-haired hero leaning against the wall beside the door, face tucked into the capture weapon wrapped around his shoulders. Ever the subtle presence, should inform your mentor of everything we've discussed today. I will keep you apprised of any results we uncover, Eraserhead. If Nedzu could have sprinted out of the door without showing just how unnerved he currently was, then he would have. He caught the barest hint of the beginnings of protest from the teen before he was out of the door, scurrying down the hallway as fast as he could without drawing attention. There was a vent nearby, just around this corner. Once he was inside, once he was out of sight, then he could lose his composure. Then he could run from ghosts that he had thought were done chasing him. Run for a few moments, before he had to turn around and chase them right back. To beard the fox in its very own den. For once, Nedzu wasn't sure it was just the eyes that made him glad Midoriya Izuku had refused to be his student. Normally, being dragged by the hand down the street would have been right at the top of Hitoshi's do not want list. But for Zu, all things were exceptions to the rule. Which was how Hitoshi found himself being dragged by the hand down the street by an overexcited green teenager while he made a dramatic show of letting himself be dragged. Come on, Tosh. Whining should never be that cute. Hitoshi was positive that there was a law against it somewhere. You're going so slow. Relax, Zu. Izuku was about to trip over that bottom lip if he pouted any harder. Sighing melodramatically, he tugged on his boyfriend's hand strong enough to pull him in closer and loop his arm over Izuku's shoulders with their fingers still interlaced. They're not going to run out of pizza between now and the 5 minutes longer it'll take us to get there. You don't know that. Izuku huffed but leaned into his side anyway, suffusing Hitoshi with warmth. His smile wasn't the only thing sun-like about Izuku. He practically radiated heat. Hitoshi was pretty sure it was the whole dragon thing. If we get there and they've run out, then I'm blaming you now. You've jinxed us. All right. Hitoshi pressed his lips against his boyfriend's temple, smiling against his skin when Izuku giggled softly. If we get there and they've run out, then I will absolutely accept the blame for it and you can have whatever you want in exchange. Anything. Hitoshi faltered a little. That level of interest in Izuku's voice usually spelled trouble for whoever it was directed at. Maybe he should have been a little more specific. What's done was done, though, and he would stand by his word. Yep. Izuku's smile blanketed his thoughts so completely for a moment that Hitoshi had to take a second to remember which one of them had the brainwashing quirk. If I can make it happen, anything you want. Okay. Izuku bounced up on the ball of his feet to press a chaste embrace to Hitoshi's lips, effectively softening the blow. Then I want Keed-san's matcha cookie recipe. Okay. Hitoshi's voice sounded more strangled than he had meant for it to. The giggle from his boyfriend as he quickened his pace a little was just taunting him really. If they're out of pizza, I will get you Keed-san's matcha cookie recipe. Somehow. Keed-san's recipes were such a closely guarded secret Hitoshi wasn't even sure she wrote them down. Especially the cookies. Hitoshi had never prayed to a deity for a pizza place to still have pizza before. There was a first time for everything. The lack of sold-out signs outside the little pizza restaurant was a massive weight off of Hitoshi's shoulders. He wouldn't have to put what few underground tricks he had picked up training with Izuku and Aizawa to use just yet. Well, at least not to potentially get himself in trouble with Kido Kaisen anyway. That woman was sweet, but terrifying. Speaking of underground tricks, Hitoshi wondered briefly as Izuku dragged him through the door how many of those tricks Izuku had put into use to find this place. It was the very definition of out of the way, the entrance tucked into a back alley almost an hour's walk from the station in a part of the city they had never been before. The owners had managed to squeeze 3 little tables into the space, chairs tucked in so close together that Hitoshi wasn't actually sure 6 people could fit at them all at the same time. It was quaint and quiet, and the smell coming from the kitchen was amazing. "Welcome," Hitoshi froze as a painfully familiar man shouldered his way out of the kitchen door, focused on wiping flour from his hands. "Take a seat wherever you." Finally he looked up, freezing mid-sentence as they all stared at each other. Hitoshi had a death grip on Izuku's arm, ready to haul him backwards and out of the door at a moment's notice. "You don't understand, man, there aren't many dragon mutations out there." Hitoshi couldn't see every move the dragon guy made, blocked by Izuku stood in the way, but he was pretty sure the man's hands were in his pockets. "I'm not gonna be responsible for taking someone out and then finding out he's my cousin. My ma would kill me." Well, good news is, Hitoshi couldn't breathe as the hand of the other villain shifted, the gun barrel of his finger pointed directly at Hitoshi. "Only one of them has a dragon mutation? This was it. He was going to die here. He was going to die here and never get to tell his zoo how much he loved him." A flicker of green blurred out the muzzle flash. The love of Hitoshi's life staggered from the force of the impact of the bullet. A bullet meant for Hitoshi. But why would he do that? Hitoshi didn't deserve to be saved like that, not if it meant, love. Hitoshi startled slightly at cool fingers pressed against his cheek, looking down into pure emerald green blinking slowly up at him. He was here, Zoo was here, and he was safe. Safe and healthy, and Hitoshi's, "We can go somewhere else if you're not okay." "Do you want to go somewhere else?" Hitoshi leant into the palm cupping his jaw, relaxed into the thumb stroking over his cheekbone. Zoo was safe, he was safety too. Hitoshi glanced over to the counter warily, opening his mouth to agree that somewhere else was probably better. He did not expect to see the heavy-set, muscular man on the floor in front of this counter in full Dejiza. "I'm sorry," Hitoshi almost missed the muffled apology, though it wouldn't have mattered because the dragon man raised his voice until he was almost shouting. "I'm so sorry for what happened, I should have done more to stop him." "I'm sorry." Izuku turned back to look up at him, eyes wide. Hitoshi knew that look. Zoo's heartstrings were pulled so easily. His boyfriend may have more than a touch of troublemaker in his personality, but at his core he was, and always would be, the kindest bleeding heart in all of Japan. Not that Hitoshi really blamed him. Seeing the guy like this made it strong to remember he had been complicit in his zoo getting shot. He seemed genuinely remorseful, and honestly, while he hadn't done anything to help, he also hadn't actively done anything to hurt them either. Sighing softly, Hitoshi uncurled his fingers from Izuku's arm and rolled his shoulders in a half-hearted shrug. Hitoshi wasn't the injured party here, Izuku was. He didn't really have a say in how his boyfriend responded to this apology. "You're not in prison." Hitoshi might not have a say in how his zoo responded, but he knew for a fact he couldn't have been as calm about it as his boyfriend sounded right now. He stood at Hitoshi's side like an anchor. The only indication that he wasn't entirely at ease with this discussion was the tension in the fabric of his shirt where Izuku had fisted his hand tightly in the back of it. "No," the dragon guy raised his head slowly. After I left the room, I surrendered to the nearest hero I could find and cooperated with the police. No one told us that we were going to be attacking kids." Hitoshi believed the disgust in his voice. It sounded like it was mostly directed at himself. "Because I cooperated and I didn't actually hurt anyone. They suspended my sentence and gave me 5 years of probation instead." "Good," Izuku nodded and Hitoshi felt the grip on the back of his shirt slacken. "I'm glad you chose a different path, Mr. Isan." Hitoshi almost choked on air as the bulky, muscular man with the full dragon mutation still knelt on the floor in front of the counter froze and slowly turned bright red. "That was a cute nickname. I'm not hearing any cleaning out there. I'd better not find you slacking." "Oh." Hitoshi wasn't sure what he was expecting from a person whose voice could freeze a fully grown man in his tracks. He definitely knew that he hadn't been expecting a little old lady. Gray hair piled high on her head, not unlike Recovery Girl. She shuffled around the counter with one hand wrapped neatly over the other, the talons replacing her fingernails pristine and shiny. Her tail flicked out beside her, scales glinting golden in the ambient lighting of the restaurant. Matching golden eyes, just like his Zoo's, squinted at them for a moment before she smiled, flashing neat, pearly little fangs at them. "Welcome to Omisaka Pizza. Please take a seat wherever you like, and my son will be right with you." "Now I know why you wanted to come here so much," Hitoshi murmured quietly as he followed Izuku to a table. Izuku offered him a sheepish grin as they sat down. "I didn't find it, Papa did. I thought it would be nice to do something different for a change. With the exams coming up you won't have as much time to just relax and do things with me, so I thought we could do something you could remember while you're studying." Hitoshi chuckled and reached across the table, lacing his fingers through Izuku's. "Well, one thing's for sure," he grinned impishly, "definitely not gonna forget this, Zoo. It's not like I knew the people who owned it." Izuku pouted slightly. "If I had known that he would be here then." "None of that." Hitoshi stroked his thumb over Izuku's knuckles in slow circles. "You wanted to come here because it's run by a dragon family, right?" Izuku nodded. "Then it doesn't matter who's part of that family, Zoo. I'll go anywhere as long as you're there." Hitoshi loved watching color bloom in his boyfriend's cheeks. Making Izuku blush was one of his favorite pastimes. Izuku opened his mouth to say something just as both of them noticed the extra presence at their table, turning their attention in unison to the little old lady standing there and staring at Izuku like he owed her money. "Ma?" Hitoshi had the dragon guy hiss. "Ma, you can't just stare at people like that. They're gonna leave." The old lady ignored him, continuing to engage in an impromptu staring contest with his boyfriend interspersed with occasional blinks of one set of eyelids or the other. Hitoshi was just about to say something when she finally spoke. "Midoriya." Izuku's eyes widened. It would be almost comical if it didn't remind Hitoshi of those awful contact lenses. The lady leant in slightly and Hitoshi could see Izuku struggling not to lean away in response. "That much green, definitely a Midoriya. You're not one of Hayato's though. I've met all of his." Hitoshi glanced between the two of them, watching Izuku go rigid at the mention of someone called Hayato. "An uncle?" Izuku had never mentioned an uncle before. "Who's your sire, young man?" For a moment Izuku sat unmoving. Hitoshi wasn't even sure he was breathing. Before, "Hisashi." The whisper was barely audible. Hitoshi felt Izuku's fingers tighten around his. "Midoriya Hisashi." "Hisashi." The old lady blinked in surprise, staring at Izuku perplexedly for a few moments before turning on her heel and shuffling away while muttering ferociously under her breath. Hitoshi and Izuku exchanged confused looks. "What was that all about?" "Sorry." Hitoshi barely managed to suppress the urge to flinch as Isao towered over their table. "Ma tends to do whatever she wants whenever she wants. We can't stop her. What can I get you to eat?" "Right." Hitoshi had forgotten in all the weirdness that they were at a pizza restaurant. He picked up the menu card in front of him and settled in to argue about toppings with his Zoo so they could order. At least that felt normal. Hitoshi had to admit, that was probably the best pizza he'd ever eaten. Dragons should make pizza more often if that was the result. He slouched back in his seat, full to bursting with cheese, peppers, corn and a moderately spicy sausage that Izuku had insisted wasn't spicy at all. If this was the result, Hitoshi was more than willing to go to places owned by weird strangers and ex-villains more often. The kitchen door slamming open dragged him out of his post-pizza reverie, heralding the return of the dragon lady. This time she came armed with a weathered altar-bound book nearly as big as her which she hefted in both hands and dropped on their table with a resounding thud. "I've checked." Hitoshi watched her carefully flip the yellowed pages with her talons, practiced movements that somehow didn't ever tear a page. Hisashi only had one child, Midoriya Izuku. And they were both killed on a flight to America, 11 years ago. "Look here." Hitoshi's BLD felt like ice in his veins as he looked at the darkening storm on Izuku's face, one gnarled knuckle tapping the red ink lines scrawled through his name in what was clearly this woman's genealogy record. "I recorded it the same day that his wife called to tell us." In that case, Hitoshi slid out of his chair and moved around the table to his zoo, wrapping both arms around his tea and squeezing tightly. The cold anger in his voice wasn't a tone Hitoshi heard often. You'd have to ask Inko why she told you that. I'm sure if you send a letter to the Muzutafu Women's Correctional Facility, they'd be happy to ensure that she receives it. Sharp golden eyes narrowed slightly at Izuku as Hitoshi watched the teen pull his ID out of his wallet and lay it flat on the table. I changed my surname when Dad adopted me. I'm sorry. Gnarled fingers stroked along the edge of the little card on the table. Izuku's quirkless status printed boldly on the plastic. If we had known, any of us, we would have taken you in. Family looks out for each other. Are we? Hitoshi would never figure out how Izuku let go of his anger that quickly. Hitoshi could hold a grudge for weeks. Family, I mean. Grunting softly, the dragon lady turned a couple of pages in her book and pushed the corner towards them. Izuku leant in, and after a moment's hesitation so did Hitoshi, though he couldn't make head nor tails of the information. Here, a single talon tapped against a name. Your great-great-grandfather, Takemitsu Hidetsugu, was my grandfather. So we're cousins. A couple of times removed, but family all the same. Izuku's head tilted up again from the page. And you're all dragon mutations, the old lady chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves and roaring fires. Hitoshi's vocal cords could never replicate that sound. Yes, whelpling, we're all dragons. I imagine you've got questions, Ichu. I doubt you've had many chances to really ask. Hitoshi settled into the chair beside his boyfriend and propped his chin on his hand, watching his zoo vibrate in excitement as he began rattling off questions faster than the woman could answer. A small part of him was jealous, wanted to reclaim his dragon's attention, wanted Zoo to focus on him and only on him. But he shoved it down and ignored it. He wasn't going to get in the way of a rare opportunity for Izuku to find out more about his heritage and his culture. To learn that he had an uncle he'd never met and cousins. A whole family that Inko had kept him from. It burned in Hitoshi's pure seething rage that she had robbed him of that. Growing up in an orphanage made Hitoshi value the family he had gained so much more. They meant everything. For Inko to take that from his zoo, Hitoshi was glad she would be spending many years behind bars. She deserved it. Hey, a gentle squeeze of his hand pulled Hitoshi out of his thoughts and back to forest green eyes focused on him and only him. You okay? We can leave if you want to go. I know this can't be very interesting for you. Hitoshi couldn't help the goofy smile that stretched across his face, leaning in to press his lips gently to Izuku's. Every time Hitoshi thought he couldn't love Izuku more, his zoo did something to make him fall in love with him all over again. Always making Hitoshi a priority, never dismissing his feelings, never too busy for him. Hitoshi had known 2 months after meeting Izuku that the teen was it for Hitoshi. There would never be anyone else who could compare. And nearly 2 years later, Izuku was still proving him right over and over again. I told you, Zoo. Hitoshi rubbed his nose gently against his boyfriend's, watching the corners of his eyes crinkle slightly when he smiled. I'll go anywhere. As long as you're there. Out of all of the evenings in a week, Izuku loved Thursday evenings best. They always felt brighter, more colorful somehow. With Papa's voice cheerily blasting out of the radio and the sun slowly sinking beneath the horizon, Izuku gathered up his newest notebook and a handful of his current favorite pens and pencils with an energy he only felt on Thursdays. Because while Papa was out, and this week had taken a hesitant but quietly excited Eri to the radio station with him, Thursdays and only Thursdays were the only day of the week where his dad did not have patrol. For 3 whole hours, it was just the two of them. Izuku loved his Papa. He loved all of his small cluster of family, his horde, so very much. But quality time with his hero was something he prized above almost all other things, second only to time with his Tosh. It was a core need for him, like eating or sleeping. He could go without it for a while, but eventually he would start to feel its loss keenly. Not that Shoyuta seemed to mind all that much. Dad never complained about curling up on the couch under the weight of multiple cats and a small dragon while Izuku scrawled in his notebook and rambled about whatever they were watching. Hero News had been vetoed quickly after Izuku had gotten so agitated that his mentor thought he was going to scorch his lungs again. It wasn't his fault if Copperhands was using her quirk completely wrong, though. Honestly, Izuku should really talk to Nedzu about adding mandatory quirk science modules to the hero curriculum. It wasn't an issue tonight, though. Izuka had found a brand new lecture from one of the world's current foremost experts in genetics, a 2-hour presentation on the variations of genetic markers among kinetic-based quirk evolutions. It had taken considerable willpower for him not to sit down immediately and devour the entire thing, instead keeping it burning a hole in the strong drive of his laptop for 4 entire days until Thursday. With notebook, pens and laptop balanced precariously on one arm, Izuku reached over to stubbies his radio off before he left his room. The wait was over, he could finally sate the itch for knowledge. Finding his hero sitting at the dining table, staring at the folder in front of him with the heels of his palms pressed solidly into his temples did not bode well for Thursday quality time. Dead. Izuku set his laptop down on the coffee table before crossing the room, draping his back across the table so that his head rested on top of the documents his hero was glaring holes into. Are you trying to set things on fire with your mind again? I told you, it's minor telekinetics, not pyrokinetics. Huffing a soft laugh, his dad rapped a knuckle lightly against Izuku's forehead. If I didn't know you already had it, I would say you got that sass from Zashi. Izuku grinned brightly. He wouldn't have minded the accusation really. What's up, kiddo? It's Thursday. Izuku's grin dimmed slightly when his dad frowned, confusion clear in his expression. Thursday evening. Papa and Eri left 15 minutes ago. Realization dawned on the man's face for the briefest of moments before he groaned heavily, rubbing the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers so firmly his fingertips were white with the pressure. Izuku shoved down the tar-like bubble of anxiety welling up in his cycling through the thought exercises his therapist had given him. It wasn't his fault, his dad wasn't stressed because of him, he wasn't asking for unreasonable things, he shouldn't jump to blaming himself before he knew the full story. Sorry, kid. Warm fingers tangled loosely in Izuku's curls, tugging at his scalp where his hair was trapped under his back. I completely lost track of time. I didn't even hear them leave. The tension in Izuku's eased off significantly. His dad wasn't agitated with him, it wasn't his fault. What are you working on? Wriggling on the table might not look the most dignified, but Izuku ignored the chuckles from his hero as he flipped over. To get a look at the papers beneath his head, student details. Are you rearranging your class again? I thought that Todoroki transferring to Gen Ed after the sports festival evened out your numbers. Not for the first time, Izuku felt a familiar pang of guilt talking about Todoroki. No matter how many times Dad told him otherwise, it still felt like his fault that the dual-tone teen had asked to transfer out of the hero course after the sports festival. Not that he thought it was necessarily a bad move for him, but he had directly cited Izuku as the primary reason for realizing he didn't want to be in the hero course anymore. Watching someone your age getting shot in front of you put a lot of things in perspective, Izuku supposed. It did. Izuku ended up sitting cross-legged on the tabletop across from his mentor as the man reshuffled the pages. We're not rearranging the hero classes again. Partnering them off for sparring practice is easier with an even number so can keep his extra 2 kids. This, Izuku leant forward to get a better look as his hero fanned to pages out on the table in front of him, is the pairings for the hero exam final. Pairings? Izuku wound his hair around his fingers absently as he looked over the mess of scrawled and scratched out lists on the pages. I didn't know it was a paired exercise. You're struggling with it. A little. Izuku fished a page out of the middle of the array, raising an eyebrow at the scribbled out just throw them all into an arena and the winner passes at the bottom of the page, and Nedzu needs the final pairings back tomorrow or he's going to pick the pairings himself. The mutual shudder that ran through the pair of them would have made Izuku laugh in any other situation. Nedzu with free reign over a physical hero exam had the potential for more chaos than first-year students could handle. Even Izuku knew that. It looked like Izuku's lecture was going to have to wait a while longer. Okay, Izuku swept up the rest of the papers and stacked them together neatly so that he could leaf through them properly. What's the goal for pairings and what have you got so far? Not much. Izuku could see that. The majority of the pages were filled with crossed-out lists and train-of-thought reasoning. That part made him smile. His dad really was picking up more of his habits. The goal is to create challenge for them to work through in order to succeed. It's not much of an exam if they can just team up with their most compatible partners and breeze through it. Makes sense. Izuku slid off of the table to grab his notebook. He'd need more paper for this than the leftover scraps of what was in his hands. What are they doing, fighting robots like the entrance exam? No. Izuku dropped down onto the couch, and after a moment his hero pushed up from the table to join him. If they were going to spend their quality time doing paperwork, Izuku was going to be comfortable doing it. It was robots last year, but after the sports festival Nedzu wants them to get more practical experience. They'll be up against the teachers, with some restrictions on our end. Humans are less predictable than an AI program, Izuku mused, jotting down the list of students on one side of the page. Makes sense. Though throwing them straight into that situation in an exam scenario seems a little counterintuitive to giving them practical experience dealing with people, so Nedzu's practical experience is more geared towards improvise and adapt. Izuku glanced up from his notebook in time to catch the nod of confirmation. So you're setting pairings based on what parameters? Unusual matchups and teacher opponents. And environments. Izuku added it to his list and circled it. Nedzu is opening training ground Omicron. Usually we don't add environmental adjustment until second year. Making pairs that are unusual quirk matchups who would both struggle with a specific quirk and environment is proving as challenging as the actual exam for the students. Izuku frowned, looking at his lists. Why what? Izuku stuck the end of his pen in his mouth, rolling it over his teeth. The more he thought about it, the more it made less and less sense. Why is it challenging? No. Why is it necessary to give them all three elements that they struggle with? Shifting sideways, he settled in against his dad's side so the man could see the page with him. Even if we ignore the fact that basing partners on unusual quirk matchups puts the focus on quirk above person, sometimes two quirks that would work well together would struggle against a specific opponent or environment. So, an arm snaked around Izuku's shoulders and he leant into the warmth. By looking at the parameters as separate instead of interconnected, I'm making the matchup process harder than it has to be. Essentially, Izuku settled in comfortably, jotting down names. He was grateful Tosh liked to talk about his classmates. He hadn't spent enough time with his dad's class lately to rely on his own knowledge of them to pair most of them up. Someone who struggles speaking up for themselves would still struggle with that even with a good quirk matchup. It's just a case of figuring out who needs to get over what kind of hurdles. It took longer than Izuku had expected to pair off the students. They ended up pausing to discuss pairings more frequently than they made them, debating whether a student would be more suited to one teacher, whether prioritizing quirk hurdles were more important or personality hurdles for another. They stopped for dinner halfway through, Izuku rambling cheerfully about a new manga Tosh had given him the first 5 volumes of over-the-cup ramen that Papa would have a fit over if he knew that's what they were eating when there were plenty of healthier options in the house. It wasn't the way he had expected this Thursday to go, but it was still nice. Izuku couldn't deny that helping his dad figure something important out made him feel special. Needed. He would never pass up that feeling for some documentary he could watch anytime. Are you sure about this? Izuku looked up from the finalized list in his hands, frowning at the thinly veiled concern on his hero's face. We can always take another look, rework the matchup so that... No. Izuku closed his notebook and passed it over without hesitation. There are no configurations that work better and you know it. It's the most logical matchup. Besides, Nedzu will love it and you know it. The heavy sigh as the man took the notebook from his hand made Izuku grin. I know you're right, his dad grumbled, folding the notebook into the folder. I'll give it to Nedzu in the morning so he can cackle over it. You can come with me, I'm not taking the blame for this. Izuku's laughter was punctuated by the front door opening, his papa calling from the Gen-Ken and a halo of white hair around an excited face appearing in the doorway. His family was home. With Eri chattering quietly but animatedly about everything she'd seen at the station and Papa berating his dad for the ramen cups still sitting on the dining room table, Izuku realized that he was excited. For an exam that wasn't his own. That was a new feeling. He just hoped that it would be as exciting for the students whose exam it actually was. There were 3 absolute constants in the universe. The sun set in the west, curry was the most versatile food to ever exist, and Bakugo Katsuki was the goddamn best. For as long as he could remember, Katsuki had sat at the pinnacle of society, the elite of the elite. The adults bandied around words like genius and prodigy, but he had figured out quickly what they truly meant. Katsuki was amazing, and everyone else wasn't. And the rest of the world knew it too. Adults sang his praises at every turn, no matter what he did or how much he slacked off. The fact that he didn't have to try in order to excel was something everyone should be impressed by. Ever since kindergarten, the other kids had hung on his every word, wide-eyed and slack-jawed as he filled their empty heads with the only subject that mattered. It wasn't Katsuki's fault if the other kids had to work strong just to be mediocre, after all. He gave them something to aspire to be, a free inspirational figure in their midst. It was practically community service, definitely worthy of the praise teachers heaped upon him every time he was bored enough to bother with helping someone else be slightly less useless. Not that it would matter how much he helped them in the long run. With minds and quirks that were average at best, Katsuki doubted any of them would accomplish anything even remotely noteworthy in life. Most assuredly not noteworthy enough for him to bother learning their names. Katsuki was the best, and the only things that were worth keeping in his life were the best. He knew it. Everyone else knew it. His mother didn't count. It wasn't like her opinion mattered anyway. He wasn't weak, wasn't just like his father. So what if his quirk was only in his palms, not his whole body like hers? At least he wasn't the one who'd married some no-name fashion designer and quit being an international beauty model. She'd chosen to be average when she could have been the best. Katsuki didn't care what she had to say. Katsuki had decided early that his greatness should be shared with the rest of society, that everyone should have a chance to see that he was the best. There was no better place for him to be a pillar of inspiration for the little people around him than as the next #1 hero. He had grown up watching the praise and accolade that people heaped on All Might, the pedestal the world placed him on. It just made sense. So he looked into it, researched, and carefully put the pieces together of his backstory. No-name school, the only person with talent coming out of nowhere to walk the halls of the country's best hero school. It was a perfect progression for a perfect main character. There was just one, singular problem. A fly in ointment. A thorn in his side. That, for as long as Katsuki could remember, Deku had been the stray thread in his perfect tapestry. No matter how many times he tried to cut him short or knock him down where he belonged, the little F-er kept bouncing back like a creepy little jack-in-the-box or something. It made absolutely no sense, an anomaly that Katsuki couldn't quantify. Deku was quirkless, he wasn't even average. On a social scale from 1 to 10, Deku couldn't even reach the 0. But there he was, time and time again, talking about how he was going to be a hero. A hero. It wasn't even a laughable concept, that was how ridiculous it was. What did that useless F-er think he was playing at, putting himself on the same level as Katsuki? Who did he think he was, to look down at Katsuki like that? Heroics wasn't something just anyone could do, it was for the best, for the elite. Was Deku implying that Katsuki was just like him? Just as worthless? F that. Even as a baby, Katsuki had never been as useless as Deku was at 14. Damat half couldn't even blink right. Katsuki had proven who was the best, over and over again. He'd cemented his superiority firmly when their junior high homeroom teacher had announced that he was the only accepted student to UA. Or he would have, if Deku had even been there. Katsuki hadn't seen him since the auditorium of the entrance exam. Probably hiding away somewhere, licking his wounds like a dog, and finally accepting that he could never be a hero, could never stand in the same ring as Katsuki. If he spent night after night struggling to put aside the thought that maybe, just maybe, Deku had taken words he'd said in frustration and anger to heart and acted on them, he would never tell. He was going to be a hero, there was no room for anything but perfection. The first morning of his high school arc had been as perfect as he could make it. A classroom of half-decent side characters that would serve as excellent stepping stones to bolster his character development. Some hints of competitive personalities already blooming. No doubt he would find a worthy rival before long, maybe he would even find a couple of people whose names were worth knowing. Their homeroom teacher looked more like a hobo than a hero, though he wasn't surprised. Only 2-bit hacks who couldn't make it as an actual hero would need to pick up a second job like teaching after all. But someone had to teach them, so he would keep that thought to himself. It's not like he would need to try all that strong, anyway. When the hobo announced that he was giving people the opportunity to drop out of 1A, Katsuki could have laughed until he was hoarse. What idiot would drop out of the top class because of some dumb apprentice? Apparently, 5 idiots would. Katsuki didn't even bother watching them go. There was no point in wasting energy on extras who couldn't handle a little pressure. The masked teenager in the weird purple jumpsuit was an odd-looking hero apprentice. They looked scrawny, like they'd barely bothered to put on any muscle at all. The green curls made his gut lurch uncomfortably, but he couldn't deny their eyes were a little cool in that mask. Then he spoke, and Katsuki's perfect high school arc took an unexpected twist into horror movie territory. Deku. Of all the results of that encounter, Katsuki was not expecting to be the one leaving with a broken nose. Unfamiliar emotions churned in his stomach like bad milk, twisting him up in knots that didn't go away for weeks. Every time he saw that worthless little F in the halls of Katsuki's high school, in Katsuki's classroom, sparring with Katsuki's classmates, walking next to Katsuki's homeroom teacher, they started anew, twisting and winding until he felt like his insides were about to burst out of his teeth. It didn't help that he'd asked his mother about the eyes, because didn't that just rankle? Had the quirkless freak not been so quirkless? Had he hidden it from Katsuki, deemed Katsuki so much lesser than him that he didn't deserve to know? Learning that no, it was just a mutation, not a quirk, had settled Katsuki's rage somewhat. So he was just ashamed that he was more of a freak than Katsuki had thought he was, which made sense. But then it had come out that Deku was no longer living in Mizudafu, that his mother's closest friend was in jail for child abuse. Since Deku wasn't wearing the contacts anymore, maybe he wasn't ashamed. No doubt he still thought Katsuki was no better than he was, that he could just take Katsuki's perfect story from him and make it his own instead. That purple-haired zombie freak he was dating had bragged loudly weeks ago that Deku had already been given his provisional license. Maybe he was stealing Katsuki's spot, making an underdog tale to outshine him with. That. Deku was nothing compared to Katsuki. Katsuki had made it into UA where Deku couldn't. He had a quirk where Deku just had some shitty weird eyes and extra eyelids. People loved Katsuki, Deku's own mother. Didn't even want him. There was no way that Deku of all people was going to upstage him. From now on, Katsuki hadn't been paying attention to the rat principal. In all honesty, he'd forgotten that they were about to start the practical hero exam. He'd been too busy glaring down Deku from across the room. We'll be focusing our practical tests more towards person-on-person battles, as well as emphasizing a teaching environment closer to that of real battle. Confused murmurs sprung up around him, but Katsuki wasn't listening to the whining of the side characters. His adrenaline was singing in his veins already. That is to say, we'll be separating you into pairs and having you engage in combat with an experienced opponent. Finally, they were going to let them really let loose. When I call your names, step forward. The hobo cleared his throat and tucked his chin into that ratty old scarf around his neck. Aoyama Yuga, Uraraka Ochako. Katsuki had a brief thought that he should probably take this opportunity to maybe learn his classmates' names when the weird blonde guy and pink cheeks stepped forward, but squashed it just as abruptly as it appeared. He didn't have the spare F to give about their names. You'll be against 13. Cheeks looked like she was about to puke. From nerves or excitement, Katsuki didn't care. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and slouched against the wall as he listened to the teams being paired off, Ida Tenya and Ojiro Mashireo, with Power Loader. Honestly, putting them in pairs for the exam sucked. Katsuki didn't want to work with any of these idiots. Azuitsu and Tokoyami Fumikage, Ectoplasm will be your opponent. Couldn't he just do it alone? He could take on any of these old teachers. Probably with one arm tied behind his back. Koda Koji and Kodai Yui, with present Mike. If he had to pair with someone, he should get to pick who he was partnered with at least. Some of these guys would just be dead weight no matter what. Kaminari Denki and Kurwaro Shirhai, you'll be with Midnight? Honestly, ever since the Ice BSTRD had decided to PP out and go to Gen Ed, he hadn't even paid attention to the rest of the side characters. He'd been the only worthwhile rival in the entire class, really. Yanagi Reiko and Tokage Setsun against Snipe. Maybe he could tolerate being paired with the guy with the shitty red hair. Maybe. Shoji Mizo and Rinhiryu, your opponent is me. He was the only one who could keep up with Katsuki when they were sparring, after all. His quirk wasn't awful either. Katsuki could really go all out without having to worry about losing points because his partner was too stupid to get out of the way of an explosion. Shinso Hitoshi and Yaoyorozu Momo, you'll be pairing up against Principal Nedzu. Katsuki watched the last pair hesitantly trail after the maniacally grinning rat before glancing at his partner. Shitty hair, good. He could work with that. Looked like they were up against Cementos. This was going to be yes. There is a slight adjustment with your exam, as Cementos needs to be available across the entire testing ground in the event of severe structural damages that could cause injury. So you two won't be paired against a teacher. Now this was what Katsuki was talking about. His capabilities were so beyond his classmates that they had separated him out to take his final exam against a special opponent. Another opportunity to prove that he was the best, that his superiority was well-deserved. He couldn't help wondering who they'd brought in to pair him up against. It had to be someone skilled, maybe even top 10. Maybe they even got All Might to fly back so that he, since I have my provisional license and I'm authorized to act with autonomy when my mentor isn't present. Katsuki wasn't sure how his veins could run ice cold and full of fiery rage at the same time, but that voice always managed to do it. Slowly, he turned his head to watch the one quirkless F who just wouldn't stay down where he belonged step forward, meeting Katsuki's eyes unflinching. Like he was an equal, I'll be your opponent for this exam. What the F? Izuku considered himself a rational person. He didn't let his emotions rule his head if he could help it, and he took the time where possible to evaluate every outcome before making the best decision for the optimal outcome. Some things were considered exceptional circumstances and not entirely in his control. Of course, the odds of him keeping his head if someone tried to hurt any of his horde might be slim, but it was improving over time. His dad was working with him on his temper and protective streak, and it was going well. So when the opportunity to organize the pairings for the hero practical exam came up, Izuku was determined to approach it rationally. Every student deserved an equal opportunity to succeed, and Izuku would make that as much of a reality as possible. Some pairings were easier than others. Yanagi and Tokage against Snipe in the sewer environment just made sense. Enclosed spaces and a sharpshooter with a homing quirk would test their precision control with their quirks while working in tandem. If Yanagi couldn't work around Tokage's splitting, then it could spell disaster for the pair of them. Pairing his Tosh with Yaoyorozu against Nedzu almost felt sadistic. 3 sharp brains in a city outskirts environment had so much potential for things to go all manner of directions if the two of them could push through their social anxieties and insecurities and plan effectively. Bakugo, however, was a slide of genius. If Izuku did say so himself. No, this group of pairings isn't going to work. Izuku glanced up, pen in his mouth, as his mentor frowned at the page Izuku had just handed him. Why not? Here, look. Izuku leant over his hero's shoulder as he leant down, tapping a pair of names on the list. You've got Bakugo and Kirishima paired together. The pairings are supposed to be uncommon groupings with awkward quirk matchups, so they have to adapt on the fly for a second quirk they aren't sure how to handle with their own. The only person I've ever seen Bakugo tolerate is Kirishima, and their quirks are well paired. No, I know. Izuku went back to poring over the list of environments. Maybe he should put Shoji and Rin in the industrial environment. The awkward sightlines would be a major hindrance to their quirks. They should still be paired together. You're going to have to explain your reasoning, kid. Izuku made a face as his dad slowly pulled the pages away from him, drawing his attention back to the dark-haired man, because from the outside, this looks a little like you giving Bakugo the easy ride. I know you wouldn't do that. His hero held up a hand, stemming the tirade from Izuku before it began, but if it looks that way to me, then logically it may also look that way to the students. I'm going to need good reasoning for Nedzu, or he's going to change the pairings himself. Fair, Izuku huffed softly, deflating in his seat. It wouldn't be the first time Izuku had to explain things that should be simple because other people couldn't see his logic. Okay, so the pairings are supposed to be awkward matchups that they'll struggle with and have to adapt to, right? His dad nodded, perching on the edge of the table while Izuku picked up a new pen to doodle with. Explaining things always felt better with a pen in his hand. Well, no matter who you pair Bakugo with, he's going to struggle to adapt, his mentor hummed. Thoughtfully, looking down at the page in his hand again, because of his personality, Izuku nodded, sketching out the outline of a sunflower. Eri had been fascinated by all the different types of flowers lately, poring over books of them. He's too abrasive to settle agreeably into any matchup. But then isn't Kirishima just getting the easy ride here? No, Izuku shook his head. Kirishima, from what Tosh tells me, follows Bakugo around like a lost lamb. He's a yes-man, easygoing and laid back and honestly, a bit of a pushover. If they're going to work as a team, he'll need to be far more assertive. Letting Bakugo rampage however he pleases for their exam will get them both fails. Oh, will it? Izuku couldn't help the grin that stretched over his face at the tone in his mentor's voice. It sounds like you've already got their opponent planned out too. I have. Izuku set his pen down and sat back in his chair, lacing his fingers together over his stomach for dramatic effect. Me? It was logically the best matchup to test Bakugo and Kirishima in really. An environment tailored to pinpoint their flaws and needle at them. Could Kirishima be assertive and keep his partner on task, and could Bakugo not fly out of control when presented with targeted provocation? Rationally, there wasn't a single other opponent that would match them better than Izuku himself. Watching the blonde stomp off towards the bus, his expression a storm of pure unadulterated rage while the over-exuberant crimson-haired teen trailed after him chattering away like his partner wasn't one breath away from unrestrained violence, Izuku wondered whether rationality should have reconsidered. Not that it mattered now, it was far too late to turn back. Izuku had made this bed for himself, so now he had to lie in it. Bakugo had had months to grow and adjust in the hero course, just like Izuku had had months in his apprenticeship with his dad. Neither of them were the same people they had been in middle school anymore. That had to count for something. He had to believe that the potential he had seen in Bakugo to be an amazing hero would persist through his ego. He had to. Kid, Izuku turned, one foot on the steps of the bus, to look back at the concern on his dad's face. I just want to go over things with you one more time before you go. You remember your handicap, right? Yeah. Izuku stepped back down from the bus and leant against it instead. The support felt good. His knees were a little weak right now. I can't start a fight with them. If they engage me in combat then I can defend myself, but I can't initiate. His mentor nodded, some of the tension in the man's shoulders easing. I'll be fine, Dad. I'm not planning to start any fights. If everything goes well then there won't be a fight at all. The hero chuckled dryly, face tucked into his capture weapon. You and I both know that's highly unlikely to happen, Izuku sighed softly. What did it say about Bakugo that even his teachers weren't holding high expectations for the outcome of this exam for him? Just be careful. I know you two have history. If the situation becomes too dangerous, I want you to retreat, not draw it out. Prioritize the safety of the participants over the exam itself. Okay, Izuku could agree with that. Prioritizing safety was a hero's job after all. He wouldn't be losing anything by withdrawing from the exam for his own safety. The whole thing would be recorded for the teachers to evaluate later. If it gets too hot, I'll get out of the kitchen. Good. Warm fingers settled on top of his head, a solid weight that never failed to be comforting. Come back in one piece, lizard. With a soft smile hidden behind his mask, Izuku leant into the hand on his head for a moment longer before he climbed onto the bus. Slouching in his seat, Izuku stared out of the window as the scenery began to move, ferrying them to the environment for the exam. Definitely no turning back now. It should have taken longer for Izuku to find the pair than it did, watching the furious blonde storming down the street to the staccato crackle of explosions in his palms and the redhead trailing in his wake. That was disappointing. Honestly, with Izuku's game plan, if they had taken the direct path straight to the exit then he wouldn't have encountered them at all. Among the crisscrossed warren of streets connecting the residential environment together, Izuku had stationed himself specifically out of the way of the route to the exit line. If Kirishima had managed to assert himself well enough and Bakugo had kept his cool, they could have walked out of the exam with an instant pass and zero effort save for the walk from one side of the environment to the other. Shut the F up, shitty hair. Izuku flinched instinctively at the venom in the shout, carrying all the way to the roof he was perched on. I'm not taking the F easy way out. No F way. But Bakugo, man, Izuku stifled a sigh in his mask. He could hear the defeat in Kirishima's tone. Even if you want to fight Lacuna, wouldn't he be on the path to the exit anyway? Searching every street in the zone is gonna take more time than we have for the exam. That coward, even from this distance, the sneer on Bakugo's face was clear as day, will be hiding as far away from me as he can get if he knows what's good for him. I'm going to put him in the F ground for thinking he can look down on me like that. Izuku hadn't been prepared for the amount of disappointment he felt. He had expected so much better from them both. The pair were slowly getting further away, but still close enough that Izuku didn't want to risk the noise of hopping from roof to roof. Besides, Bakugo wasn't incapable of taking to the rooftops, and if he decided to go that route there would be a lot less cover than if Izuku kept to alleys and gardens. He wasn't allowed to engage them, that was his handicap, but watching them fail at everything he had hoped to see them improve upon was strong. Was this what his dad felt every time they failed exams? It wasn't a great sensation. Izuku was pretty sure he wouldn't have enjoyed being a teacher. Using his capture weapon as support to drop down the edge of the roof into the walled garden below, Izuku crept along in the same direction as Bakugo's rage-filled rants about all of Izuku's inferiority to him. He was pretty sure that the blonde had repeated how Izuku was and had always been looking down on him about 6 times so far. Izuku glanced at his watch as he slipped from the garden into the alley beyond. 4 minutes down, 26 to go. Something told him that this was going to be the longest 26 minutes of his life. What the F? Izuku checked the time again for something to do while Bakugo devolved into another explosive rage. Where the F are you, Deku? Too scared to effin' face me. Finally realized you'll never be on my level. Quit being if coward and Izuku winced at the loud boom followed by the unmistakable crumbling of concrete. Fight me. 17 minutes left on the timer and the blonde had switched tactics from stomping up and down streets to simply blowing holes in walls and buildings, ever since Kirishima had split from him a while ago so that they could cover more ground faster. Another strike against him, the property damage he had racked up in the last 5-ish minutes was significant. Izuku had placed them in the residential environment specifically because of this. Property damage as a hero was something you needed to avoid. Papa had spent plenty of time drilling it into Izuku's head so he would never forget. Those were people's homes, their lives and history and memories. A hero may defeat a villain to keep the people safe, but if the people didn't have a home to go back to after the villain was defeated, then the people were less safe than they had been before the hero, which was not acceptable. Simply blowing holes in buildings because things weren't going the way you wanted them to wasn't hero behavior. The well of disappointment Izuku felt towards his old childhood friend grew a little more. Where was the amazing hero Izuku had always known Kaken would be? He knew that the blonde wasn't stupid, that he knew the duties and responsibilities of being a hero. Some of Izuku's first memories were talking about how strong being a hero must be with Kaken. But now, crouched in a tree watching the person he barely recognized from his earliest memories demolish building after building trying to find Izuku specifically to hurt him for some perceived slight, Izuku had never been reminded so harshly that this wasn't his Kaken. Not anymore. Not for a long, long time. Advisory. Izuku jumped slightly at the booming announcement from Cementos echoing over the environment. Honestly, it had already gone off twice. It shouldn't startle him that badly. Team Bakugo and Kirishima have passed the exam. Well, that was interesting news. The screech of pure fury and cacophony of explosions echoing around the area was evidence enough that it wasn't a coordinated plan. Kirishima had taken his own initiative then. Lacuna, Izuku reached up to press the earpiece firmly against his ear as it crackled to life, Nedzu's voice chirping cheerfully over the line, report back to the central hub as soon as you are able so we can review the footage. Understood. Izuku glanced down the street, finding nothing but rubble and scorch marks. I'll be back shortly. Dropping down from the tree, Izuku dusted his palms off on his thighs. Stalking people was dirty work, apparently. He would definitely need a shower to get all of the dust out of his hair tonight. But that could wait, he needed to go over the footage with the teachers first. He had to admit he was surprised that Kirishima would take off on his own like that. It was definitely unexpected. Had there been an altercation that he'd missed? Or had Kirishima finally just had enough of trailing after someone that refused to listen to reason? Watching the redhead's movements after the pair split up and Izuku had opted to stick with Bakugo would be interesting, to say the least. If it had been just a little less interesting to consider the possibilities, Izuku might have noticed the figure barreling down the alleyway behind him before there was an open palm stretching out for his face, framing the rage-filled grin and manic crimson eyes glaring down at him perfectly. We had a temporary hiatus. A/N chapters will be deleted upon work completion. Shoyuta prided himself on being a rational man. Considering the logic of the situation before anything else allowed him to function in situations where other heroes would have faltered. It was a large part of how he had managed to be successful as a freelance underground hero, when so many others had needed to attach themselves to agencies. Pragmatism won out, always. So when his apprentice had presented his proposals for the pairings of his homeroom's end-of-term exams, complete with rational explanations for the deviations from the brief, Shoyuta had swallowed down the gnawing feeling in his intestines and accepted them. He had ignored that nagging sensation in the back of his head when he presented them to Nezu, the hesitance when he was reading the list out at the start of the exam. It was irrational, no matter what Hisashi said, for him to allow his personal feelings to interfere. Izuku was smarter than Shoyuta would ever be. If he said that things would be fine, then Shoyuta would trust in his kid. Half walking, half jogging down the hallway to Chiyo's office, Shoyuta was beginning to wonder whether he should reconsider his stance on gut instinct. It wasn't that he was expecting to hear that his apprentice was in the nurse's office, but the moment he stepped into the control room and saw the carefully blank expression on Nezu's face, he knew exactly where his son was. Knew that something had gone wrong, miscalculations had been made. He didn't wait to hear what the principal had to say about the incident, opting instead to hear it directly from Izuku. It was more logical to receive a report straight from the involved party, more efficient. Throwing the door open with more force than strictly necessary, the ball of tension weighing down should have eased considerably once his eyes landed on his kid sitting upright on a bed with an ice pack pressed against his cheek. He was conscious, that was a good sign. Chiyo hadn't needed to heal him enough to knock him out. Vibrant green eyes blinked at him, clear and alert and sad. Why was his lizard sad? A soft clink of metal on metal drew Shuda's attention past his apprentice to the bed at the end of the room. Bakugo. Of course it was Bakugo. Shoyuta hadn't expected anything different from the moment he had announced the pairings and seen the blonde's reaction to Izuku being his opponent. Somehow, someway, Shoyuta knew one or both of them were going to be paying Chiyo a visit after the exam. What he hadn't been expecting, however, were the restraints. It had been a long time since Shoyuta had seen quirk-resistant gauntlets. He had forgotten that the school even had any. They were used just that infrequently. Seeing one of his class hands encased to the wrist in reinforced steel was not a scenario he had ever considered for his teaching career. Chiyo had even added the elbow restraints, keeping Bakugo from bending his arms past a certain point. Quirk-resistant gauntlets were used in two scenarios. Either the person's quirk had spiraled so far out of control that it was the best option to keep them safe from their own quirk, or what had Bakugo done to his kid? "Hey Dad." Shoyuta did not like the rasp in his son's voice as he drew the curtain between the beds before he perched on the edge of the bed next to him. "Before you say anything, I know okay. I shouldn't have let my guard down. It's my own fault for not paying attention properly, I know." Shoyuta was half listening, half focused on the ice pack still being held against Izuku's face by fingers pressed so tightly that the tips were white. Izuku tended to do that, push on things that hurt like he could crush the pain. "I'll do better next time, it won't happen again, I promise. We can talk about it later." Shoyuta would deny the softness in his tone to anyone else listening, even as he reached out to the most obvious injury, hand hovering just inches away. Assess the damage, it was logical. "Let me see, lizard." The reluctance in Izuku's face made Shuda think. Did he think he was going to be in trouble for getting hurt? Shoyuta had known that someone was probably going to get hurt when he let his kid do this. It wasn't unexpected. Slowly Shoyuta eased the ice pack away from Izuku's face, unsure whether the sharp intake of breath was from his apprentice as the chilled fabric pulled back from his skin, or from himself. He understood the reluctance now. Izuka didn't want him to consider hitting a child. "It looks worse than it is." Shoyuta wasn't sure how his kid was talking so calmly, with the blistering skin peeling away from his jawline and more than half of his cheek. Chiyo-basen didn't want to try and heal it all in one go, so she healed it just to the point that I'm not at risk for any serious infections. I'm okay. Kid, Shoyuta took a slow, steadying breath to push down the tremor in his voice. Izuku, this is going to scar. Shoyuta was pretty sure his kid shrugged, but he barely registered the motion as he leant in, fingertips hovering over the yellowed, dead skin sloughing away from his son's face. Shoyuta could see the scar pattern already forming, angry red welts rippling over Izuku's skin in that trademark way burn scars did. Like the tide rolling in, sea foam and waves. It was ironic, Shoyuta thought, that burn scars always reminded him of water. It's fine, it most definitely was not fine. If Shoyuta had anything to say about it, my mask will cover it, most of the time. It's my own fault, really, Dad. If I had been paying attention, instead of letting my guard down, it wouldn't have happened at all. Lesson learned, I promise. Izuku, Shoyuta shifted slightly, ducking his chin into his capture weapon to hide his frown. His kid looked defeated, eyes downcast, staring at his hands, like a kicked dog expecting another blow. Hey kid, look at me please. Slowly, Izuku raised his gaze to meet Shuta's, emerald green dulled and slightly vacant. Dissociated, I promise you, Izuku. Shuta's fingers found his son's hand, squeezing gently. You're not in trouble. All I care about right now is that you're okay. Much to his relief, Izuku didn't shy away from Shuta's grip, opting instead to slowly tilt forwards until his forehead rested against Shuta's shirt. Wrapping his arms around his teenage apprentice who, in that moment, felt so very small, Shoyuta carted his fingers gently through wayward curls falling down Izuku's back. If he had been any further away when the first sob was muffled against his shirt, Shoyuta would have missed it. Dad, it hurts? Shoyuta should have listened to his gut. He should have put a stop to this long before even bringing the pairings to Nedzu, before things could get this far out of hand. In wanting to let his apprentice stretch his legs and prove to himself his own capabilities, Shoyuta had allowed his son to get hurt. He had failed. I know it hurts. Shoyuta bent down to press his lips firmly against tangled curls. There would be time to blame himself later. Right now he needed to prioritize the trembling teen in his arms. I'm here, kid. Chio will get you all fixed up soon, then it won't hurt so bad. No. The vehemence in that single syllable startled Shoyuta, leaning back, his hands pushed at his easy until he was face to face with his kid. Izuku had always worn his emotions quietly, hidden beneath soft smiles and laughter that didn't quite reach his eyes. For the pain and hurt to be so clear on his face. Shoyuta hadn't seen him like this since Inko. No, it's not that. Just a little burn, it's fine, nothing I haven't had before. Shoyuta knew he should probably chase that dismissal of his injuries, but not right now. Something to bring up with Izuku's therapist later. It's just, whatever words his kid was about to say died in his throat, and he looked down at his hands, tears dripping off of the end of his nose onto his fingertips. Did you know that research shows children form long-term memories as early as 2 years old? Shoyuta wasn't sure where Izuku was going with this. Part of him wanted his kid to stop talking, to save the dry rasp of his voice until after Chio had healed him. Something in the teen's posture stopped him, told him that if Izuku didn't say this now, he might never say it. We forget them, usually, as we grow older. But not all of them, not always. Izuku paused, rolling his tongue around his mouth and glancing over to the curtain separating them from Shuta's student. I assumed that Bakugo didn't remember as far back as I did before I turned 6. He never asked why my eyes changed after I turned 4. Shuta's teeth ground together, loud in his ears at even the briefest mention of that woman forcing his kid into those contacts. Looking back, maybe he just didn't care. I don't know, everyone was getting their quirks at that point. The focus was very much not on me, and I liked it that way. The less people looked at me, the less they would realize that I didn't fit, the less they would figure out what was wrong with me. Izuku, Shoyuta reached out to carefully wipe a tear from his son's eyelashes with his thumb. There's nothing wrong with you. Vibrant, watery green eyes blinked up at him, the ghost of half of a wry smile dancing across his kid's face before the pain of his burns overshadowed it. I know. Shoyuta gathered Izuku's hands in his, keeping his fingers separated from each other. He still liked to twist them together when he was stressed. Shoyuta didn't want his kid hurting himself even more. That's not the point though. Okay, Shoyuta hated to rush Izuku, But he also wanted Chiyo to heal him sooner rather than later. Why don't you tell me the point, kiddo? He could see the hesitation, Izuku's half-motioned attempt to bite down on his bottom lip before thinking better of it. I've known Bakugo since before he got his quirk. Before he was Bakugo to me. Kaken. Shoyuta was surprised that one word from his kid could hold so much warmth and sadness all at once. Kaken was my best friend. It didn't matter to me that his quirk was amazing, even though it was. Kaken was confident, and he was determined, and he was fearless. I admired him so much because I wanted to be all of those things too. But now, Izuku's gaze shifted from his hands wrapped in shouldas to the curtain beside them, staring at the thin blue cotton like he could see straight through it to the blonde in the bed behind it. Was I wrong? The tremulous, pained whisper carved through Shuda's heart, almost echoing in the silent space. All this time, was I just wrong? Did I mistake confidence for arrogance? Determination for stubbornness? Bravery for aggression? Did I just want to believe it so badly that I blinded myself to the truth? Was the amazing hero I thought I knew Kaken was going to be all a lie? Sitting next to his kid, watching tears roll down his face heedless of the burns and blisters, Shoyuta felt helpless. This wasn't something he could solve with logical reasoning, it wasn't that simple. There was no right answer, no way to tell with any kind of certainty which situation was accurate. No way to win. All there was Shuda's son. And he was hurting in a way that Shoyuta couldn't even begin to understand. Well, that wasn't entirely true. When I was your age, Shoyuta was surprised at the even tone of his own voice, masking the turmoil he was feeling. Your papa and I had a friend. His name was Oboro. Slowly, those emerald reptilian eyes shifted their attention back to him. You remind me of him sometimes. He was terribly smart, like you, so curious about everything. And so very, very kind. What happened to him? Shoyuta swallowed the lump in his throat, shoving down the memory and the pain and the guilt until he could close the door firmly on it once more. He could fall apart later, when Zashi was there to catch him. Right now, Izuku needed him more. He died, smaller, slender fingers squeezed his own gently. Shoyuta squeezed back. In our second year, we were up against a villain that could use people's quirks against them, and he used them too. 'Cause a lot of damage. A building was going to fall on some kids, and Shoyuta swallowed thickly, burying a cough between his capture weapon and his shoulder to mask the crack in his voice. To drown out the chorus of his own voice whispering his blame in the back of his head. For a moment the silence stretched out between them, broken only by the softest clink of metal behind the curtain. A quiet reminder of why Shoyuta was talking about this, even though he didn't want to. For years, I spent so much time replaying it all in my head. Shoyuta shifted slightly on the bed, uncomfortable. It wasn't the bed sheets causing it though, picking each moment to pieces to figure out what I could have done differently. How I could have saved him. Beaten the villain earlier. How it was my fault. It's not your fault. Shoyuta had to smile at the absolute, unwavering certainty in his kid's voice, the sparkle of conviction in Izuku's eyes. You can't be responsible for the choices and actions of other people, Dad. I know. Shoyuta leant into his son, using his grip on the teen's hands to pull him forwards just enough to press his lips to dust-coated curls. But neither can you, kid. Realization dawned across Izuku's face a moment before the next wave of tears. Shoyuta found himself leant backwards with his kid practically curled up on his lap, sobbing into his shirt. Carefully, he wrapped one arm around shoulders that shuddered with every breath and one arm beneath legs that were still too thin, too light, no matter how much they fed him. At least it made carrying a 15-year-old easy work for once. Izuka didn't react to Shoyuta lifting him, made no indication that he even noticed Shoyuta carrying him to Chiyo's office. One nurse prescribed embrace later and Shoyuta was settling his apprentice back into his bed, pale and exhausted even in sleep. The scarring across his jawline still red and angry against the pallor of his skin. The scarring made Shuda's BLD boil just looking at it. Tucking the scratchy hospital blankets loosely around Izuku's sleeping form, Shoyuta straightened and stared down at his son for a moment to gather himself and settle his rage. Acting in anger would result in nothing productive. Composed, but far from calm, Shoyuta rounded the foot of Izuku's bed and pulled back the curtain once more. The blonde teen lay motionless in his restraints, eyes closed, breathing even. Bakugo Katsuki. There will be a meeting. Shoyuta wished he could have masked some of the coldness in his voice, but miracles and quirks were different things entirely, to discuss the events of today and your future at UA. Principal Nedzu will contact your parents. Until the date of your meeting, you will be suspended from school grounds. Once Recovery Girl deems you fit for discharge, a teacher will escort you to the gates. Let us know if you need us to contact a parent to collect you. One eye cracked open slowly, a sliver of crimson just barely visible. How did you know I was awake? Shoyuta had to refrain from rolling his eyes. Why did every teenager think they were amazing at stealth and lying? If you were sedated heavily enough to be asleep this long, you wouldn't have moved. He wouldn't fight me. Shoyuta paused on his way out of the door to glance back at his student. Ever since the first day of the school year, Bakugo had been a larger-than-life character in his classroom. Always loud, always arrogant, always overbearing. It was strange to see him look so small. He was supposed to fight me for the exam, but he wouldn't. I had to make him fight me. Shoyuta sighed, tucking his chin deeper into his capture weapon. At the start of the year, he leant against the doorway, folding his arms across his ear. I told you one thing. In heroics, the best fight you can have is the one you stop before it can happen. Bakugo's eyes were wide now, staring back at him with something Shoyuta would call incredulousness if he'd ever seen it on the teen's face before. To make a comparison, you had the option to exit the area, to pass the final exam by preventing the fight instead of choosing to seek it out. No, Shoyuta could see the pieces starting to fit together for the blonde, the disbelief, the need to justify his actions. No, You got it wrong, Bakugo. Lacuna wasn't your opponent in this exam. Shoyuta straightened his shirt, turning his back to the room. He was tired, and there were still things he needed to do before he could take his son home. Chio would look after him until then. He trusted her to keep his lizards safe. He glanced back over his shoulder before he slid the door closed, wanting to make sure his parting words had the impact he wanted them to. Just because he couldn't hit a kid didn't mean he was above meting out some well-justified statements. The dawning horror and realization on Bakugo's face as the door slid shut between them made the last two words feel very satisfactory. You were. Izuku's fingers traced the edges of the mask where it met his cheekbone, the edges and ridges molded to fit the shape of his face perfectly. Not so perfectly anymore. He could feel the difference, feel where the shape of his cheek had warped, leaving gaps just large enough for him to notice the uneven pressure against his skin, the voids in the fit that should be snug. It had taken more willpower than Izuku had expected to put the mask on again, and even more than that to keep it on. Even now, sitting on the couch in the corner of Nedzu's office, Izuku wanted to rip the thing from his face and throw it against the nearest strong surface with every last ounce of strength he possessed. He didn't know whether he wanted to laugh or cry at the sheer irony of blank spaces in his hero costume. Maybe both. Lacuna was starting to feel like a curse, not a hero's name. Hey! Izuku tilted his head back, blinking up at the gentle face of the hero sitting beside him. You okay, little love? Yeah. Izuku leant into the arm that snaked around his shoulders, breathing in the smell of alder and mint that was quintessentially Yamada Hisashi. I'm okay, Papa. Just thinking. Izuku was almost certain the man knew there was more to it than that, but to his credit the blonde hero didn't press the issue. He simply hummed a gentle acknowledgement, the barest flecks of the hero's quirk buried deep in the sound but enough to reverberate along Izuku's spine. He could feel tension he hadn't known that he was carrying bleeding out of his muscles as he relaxed into that sound. Izuku's papa had been fussing over him all weekend, barely letting Izuku out of his sight at any waking moment. Izuku was pretty sure he'd woken up a few times to the sound of his door clicking shut again at night as well. Not that Izuku minded, not really. Spending the weekend huddled among his horde, soaking in their presence, had been just what he needed to comfort himself after the abject failure that was the final exam. He definitely wasn't the only one who needed that comfort either. Papa had cried when he saw Izuku's face, big fat tears rolling off of the tip of his angular nose and soaking into that tiny little mustache that Dad claimed to hate but still pouted any time Papa threatened to shave it off. It wasn't the first time Izuku had seen the man cry, Behind closed doors, present Mike was free and unashamedly open with the wild and wondrous range of emotions that made him who he was. It was the first time, however, that Izuku had seen those tears fall on his behalf. Eri had been quiet, more subdued than she had been since the night Izuku had brought her home. Almost ghost-like, she had trailed behind Izuku wherever he went like a second shadow, never more than a fraction of a glance out of his eye line. For a while, Izuku had thought that somehow she blamed herself, or that seeing his face like this reminded her of something terrible from her past. On Sunday night, when she had finally climbed onto Izuku's bed with him while he was reading and demanded through overwhelmed tears to know when he was going to make her fix it for him, Izuku had learned what the truth of her behavior was. It had taken all three of them and several hours to soothe and reassure her that Izuku would never make her use her quirk for him, that none of them would ever force her to do something that she truly didn't want to do. She'd slept on Izuku's on the couch that night, tucked into the crook of his arm just like she had been the first night they'd brought her home. She was heavier than she had been then. Izuku had woken up with absolutely no sensation left in his arm, but it didn't matter. Izuku was just glad that he could still be her hero, even after he had failed. The clacking of the principal's keyboard coming to an abrupt halt drew Izuku out of his thoughts, shifting just enough on the couch to turn his head and look over at the desk. Bright, beady eyes fixed above twitching whiskers stared intently at a screen Izuku could not see, paws folded neatly over each other on the desk. Izuku had never seen that look in the chimera's eyes before, a glimmer of something that Izuku just could not place. He'd seen something close to it though, come to think of it. It had been barely a flicker of emotion, so quickly stamped out that until this moment Izuku hadn't truly realized it was anything at all. He'd seen it when Nedzu had seen Dr. Tsuba, Dr. Ujiko Daruma's picture on the CQD database. What was the principal looking at to generate that type of emotion in him? The Bakugos have arrived. Izuku's eyebrows shot up into his hairline, his papa tensed slightly beside him. Nedzu's expression had been for the Bakugos. Aizawa-kun has already collected them from the main gate. Are you sure you wish to be here for this meeting, Lacuna? Izuku hesitated. He didn't, not really. The thought of seeing Bakugo Katsuki again, of sitting in the same room with him, twisted Izuku's stomach into knots. He didn't want to be faced with his failures, not like this. Izuku, creaked as the hero sitting beside him squeezed Izuku gently. You don't have to be here for this. It's okay to let other people handle things sometimes, no one will judge you for it. That was the thing. Izuku knew that no one here would judge him if he chose to back away. His parents had been nothing but supportive, Nedzu also. There had never been a moment with them where he felt judged or lesser in any way. But the thought of not being here for this meeting wasn't acceptable for Izuku. It felt like running away, letting the adults clean up his mess. Izuku straightened on the couch, shifting forward slightly and out of the comfort of his papa's hug so he could turn to look at the hero properly. Yellow-green eyes stared down at him with a tenderness Izuku couldn't even begin to comprehend. I would. Izuku watched the frown on his papa's face deepen for a moment before the hero forced that awful false smile into place. Slender fingers tightened around his upper arm for the briefest of moments. Not threateningly, like Izuku had been raised to expect from any adult before he met his dad's. Izuku could feel the reassurance in it, the silent show of support for the decision that he had made for himself. It was always the little things that made Izuku feel so safe with the blonde hero, small gestures that shouted big feelings, that helped him solidify his resolve to see this through. Papa would protect him, no matter what happened with the Bakugos. Izuku believed that with every ounce of his being. The knock on the door echoed through the principal's office, setting Izuku's teeth on edge. He barely had time to check his mask was firmly in place before the door inched open. No turning back now. Izuku would see his failures through to the end, wherever that may lead. Bakugo Mitsuki looked older than she had the last time Izuku had seen her, which was a feat given her quirk. Glycerin sweat kept her skin smooth and moisturized, but Izuku could see the faintest shadows across her forehead and at the corners of her mouth where wrinkles were starting to form. He wasn't entirely certain how old she was anymore. It had been a very long time since he had seen either of Katsuki's parents for longer than in passing at a supermarket or on the street, but given his mother's age Mitsuki had to be closer to 40 than 30. Age catches up to everyone in the end, quirk or no quirk, Izuku supposed. Bakugomasu, however, looked every inch his age. There was an exhaustion in the shadows underneath his eyes and the way he carried himself that screamed long hours and little sleep. Izuku supposed he probably still worked in the fashion industry somewhere. If there was ever a career that made hero work look relaxing to Izuku, it would probably be fashion. Welcome, welcome. Izuku glanced back at the door as Netsu greeted the Bakugos, relaxing slightly at the sight of his dad pushing the door closed quietly behind himself. The relief was sadly short-lived for Izuku, vanishing into the ether at the glimpse of tufted blonde spikes of hair jutting out from behind Eraserhead's arm. Please come in and take a seat. Izuku's heart was in his throat, watching the Bakugo family settle in the 3 chairs set in front of the Chimera's desk. Mitsuki kept looking back at Izuku, puzzled glances, like she was trying to place him but couldn't. He wasn't surprised, not really. It had been a long time since Izuku had been this close to the woman, never mind without his contacts in. Izuku was beginning to realize that very little of the person that he had been under Inko's care remained a part of who he was now. Whether that was entirely a good thing or not, he still wasn't sure. After the 4th glance in his direction, Mitsuki seemed to give up on trying to place Izuku and turned her attention back to the door where Katsuki was still doing his best to lurk behind Izuku's mentor. The wrinkle lines on her face became far more pronounced as she scowled. Maybe her age wasn't the primary factor in those after all. Well, are you going to darken the doorway all day, Katsuki? In a time since past, Izuku would have paid good money to see Katsuki chastised by his mother once again. To see the boy who made Izuku's day-to-day life that much harder than it already was receive a dose of his own medicine. But now, watching his childhood friend turned bully turned assailant shuffle forward silently, glaring at the ground as if the world around them would vanish if he just concentrated strong enough, the aching maw of guilt gnawing at Izuku's insides only grew. It was going to be strong for them both, Izuku realized, to face the consequences of their failures. I trust, Izuku almost jumped as Netsu's voice broke the growing tension in the room, that you have some understanding of why we are all gathered this morning. Ah, yes. The threat of nervousness in Bakugo Masaru's voice matched the twitchiness of his fingers that Izuku knew was the man fighting the urge to rub his palms together. Katsuki informed us that there had been an incident during his end-of-term exam and his opponent was injured. Netsu nodded, whiskers twitching slightly, while the man continued speaking. I have to admit, we are a little confused as to why that would be cause for a meeting. I thought that injury was par for the course on the hero track. That's why we signed all of those waivers, after all. In most circumstances, it would be. Netsu's voice had a faint edge of coldness to it that hadn't been there before. Izuku's stomach was in knots. Why had Katsuki downplayed what had happened? The sequence of events in this specific case, however, are a little more unusual. It will be easier, I think. Netsu turned the computer monitor around to face them all as Izuku leant into the warm fingers that sank into his curls, scratching lightly at his scalp. His dad was here, everything would be fine, to simply show you. Izuku didn't want to watch. He didn't need to relive his failures again in HD, not when he was already living with the result. Still, try as he might, he couldn't help his attention drifting back to the figures on the screen. So small, so distant like it had happened somewhere else. To someone else. He watched the miniature version of himself drop from the tree, dust his little hands off. Watched his own head turn, just in time to catch the full brunt of Katsuki's assault to the side of his face. The flash of the explosion obscured the camera's sight for a few moments, but Izuku didn't need those moments of vision to remember the way his mask had melted to his face, the plastic bubbling and boiling against his skin. He didn't need to see to remember how the world had narrowed down to a singular point of pain, until it consumed Izuku's entire being. He didn't need to watch as the smoke cleared just in time for them to see him reach up and grab Katsuki by the hair, dragging the blonde boy's head down as he brought his knee up. To watch Katsuki crumple to the ground, clutching his face, only for Izuku's fist to connect solidly with his temple. Even without audio, Izuku could hear the dull thud of skin-on-skin contact. It was over almost before it had begun. Katsuki was on the ground and Izuku watched himself slowly topple backwards to sprawl across the concrete, heaving with pain and adrenaline as the medical bots bustled into camera view. Seconds, maybe a minute at most. For Izuku it had felt like an eternity. An eternity that reeked of scorched flesh, burning plastic, and failure. This sequence of events, Izuku startled as Netsu's voice interrupted his train of thought, occurred after the exam had been announced as concluded. Bakugo Katsuki had already begun to exit the exam ground when he chose to double back and assault his opponent. As we can see, the Chimera tapped a couple of keys on his keyboard, adding 3 other camera angles to the view screen. Here. Seconds of silence stretched into what felt like hours as the Bakugos stared at the scene playing out in front of them. Izuku couldn't see their faces very well from this angle, but he thought Mitsuki looked paler than she usually did. Slowly, she turned her face from the screen to look at the blonde boy studying his hands intently in the chair beside her. Katsuki. No response. Izuku frowned behind his mask. Katsuki, what is this? Why would you do that? The teenager mumbled something that Izuku's ears didn't quite catch. Apparently Mitsuki's didn't either, since she huffed an overly dramatic sigh. What have I told you about mumbling? Speak up. He wouldn't fight me. If Katsuki had been mumbling before, the anger-filled shout more than made up for any deficiencies in their hearing. The exam was supposed to be beating your opponent, but Deku just hid for the whole thing. He wouldn't fight me. It took considerable effort for Izuku to bite back a heavy sigh. It really was his fault when it came down to it. He couldn't hide away from that fact. Beside the couch, Eraserhead cleared his throat, the 2 parents' attentions shifting from their son to the man who was his homeroom teacher. The end-of-term exam, Izuku's mentor had let his capture weapon hang more loosely around his shoulders than he would usually choose for, an active decision Izuku knew. Parents found him more trustworthy when he wasn't hiding half of his face, Dad had said, had 2 win conditions. Defeat your opponent or safely exit the exam grounds within the time PRD given. Since Bakugo has been a student in my class, he has shown absolute willingness, bordering on eagerness to engage in combat, to the exclusion of other options when they are presented to him. So, Izuku could hear the confused frown in Masaru's voice even without looking at him. You gave him the option to fight and we're here because he did. I'm afraid I'm not following. Izuku's mentor's posture stiffened for a moment, just enough for Izuku to notice. His dad was annoyed. Your son, maybe not just enough for Izuku to notice, if it was bleeding into his voice that much, did not fight during his exam. Combat during the exam PRD would not be cause for concern. What is concerning, however, is that Katsuki opted to double back and attack a hero apprentice after the exam had concluded. There was no win to be had at that point. The win conditions had already been fulfilled by his exam partner and Katsuki was aware of that fact. As you heard in his own words, Netsu piped up from behind the desk. Bakugo Katsuki's reasoning for this attack was to force Lacuna into a confrontation. He does not deny this fact. Nor can it be denied that Lacuna sustained serious injuries from the assault. From that, Izuku winced slightly at Mitsuki's scoff. His papa's fingers tightened slightly around Izuku's hand. You've got to be kidding, right? I mean, come on. Katsuki's quirk isn't all that, and the other boy is wearing plenty of protection. No offense, young man. Izuku froze under the woman's gaze, feeling like he was being evaluated and found lacking, but I seriously doubt Katsuki's quirk could do serious injury to you. Hey! Izuku barely heard his dad's voice over the roar of his heartbeat in his ears, his ear tight like a drumskin. Warm fingers carted through his hair, drawing his attention to dark eyes full of concern. You don't have to. You don't need to prove anything. To anyone. Izuku was confused until he felt the smooth edges of his mask against his fingertips. He hadn't even realized he'd moved. Carefully, Izuku peeled the mask away from his face, flexing his jaw in the open air. He had hated putting it on, feeling the difference in the fit, but now without it felt even worse. Especially with the soft hitch of breath from across the room. He smiled at his mentor, hoping it looked less wobbly than it felt, before he turned his attention back to the Bakugos. Mitsuki's expression was torn between recognition and horror, while Masaru's was completely unreadable. Katsuki, on the other hand, looked like he was about to be sick. Was this the first time the blonde teen had seen the damage he'd done? Izuku! Mitsuki leant forward as if she was about to get out of her seat, before Izuku's line of sight was obstructed by his dad stepping in front of him. Papa pulled him in tighter against the blonde hero's side and Izuku didn't protest. He hadn't counted on how much being in the same room as these two adults would remind him of his mother. A history he didn't want to spend more time remembering than he had to. At this stage, Nezu chirped, forcing everyone's attention back to him. We are left with very few options. Only two really. We've called this meeting today to discuss your withdrawal of Bakugo Katsuki from UA and, what? Izuku was glad he couldn't see Katsuki right now. The horror and outrage in the teen's voice would almost certainly have been directed at him. I'm not being withdrawn from anywhere. I am afraid, Nezu folded his paws neatly on the desk in front of him, that my hands are quite tied on this matter. But I'm a hero student, Katsuki wailed. Izuku's dad shifted slightly, just enough for him to be able to see the blonde slam both his fists angrily on the Chimera's desk. I'm gonna be the number one hero. Sitting in his large Eltar chair, the principal's whiskers twitched irritably. I feel, Ned's tone was cold, clipped, that you have a great many misconceptions on what being number one means. You believe, I assume, that the number one hero means the number one position on the televised hero rankings. The position that I believe All Might still holds, correct? Yes. Izuku could hear the waver of uncertainty in Katsuki's voice, even as he didn't hesitate to agree, the number one hero spot. Beside him, Izuku's papa chuckled softly, shaking his head. That's a popularity contest. Izuku shifted out of the blonde hero's side so he could see him better while he spoke. The televised hero rankings are based on civilian votes. They don't have any meaning to the heroes themselves. It's just about how attractive and friendly you are, how much Japan likes you. This was news to Izuku, though he had suspected as much. Katsuki, on the other hand, seemed to have had no suspicions whatsoever, given by the color rapidly draining from his face. What? Katsuki rasped. Izuku could see his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Across the desk, Nezu was typing away on his keyboard. Present Mike is quite correct, of course. The Chimera didn't look away from his screen as he spoke. The televised rankings are based purely on popularity. If you're looking for the rankings that the heroes actually care about, you would need access to the Hero Network, which is not available to civilians. It is, however, available to me. Currently, the leading hero in civilian rescues this year is Rocklock, after he managed to stabilize a crumbling building long enough to evacuate all of the occupants safely. I don't care about rescues. Izuku frowned at that declaration. Rescues were one of the most important aspects of heroics. I'm going to beat all the villains and be number one. Just like All Might. You're wrong there again, Bakugo. Nezu shook his head, whiskers still twitching. While All Might has some widely publicized villain captures, he does not have the number one spot for villain takedowns. In fact, he's not even in the top 100. He focuses only on the flashiest fights that make for good television, in order to boost his popularity rankings. Across the desk, Katsuki looked like he was about to spontaneously combust with rage. Then who is the number one hero for villains? He demanded. Izuku watched, nauseous, as a glob of spittle flew from the blonde's lips to splatter on the mahogany desktop. Just in front of him, Izuku's dad shifted uncomfortably as Nezu swung the screen around for the teen to see. Eraserhead has held the number one spot for villain takedowns for the last 3 years, if I recall correctly. Nezu chirped cheerfully as crimson eyes swiveled to stare at Izuku's mentor in disbelief, even more impressive when one considers that he has been teaching here for more than twice that. UA is very fortunate to have him as a heroics teacher. I believe, Masaru sounded about as exhausted and defeated as Katsuki looked, slouched in his seat staring at his hands through unshed tears. Izuku could see from across the room that we were discussing Katsuki's options. You said there were two. Ah, yes. Nezu turned his gaze back to the blonde's parents, almost cheerfully. The first option, you withdraw Katsuki from UA and I will make a referral to an institution I have contacts with who will work with Katsuki to harness his emotions more constructively, as well as controlling his quirk. The second, any cheer that had been in the principal's face faded away, leaving him somber and serious. We can call the police and Katsuki will face charges of villainous actions with intent to maim, alongside his registered expulsion from UA on his records. The silence was palpable, so thick Izuku could barely breathe. He realized after a moment that Katsuki was staring at him, with an expression on his face that Izuku had only seen once before. Katsuki was afraid. Gently, Izuku set a hand on his dad's waist, moving him to the side enough for him to be able to look Katsuki in the face properly. "It's my fault," Izuku started, holding up a hand to stop his mentor from interrupting like he knew the man wanted to. He needed to say this, to close this chapter, or the guilt would never leave him, that we're here like this. "I'm the one that put the pairings together with the opponents for the exam. It was my idea to pair you off against me. It's my fault." Izuku raised his voice, forcing Katsuki's attention to stay fixed on him even with the growing smugness in the blonde's expression, "for not realizing that you had not grown as a person while studying to become a hero. I falsely believed that by being around students who were as strong as you, as driven and committed to being a hero as you were, that you would have moved past the idea that fighting solves everything and learned to work with others to succeed, not just to beat others down in order to win." The smugness was shifting to anger as Katsuki realized what Izuku was saying. "It's my fault, Bakugo, because I let myself be so blinded by all of the potential you have that I couldn't see just how little of it you were actually using. I'm sorry for that. But I told you, Kaken." Izuku seized as the boy who had been his best friend and his worst tormentor flinched away from his old nickname. "The last time you looked at me like that." Izuku watched the growing horror and realization on the blonde's face. "I can't help you with this, Katsuki. I can't save you from yourself. Luckily for you, Nedza can." Izuku leant forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "Don't decide to drown in your own stubbornness." For a moment no one said anything. Izuku didn't break eye contact with Katsuki, doing his best to keep his expression neutral in the face of the tsunami of emotions crossing over the blonde's face. Eventually, the wave broke. Katsuki hung his head, breaking eye contact, and his parents began discussing the withdrawal paperwork with the principal. Izuku shuffled backwards on the couch, searching blindly with one hand for his mask. The heavy weight in his chest that he thought would lift after this was over was still there, crushing down on his chest and pressing against the back of his throat until it was all he could do to think about breathing around it. Papa's leather jacket pressed against his cheek as the blonde hero leant in to murmur quietly beside his ear. "You okay, little love?" Izuku's fingers found the edge of his mask and he settled it back in place. It was wet on his cheeks, dampness pressed firmly against his skin. "Yeah." He croaked softly, "I'm okay." If he kept saying it enough, eventually he might actually believe it. "Don't do that." Izuku wrinkled his nose, stinging slightly after the sharp flick it had received. Adjusting so he was laid more firmly on his back. He blinked up at his Tosh, lavender and radiant in the afternoon sunlight streaming in through his bedroom window. "But it itches," Izuku grumbled, fingers twitching with the longing to reach up and scratch his cheek again. One more sharp glare from his boyfriend and Izuku sighed dramatically, tucking his hands up behind his head where it rested against Hitoshi's thigh. "Fine. But it still itches." "It will itch." Izuku closed his eyes as cool fingertips traced over the line of his cheek, too gentle and too high to relieve the itch but still nice in its own way. "Recovery girl said it would, remember. You're supposed to moisturize it, not scratch it, Zu." "But scratching is faster." Izuku pouted up at his Tosh, who just rolled his eyes and leant over to Izuku's nightstand. Shifting more comfortably on the bed, Izuku turned his head to the side at the click of a lid. Cool lotion against his scars made Izuku sigh with relief, tension bleeding out of his shoulders as Hitoshi worked the moisturizer into his skin with deft, even movements. "It's not any faster." Izuku wanted to make a face but he was too caught up in the pressure of his boyfriend's fingers against his face. "You're just being a brat about it." "I know." Izuku conceded, the moisturizer was helping. The slow grin spreading across his face still hurt, pulling scar tissue in directions it didn't want to go. "But if I'm a brat about it then you'll do it for me. You're a menace, Zu, I swear. What am I going to do with you?" Hitoshi laughed and Izuku cracked one eye open far enough to watch his boyfriend shake his head, an amused grin plastered across his face. "I dunno, love me." The grin softened into something softer and the fingertips on Izuku's face slowed, caressing his skin more than massaging. "Always." Izuku sighed and let his eyes slide fully closed once more as his Tosh returned his focus to working moisturizer into Izuku's scars. Whoever said scars were cool had clearly never had any serious ones of their own. The maintenance Izuku needed to do just to keep his jaw functional took up a significant portion of his day now. Moisturize, massage, stretch, sunscreen, more moisturizing. Some days it felt like his entire life had been consumed by the skin on his face. But moments like this that Izuku spent with his love helped him to remember that not everything about his failure had turned out badly. For a while he laid there in silence, doing his best to focus on nothing except the presence of his Tosh and the feeling of his fingers upon Izuku's skin. But, like always, it wasn't long before the quiet gave room for his thoughts to creep in, whispering in his ear and crawling up his throat until they spilled from his lips whether he wanted them to or not. "Are you mad at me?" Izuku chewed on the edge of his lip as Tosh's fingers slowed against his scars and eventually stopped. Instinct told Izuku that he should turn his head, look up at his boyfriend and confirm for himself the expression on Hitoshi's face, but Izuku couldn't find the courage to do it. He didn't want to see the disappointment he knew would be there, the reproach. "Why would I be mad at you, Zu?" Izuku turned then, staring up at the confusion on his boyfriend's face. Why was he confused? Wasn't it obvious? Did he just want Izuku to say it? "Because I messed up." Izuku's voice sounded alien in his ears, distant. "I let my guard down and got into another fight with Bakugo. And, no." Izuku's teeth clicked shut and he swallowed thickly as cool fingers traced along the edge of his scars. "I was a little angry with you when I found out, because you definitely made the active decision to be in that arena with that blonde but..." Izuku's heart felt like a leaden weight in his hi and he turned his face away, only for Hitoshi to turn it back until Izuku was looking directly into his eyes. "But you didn't provoke him, Zu. It wasn't even part of the exam. You did everything right. You couldn't have known that Bakugo would lose his mind and get himself booted from the course so that he could mess up your face." Izuku wasn't sure when the tears had started, but he was grateful for the thumbs wiping them from his cheeks. Hitoshi bent down, twisting awkwardly so that he could press his forehead against Izuku's. "This wasn't your fault, Zu." Wriggling out from underneath his Tosh without headbutting him took a little effort, but Izuku managed to sit upright and climb into his boyfriend's lap without injuring either of them. Hitoshi's lips were warm against his, Izuku's fingers combing through gossamer strands of lavender hair before coming back to blindly trace the lines of Hitoshi's face. Izuku was sure that if he ever lost his sight, the only sight he would mourn would be his boyfriend's face. Nothing else would matter enough to him. If there was a better moment for him to drown in, Izuku didn't know it and wasn't sure that he wanted to. "I don't deserve you," Izuku murmured softly as they parted, rubbing his nose gently against his Tosh's. Hitoshi smiled, reaching up to tuck a stray curl behind Izuku's ear. "No, you definitely don't. Unfortunately you're stuck with me anyway." Izuku grinned widely as an arm snaked around his waist, hauling him over onto his boyfriend's lap. "So I guess you'll just have to learn to live with it." "Is that so?" Izuku curled into Tosh's itchy, rubbing his cheek against the teen's soft cotton t-shirt. "I can think of worse fates." Hitoshi's low, rumbling chuckle vibrated against Izuku's skin and fingers tightened a little around his waist. Curled up with his Tosh's on his bed, Izuku luxuriated in the comfortable silence that wrapped around them. They hadn't had enough moments like that, quiet and comfortable, watching the last rays of sunlight glitter off of window panes. As far as Izuku was concerned, they could both live forever and still never have enough of those moments. It was easy to forget that the rest of the world existed here, surrounded by the smell of citrus and the warmth of his Tosh. The pressure of a thumb and forefinger underneath his chin tilted Izuku's head back with absolutely zero resistance, and he melted into the sensation of Hitoshi's lips against his. Soft, sweet kisses that promised undying affection. It would be so easy for Izuku to get addicted to this. In fact, he wasn't sure that he wasn't already addicted. "Come with me tomorrow?" Izuku frowned, trying to wrap his brain around the concept of words again as his Tosh broke their embrace. "The class are going to the mall, shopping for the summer training camp. Come with me so I don't have to endure non-mandatory social interaction alone." Izuku opened his mouth to agree and hesitated. He wanted to go. Any excuse to be around his Tosh was a good excuse. But the class... Izuka hadn't seen any of them since Bakugo's removal from the course. He had actively avoided the classroom on the day that Dad had announced the blonde's withdrawal from the school. Kirishima knew, he was absolutely certain, that Bakugo's withdrawal had been due to what had happened during their exam. Izuku had seen the red-headed teen throwing him more than one weighted glance in the hallways, like he wanted to come over and confront Izuku. So far he'd managed to escape the inevitable confrontation, but in a social setting Izuku really would have nowhere to run. Maybe he should just get it over with. Having his Tosh there for support would make it easier, surely. Okay. Izuku would have agreed to almost anything to see that smile bloom across his boyfriend's face. He stretched up, dropping a quick peck on soft lips. Boys. Izuku let his head flop back against his Tasha's arm with a soft groan, flexing his jaw to try and work some of the stiffness out of the skin. Dinner time. Izuku squawked as his boyfriend unceremoniously dumped Izuku out of his lap, rolling off of the bed and vanishing around the doorway with a flash of a smirk. Growling playfully, Izuku scrambled off of the tangled sheets and dashed down the hallway after the violet-haired teen, leaping onto Hitoshi's back and clinging tightly to him. Shaking his head, Hitoshi carried him to the table, laughing when Izuku playfully bit the top of his head gently only to complain about getting a mouth full of hair. "What did you expect, dumb?" Hitoshi teased as Izuku slid off of his back, dropping into a seat and making faces at his Tosh. Across the table Eri giggled softly, making Izuku's eyes swell with happiness. She had come such a long way from the timid, fearful girl that he had rescued. It was strong sometimes to remember that it had only been a few months. Picking up his chopsticks and bowl of soba, Izuku settled comfortably in his chair to listen to his papa talk animatedly about the events of radio show last night and Eri tell them about her tutoring. She was learning fast, catching up to other kids her age so quickly that Izuku couldn't have been prouder of her. Soon she would be able to go to a normal school if she wanted, make friends her own age. Speaking of school, Izuku turned to face his Tosh, fishing his mouthful of noodles before he spoke. "What time is it?" "The mall thing tomorrow." Hitoshi frowned while he chewed, fishing his phone out of his pocket and thumbing through a chat window. "The group chat for the class," Izuku assumed. 11, I think." Izuku pushed a stray noodle around his bowl while Hitoshi found the time in his messages. "Yeah, 11. At the mall in Kiyoshi Ward. We can meet here and go together if you want." Izuku opened his mouth to agree, but his dad cut him off before he could. "That might be a problem." Izuku frowned, turning his attention to the dark-haired hero sitting beside him. "I meant to tell you earlier, Nedzu's asked for us both to come in for a meeting at 10 tomorrow morning." Izuku cocked an eyebrow. "Both of them? What for?" "No idea," his mentor shrugged, "but since I don't know how long it's going to take, it might be a better idea for Hitoshi to meet you there." Izuku nodded and offered his boyfriend an apologetic smile. "Looks like I might have to meet you there." "Sorry." Under the table, his Tosh reached over and squeezed his hand briefly, still smiling. "That's fine. I can survive a little solo social interaction before you come to rescue me." Izuku laughed, jabbing his boyfriend's elbow with his chopsticks. "You better. I don't have the energy to go on a revenge rampage for your sake." Hitoshi grinned at him, winking as he chewed his noodles. Across the table, a small voice chirped up quietly. "What's a mall?" Hitoshi and Izuku exchanged wide-eyed looks. There was so much that they understood about the way that Eri was, thanks to their own rough childhoods, that it was easy for them to forget sometimes that in so many ways she had had a far worse childhood than either of them could imagine. Izuku glanced at his dad, immediately getting agreement to the unspoken question before he set his chopsticks down and leant on the table, giving his full attention to the little white-haired girl opposite him. A mall is a place with lots of stores where people go to shop, eat, or sometimes just to hang out and have fun. Izuku's smile widened just enough to pull painfully on his skin at the wide-eyed wonder in Eri's face as she tried to comprehend this information. "Would you like to come with me tomorrow and see it for yourself?" Eri stared at him incredulously, glancing nervously to the side where Izuku was certain Hitoshi would be smiling just as broadly. The tension in her small shoulders relaxed visibly. He was definitely smiling, and Eri turned wide crimson eyes sparkling with excitement back to Izuku. "Yes, please." "Then it's settled." Izuku laughed at the exuberance in his papa's voice. "Family trip to the mall. Zashi, the exasperation in Izuku's dad's voice was palpable. It's the boys' trip. They're meeting the kids from my class there. Not a family trip. Show. Izuku's laughter was starting to hurt his ribs as the comically large pout that he knew Dad could never resist appeared on his papa's face. We can make it a family trip too, can't we? It's been so long since we went shopping, and the couch needs new cushion covers. For a moment the two heroes were locked in a staring contest, punctuated only by Izuku and Aries giggling, before the dark-haired man sighed and scrubbed his face with the palm of his hand. Fine, he sighed heavily, the sound drowned out by the victory cheer Papa gave out. Something tells me I'm going to regret this? Nonsense, Show. Izuku grinned as the blonde hero leapt up from his seat and draped his arms around his partner's neck, pressing an affectionate embrace to a stubble-lined cheek. It's going to be the best day ever. Hizashi turned the volume up on the radio, drumming his fingers against the steering wheel in time with the catchy upbeat rhythm of the pop song warbling through the car speakers. It was a good song, a debut single from a girl band Hizashi had just known would rapidly become a household name the moment they hit the scene. Sure enough, this was the third time he'd heard their song on the radio this morning alone. He'd even caught Sho-chan humming the melody while he was getting dressed. There was no higher praise in Hizashi's world than that. Glancing at the rearview mirror, Hizashi smiled at the sight of gravity-defying violet hair bouncing back and forth in time with the beat. The teenager huddled in his seat with both eyes glued to the phone in his hands. Such a typical introverted teenage thing. Hizashi could remember Shoyuta being exactly the same way with his phone when they were in high school. Even now, curled up on the couch with his phone in his hands scrolling through something mindless and amusing was Hizashi's favorite way to recharge after a long day of socializing. Well, or taking a nap with Shoyuta. Snuggling up with Izuku and watching movies was good too. Oh, or baking cookies with Eri-chan. How people managed to pick one single favorite anything was beyond Hizashi. There were too many amazing things to settle on just one. A quiet yet heavy sigh, just barely audible over the cheerful music, drew Hizashi's attention back to the rear-view mirror. Hitoshi was still nodding his head in time to the beat, but this time Hizashi really looked at his kid's boyfriend. There was a tension to his posture, like someone had twisted a figurine into a relaxed position, too much stiffness to be entirely natural. Hizashi could see the tightness around the teen's eyes, the twist to the corner of his mouth that made it just that little bit less neutral than it was intended to be. Frowning, Hizashi reached over and turned the volume of the radio down so he didn't have to shout over the music. You okay, Hito-kun? Indigo eyes flickered up from their fixation on the screen to meet Hizashi's in the mirror. Hesitance and indecision. There was something on the boy's mind, that was for sure, and he wasn't sure whether he wanted to discuss it with Hizashi. Knowing better than to push a teenager, Hizashi waited quietly in the driver's seat. They had plenty of time, sitting in the school car park while they waited for Sho and Izuku to be done with Nedzu. Hizashi wasn't going anywhere. After a couple of moments of silence, Hitoshi locked his phone and dropped it on his lap, shifting so he was sitting more comfortably before he spoke. Is it strong? You know, Hitoshi looked away, picking at his fingernails from what Hizashi could see in the mirror, being in a relationship with another hero. Don't you worry about Shuda-san a lot. This was a serious conversation. Hizashi had no doubt that this had been on the kid's mind for a while. Unbuckling his seatbelt, Hizashi shuffled around until he was facing Hitoshi as comfortably as possible. He considered for a moment getting out of the car and climbing into the back seat, but the tension visibly vibrating through Hitoshi made him rethink that. It was fine, he could handle sitting awkwardly for a while. The teen had chosen Hizashi to talk to about this. He was going to take that responsibility as seriously as he could. It can be strong. Hizashi folded his hands neatly in his lap, drumming his thumb against the back of his other hand. Heroics is a dangerous job. I'm sure Shoyuta worries about me just as much as I worry about him. But how do you? Hizashi rubbed the back of one hand with his thumb, waiting while the bundle of anxiety in his back seat struggled to find the right words. Honestly, this kid reminded him so much of Shoyuta sometimes. You guys have been together a long time, right? Even with all of the stress and not knowing if he's going to do something reckless and get himself hurt. There was. Now Hizashi knew what had sparked this conversation, as well as just how long the teen had probably been stewing in these thoughts for. Hisashi took a moment to look at his kid's boyfriend, really look at him. Hitoshi had always been a little jittery. The permanent bags under his eyes implied that, just like Shoyuta, the kid didn't get enough sleep, but looking at him now Hisashi had to wonder just how little sleep the teen had gotten recently. From what he could see of Hitoshi's fingernails from where the teen was intently picking at his fingertips, Hitoshi had chewed them down to the nail bed quite some time ago. Hisashi was honestly glad that he could see no evidence of the twisting and tearing of the skin that was present on Izuku's fingers. Nails would grow back. It had taken them quite some time to redirect Izuku's nervous habits away from self-damaging ones. For a moment he considered how to handle the rest of this conversation with Hitoshi. If it were Izuku he would have probably taken a slightly more direct approach, but Hitoshi. You're right, Hisashi twisted the ring around his thumb, taking the comfort that touching his 5-year anniversary gift from his partner provided while he searched for the right words to convey what he wanted. We have been together for a long time. Ever since high school it's been Shoyuta and I. But it wasn't always easy. There were a lot of times where we struggled, where Hisashi swallowed around the lump trying to push its way up out of his throat, blinking away glimmers of memories of pale blue hair drifting on the breeze, where coming to terms with things that happened to us, or around us, or because of us became so difficult that it was tempting to just give up. But you didn't, Hisashi bit back a sigh as the teen pressed on the matter. It wasn't Hitoshi's fault that this was a sore spot for Hisashi, neither of you gave up. No, Hisashi agreed slowly, we didn't. So what's the secret? Hitoshi sat forward in his seat, the seatbelt straining across his seat. How do you not worry that he's not going to, that he's not going to step in front of a bullet at the first opportunity? Hisashi winced at the strained tone in his own voice. He hadn't meant to be that blunt. I'm sorry, Hitoshi-kun, that was a little sharp. It's okay, the smile on the teen's face seemed genuine enough, but Hisashi couldn't help but notice the way his posture retreated, hugging his knees tightly to his seat, less open, more hesitant. Hisashi had F up, and dismissing this kid's feelings now would only make it worse. He had to choose his words more carefully from now on. I'm glad you feel that way, but it's not okay to me, Hito-kun. Hisashi wiped a hand down his face, shaking his head. I was feeling the emotional influence of my own memories and instead of expressing those emotions in a healthy way I lashed out at you. That wasn't fair of me, and it certainly wasn't fair to you. While he talked, Hisashi took careful note of the wide-eyed stare that the teenager was giving him, disbelief etched onto his face. I am sorry for that, I'll work harder to express myself better. Hitoshi's fingers twisted over themselves, like he was unsure what to do with them. He sat up straighter though, releasing the death grip he'd had on his shins much to Hisashi's relief. Thank you. And to the bullet thing. Hisashi swallowed down a chuckle, not wanting to seem like he was laughing at the kid. How do you handle that? Hisashi mulled the question over in his head, considering his options. There were a lot of ways he could answer it, really, when he thought about it. There were definitely textbook answers that worked for this situation, generic nonsense that glossed over the crux of the matter and placated rather than actually resolved anything. The same things he'd been told so many times over the years, whenever he had sought advice. The thought of doing the same to the teenager staring at him from the back of the car with wide, honest eyes left a sour taste on his tongue. But the alternative was to be honest, maybe to talk about things he didn't want to talk about outside of his therapist's office. Hisashi wasn't sure if he was strong enough for that, if he would ever really be strong enough. There was only one way to find out. I'm going to be honest with you, he sighed, lacing his hands together in his lap and staring down at them. Eye contact felt like too much for this. I'm not the one who ever really did the worrying in our relationship. Hisashi didn't need to look up to hear the confusion in Hitoshi's voice, but he glanced up anyway to see the dumbfounded look on the teenager's face. But I thought that I'd be the one fussing and worrying while Shoyuta ran off into the night taking down smuggling rings and drag cartels. Hisashi felt the grin creeping onto his face as lavender hair bobbed in affirmation. Sho can look after himself. He's always been careful and meticulous, plans for everything he can possibly think of. Plus, Hisashi stretched his arms above his head awkwardly. The cramped car didn't give him much room. I've never been able to beat him in a one-on-one. I don't know if there's anyone out there who could. Whoa, Hitoshi breathed softly, eyes round in astonishment. Eraserhead is so cool. Wait, but that means, Hisashi nodded as the teen put the pieces of what he was saying together. I was an arrogant teenager, there's no other way to put it. Hisashi chuckled dryly at the admission. I had a powerful quirk, outstanding control over it since I had to train it practically from the moment it manifested fully, naturally high intelligence. I pretty much thought I was going to steamroll through heroics and make it into the top 10 list without even trying. Out of the two of us, I was always the more reckless. What? Oh no. Hisashi raised an eyebrow at the growing look of horror on the violet-haired teen's face. You were a Bakugo. Hisashi considered that prospect unenthusiastically. Suppose I was. Though I was a lot friendlier than that boy was, and I think I turned out all right. Hisashi heaved a dramatic sigh of relief at Hitoshi's nod of confirmation, pantomiming wiping sweat from his forehead to the tune of soft snickers from the back seat. Anyway, what I was saying is that I was by far the more reckless one out of the pair of us, and that Shoyuta definitely still worries more than I do. Even though I've not done anything stupid since, Hisashi's throat closed around the words, constricting so tightly he could barely breathe, never mind finish his sentence. It had been years, 13 whole years, and outside of therapy Hisashi had never managed to force those words out. Shoyuta knew. Hisashi could see it in his partner's eyes whenever Hisashi poured just one more drink. As if any amount of liquor ever managed to completely drown out the memories. At least Sho let him keep his facade, joined him on some nights out to honor Oboro's memory with their co-workers. Never once had he let slip to anyone that it was all a lie, that Hisashi was a fraud. How did you tell people that it was your fault that your friend was dead? The front passenger door of the car being yanked open made them both jump, Hisashi's back slamming firmly against the steering wheel and blaring the car horn into the otherwise silent parking lot. Shoyuta slid into his seat and closed the door behind him while Hisashi twisted and contorted himself trying to turn back properly in his seat once more, soundtracked by near-hysterical laughter from the teen in the back seat. What on earth were you two doing in here? Hisashi slumped over the steering wheel with a dramatic groan, resting his head on his arms as he turned his face to look at the exasperation on his partner's. Did this man know just how many times he came to Hisashi's rescue? We were just talking, Sho. It was easier for his smile to slide into place with Shoyuta here, more natural. He glanced at the back seat, still only occupied by one teenage boy. Where's Izuku? He's talking with Nedzu. The grumble in Shuta's voice didn't bode well. Whatever this meeting had been about wasn't a pleasant thing. Hisashi considered asking, but the briefest of glances towards the back seat and the ducking of Shuta's chin further into his capture weapon kept the question at bay. Not in front of the students was a language the pair of them spoke well. He'll be out in a few minutes. Well, in that case, Hisashi wriggled in his seat until he was sitting more comfortably. Japanese cars weren't made for people his height. There was never enough legroom. Hito-kun was just asking how we managed to make it work when you're always worried I'm going to do something reckless. Any tips for the younger generation of underground heroes? Eraserhead. Shoyuta huffed a sigh and rolled his eyes, making Hisashi's grin stretch even wider than it already had been. He loved teasing his partner, that was true, but Shoyuta took these types of things so very seriously even when he pretending to be bothered by them. Hisashi knew all too well how much Sho loved the kids that had both let into their live. There was probably nothing that his tall, dark, and mysterious lover wouldn't do for them. You just have to talk to each other, Shoyuta groused. Even when the subject isn't one you want to talk about it anyway. Don't assume that something is going to happen or that Izuku is going to react a specific way until you've actually talked it out. Concerns are only one-sided if you make them one-sided. And since I'm assuming you don't want to actually talk about this in front of Izuku, Hisashi followed the turn of Shuta's head to the cloud of green curls bouncing out of the door. We should probably table this discussion. The teenager in the back seat murmured a distracted thank you. Hisashi glanced back to find the kid deep in thought, eyebrows knitted together tightly. Though his expression lightened immediately as Izuku clambered into the seat behind Hisashi, clutching something to his tea that from this angle Hisashi couldn't make out. A box. A bag. All right, boys, are we all set? Hisashi chirped cheerfully as he straightened himself up in his seat and buckled his seatbelt. Yeah. Izuku sounded cheerful at least. Hisashi started the car to the tune of buckles clicking home. Yeah. Alrighty, listeners. He grinned wider at the chorus of groans. He liked his listeners' thing, so they could put up with it sometimes. Let's go collect our Eri and then to the mall. The silicone patch plastered across the side of Izuku's face sat far more comfortably underneath the soft cotton mask than Izuku had expected it to. He would have thought the clear, almost gelatinous strips would catch on the fabric and roll off almost immediately, but they clung to the ridges and divots of his scarring like they had been molded specifically for the purpose. In a way they had, Izuku supposed. The mall was more crowded than he had expected it to be. It had been years since the last time Izuku had been inside one of this size, and his nerves were feeling the strain of being surrounded by more strangers than he had mentally prepared himself for. The only thing keeping him together was that he wasn't the only one trying to cope with the overstimulation of the experience. Eri clung to Izuku's hands so tightly he couldn't feel his fingers, eyes wide and shoulders rigid as she stared at the swarms of strangers bustling around them. Hitoshi wasn't faring much better than Izuku was, from what he could tell, but of the three of them Eri was definitely struggling the most. It wasn't unexpected, but from the brief glances Izuku kept catching from his dads, they had all definitely miscalculated a little. The schools being on break definitely hadn't helped matters. Raucous clusters of high school children milled around benches and storefronts where usually they would have been in classes at that time of day. A group of girls about Izuku's age ran past them, shrieking with laughter, and Eri's grip on his hand tightened so much that his knees almost buckled. Honestly, how was one little girl's grip strength so high? Izuku wondered briefly if Oni mutations were a thing and whether she would like an iron club. Crouching down, Izuku rocked back on the ball of his feet, barely managing to stay upright as a solid ball of ice-white hair and anxiety crashed into his HBLD roared back into his hand as small fists tangled in the back of his shirt and Izuku wrapped an arm around her back so he could hoist her up when he stood back up. She was heavier than she had been the first time he had carried her like this, but he was stronger than he had been then too, settling her on his hip comfortably without too much of a struggle. It was strong to believe sometimes that Eri almost reached his shoulder when she was so easy to lift and carry. Hey Snowflake, the ever so slightly trembling bundle in his arms tensed for the briefest moment before she registered that it was Izuku's voice against her ear. You're safe, we're all here and none of yous are going anywhere. We can leave if you don't want to be here. Slowly the small head buried into the crook of his neck shifted, turning until one crimson eye peered out from behind a curtain of white. It took a little bit of adjusting for Izuku to be able to see her, but he managed it, craning his neck to an almost impossible angle. He could feel his mask shift out of place, the edge of his jaw exposed to anyone who cared to look, but he could deal with it later. Right now the little girl in his arms took precedence. Her voice was as timid as ever, barely audible over the crowds. Really? Yeah, really. Izuku smiled, as reassuring as he could manage in this crowded place full of strangers, his gaze flicking up from Eri's face to his boyfriend who had stepped in closer. None of us will be mad or think badly of you if you want to go. It was almost like a SW had been flipped. Where there had been a scared, shy little girl clinging to his shoulder, now there was a squirming mass wriggling to get down. Pushing down the wave of concern, panic, and just the tiniest glimmer of hurt, Izuku carefully set the girl in his arms back down on the ground. He wasn't sure what he'd said to upset her so thoroughly that she wanted to get away from him, but Izuku wasn't going to force her to stay with him if she didn't want to. Especially not in a strange place full of strangers that was already stressing her out to begin with. Izuku glanced over at his dad's while he straightened his mask to cover his scars once more, frowning at the wide grin stretched across Papa's face. He was about to ask what was so amusing when small fingers clamped around his hand like a vice, trembling ever so slightly. Izuku turned his attention back to Eri, surprised to find her clinging to his hand with her chin held high and jaw clenched tight. He'd never seen her like this before. The aura of determination surrounding her tiny frame was palpable. She opened her mouth to say something and Izuku leant closer, not expecting her to practically shout two words directly into his ear as a result. Maybe we should go back. Izuku tugged hesitantly on the hand wrapped around his as Tosh led them both through the crowd. It's Eri's first time in a mall, shouldn't we stay with her after all? What if something happens? If something happens, Izuku could barely hear him over the ambient noise of the mall, then your dads will be there to handle it, Zu. Eri is perfectly safe with two of the best heroes in Japan right now. I know, even Izuku could tell that he was whining right now. It didn't stop the pit in his stomach from gnawing at him, though, but what Iuf? Izuku stumbled as Hitoshi abruptly changed directions, the vice grip on his fingers the only reason Izuku wasn't getting swept away in the weekend crowds as they headed for a nearby storefront. Did his Tosh need new shoes? Izuku. All thought screeched to a halt at that one word. Full names. Something was up. I love you more than anyone else in the world, you know that, right? Izuku nodded, leaning into the warm hands cupping his jaw. But are you sure this is about Eri? Izuku frowned, rubbing his cheek against the fabric trapped between his cheek and Hitoshi's hand in thought. The anxious knot in the pit of his eyes twisted uncomfortably, feeling tighter the more he thought about it. Of course he was worried about Eri, that much was natural, right? What else would it be? If this is too much for you right now, wait, what? Then I will walk you back to your dad's? No questions asked, Zu. You just have to tell me. Did Hitoshi think he was scared? Izuku opened his mouth to inform his boyfriend in no uncertain terms that he was fine. It was just his dad's class, after all. What did he have to be scared of? He'd spent plenty of time with them since the start of the school year. What did he have to be afraid of? But the words stuck, trapped beneath his pulse hammering against the inside of his throat. Do you mean it? Izuku was pretty sure that Hitoshi was still talking as he leant forwards until his forehead pressed against his taller boyfriend's, breathing in citrus and safety while he waited for the ringing in his ears and the pressure in his lungs to subside. Familiar hands ran up and down his spine and Izuku used the movement as a metronome, counting backwards from 20 with every downstroke of warmth. The word around Izuku swam back into focus in pieces, just enough to not be even more overstimulating than the mall already was. Faintly he could hear humming, a familiar melody that vibrated against his head from where he was resting on his Tasha's. The fabric of Tasha's ratty old hoodie felt soft against his skin, grounding him in the here and now. Part of him wanted to push through this, to insist on seeing it through. If this bested him now, Izuku wasn't sure he would be able to face it again later down the line. Fear was like that. If you let it have its way too often, then eventually it would swallow you before you realized it. That's what life with his Emo, with Inko had been like. But in the quiet support of his boyfriend's arms, it was easier to listen to the voice of reason he had spent so much time and effort working on in therapy. Choosing his battles was wise, something all heroes had to do. Katsuki had just been removed from his dream career track for failing to choose his battles properly. Izuku had an example to set. For himself, more than anyone else. Better. Izuku hummed his quiet confirmation to his boyfriend's question, rubbing his face against the palms pressed against his skin as they tilted his face upwards. Those perfect indigo eyes Izuku loved looked down at him with more concern than Izuku would ever believe he deserved, and impulsively he leant forwards, pressing soft kisses to chapped lips. Even rough and dry, they were definitely Izuku's favorite. He could forget anything that was troubling him with one embrace from, wow. Izuku stumbled half a step forwards as his Tosh practically launched himself backwards out of reach in time with the click of a camera shutter. So this is why you're late. Just wait until Captain Uptight gets a look at this. Kaminari. Izuku found himself crushed against his boyfriend's sissy thanks to the palm pressed tightly in the middle of his spine. Delete that picture. No. Oh. Izuku didn't need to see Kaminari to hear the pout in his voice, but it's such a good one. I wanted to see Ida lose his cool again. Fine, fine. The hand on his back relaxed and Izuku loosened his grip on the taller teen's hoodie. Let me just send it to the group chat first. Kaminari. Izuku barely had time to yelp before he was drowning in soft fabric while the world tilted around him, all of the air leaving his lungs in one sharp wheeze as his back slammed into the cold, tiled floor. Staying upright while 125 pounds of boyfriend tried to lunge over the top of his head and grab someone else's phone would have been more feasible if they had been stood further apart. He would bear that in mind in the future. It took Izuku just long enough to get his breath back for his Tosh to hurriedly scramble off of him, concern etched into every line of that appealing, perpetually exhausted face. In his peripheral vision, Izuku could see other people, familiar faces and hairstyles clustered together a few paces away from them. It would seem the rest of Tasha's class hadn't been too far behind Kaminari. Well, the little voice in the back of his head that Izuku always tried to ignore piped up cheerfully, "It can't get much worse than being body slammed to the ground in a crowded mall by your boyfriend, right?" The laugh that bubbled up out of his he felt more hysterical than humorous, an overflow of emotion that Izuku had no control over. It was as good of a cover for his anxiety as anything else he could have done, though, and Izuku looked over his shoulder expecting to see a crowd of teenagers joining him in his laughter. He was not expecting wide-eyed silence, hands clapped over mouths and a chasm of distance between them and him that seemed to grow wider by the second. He heard rather than felt his own laughter fade, replaced by his own heartbeat ringing in his ears. Had he done something wrong? Love. Izuku swallowed down the twisting knot of confusion and anxiety that was trying to choke him, his boyfriend's cool hand on his cheek turning Izuku's attention back to Hitoshi. "Hold still for a second." It took every ounce of willpower in Izuku's body not to vomit all over his tosh as hentai fingers tucked the bands of his mask back over his ears. They'd seen. They'd all seen. "Hey," the hands still pressed against his cheeks, thumbs stroking circles against his temples, drew him out of the downward spiral that threatened to swallow Izuku whole. "Keep looking at me, Zu. I'm gonna call your dad, okay? But it's too loud for me to make a call here. Do you think you're okay to walk?" His hero would come and get him, no questions asked. The abrupt longing for vanilla and coffee and safety was all the incentive Izuku needed to take his Tasha's hand and let himself be pulled to his feet. Behind him a voice called out for them to wait, but Izuku was already making a beeline for the nearest bathroom, practically dragging Tosh behind him by the hand. They'd seen. Izuku could have handled anything but displaying his failures for a crowd of hero trainees. They were all going to know now just how much he had messed up. He could never take that knowledge back from them. Ever. The tiled bathroom wall was ice cold against his skin where Izuku pressed his forehead against them so strong he wasn't sure it wouldn't bruise later. Focusing on the dull throb and the chill in his skull helped distract him from thinking too much while he listened to the low thrum of Tasha's voice somewhere behind him. Talking to Dad on the phone, telling him how Izuku had messed up, how he needed saving again. Almost 2 years and nothing had changed. Not really, he was still the most useless. Not a great time. Izuku's self-loathing took a breath long enough for him to realize that Hitoshi definitely wasn't talking on the phone anymore. Someone else was in the room. "Another day would be better, when we're at school or something." "Yeah, of course. Sorry bro." Izuku's heart tried to hammer its way out of his throat. He knew who that voice belonged to. "I wasn't really thinking, I guess. I just wanted to, well." The voice trailed off and Izuku turned his head slowly, his gaze settling instantly on the wild shock of scarlet hair across the room. Kirishima looked sheepish, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly as he stepped back from Izuku's boyfriend who, at least to Izuku, looked like a puffed-up kitten staring down a shark. Crimson eyes glanced up and Izuku fought the urge to flinch. They weren't the right shade of red, it was fine. "Oh, Lacuna, Izuku's tongue felt glued to the roof of his mouth as he watched his Tasha's classmate shift back and forth on his feet like he was undecided on whether he should just say whatever he came to say or leave. "I just wanted to, Kirishima?" Izuku's knees almost gave out on him the minute he heard his dad's voice, that low rumble turning his muscles to water with the flood of relief. Dad was here. Was there something you needed urgently? Sensei? The redhead got over the shock of seeing his teacher dressed casually and standing in the bathroom of a mall quickly. No. Nothing urgent, Aizawa-sensei." Izuku didn't miss the teen wringing his hands nervously. Something was up, but Izuku didn't have the energy to reason out exactly what right now. If that's the case, Izuku reached for his dad the minute that his hero stepped within range, wrapping his fingers tightly in the man's loose gray shirt and burying his face in the soft fabric. "Then you should return to your friends. There are better times and places than a public bathroom to discuss almost anything." Izuku didn't hear the teen leave, too focused on the fingers carding through his hair and the scent of vanilla invading his nostrils. "Hey, kid," Izuku made an unintelligible sound somewhere between a grunt and a rumble. "It's okay now, I'm here." "It's not okay." Izuku's voice sounded rough, even muffled between layers of mask and shirt. "They all saw. They know now. They're all going to think nothing." Familiar hands settled on his shoulders, Hitoshi's citrus smell mingling with his dad's vanilla slowly draining the tension out of his bones. They're all going to think nothing if they know what's good for them. And if they think anything else, then I'll make sure that they don't. Tosh, Izuku whines softly, tugging at his hero's shirt and turning his head to look over his shoulder at the teen behind him. You know that your quirk doesn't work like that. You can't change someone's thoughts or opinions. We ran all of those tests last year to prove that your quirk wasn't actually brainwashing at all. It's more like, there's my nerd. Izuku's jaw clicked shut and he huffed at the amusement in his boyfriend's voice. But honestly, Zu, it doesn't matter what any of them think. They won't say a DMN thing if they know what's good for them. And if they do, Izuku turned his attention back to his dad in time to see the near-maniacal grin stretch across his hero's face. They'll have me to answer to? Izuku laughed in spite of himself, leaning into gentle fingers tucking a stray curl behind his ear. You'll always have me, lizard. It doesn't matter what a group of brats think. The people who love you are the only ones who matter. Me too. Izuku yelped as arms snaked around his waist, laughing as his boyfriend lifted him off of the ground and swung him around, nearly knocking over a random man just trying to go to the bathroom. Falling over themselves in apologies, Izuku let his dad and his boyfriend lead him out of the bathroom and back into the crowd of weekend shoppers. Anxiety bubbled up in his CC the minute that the clamor of the public reached his ears, but the firm grip on both of his hands kept him grounded and steady enough to be silently led along towards the nearest exit. He had done his absolute best, and for the first time the challenge had proven too much for him to handle. Logically, he had known all along that his loved ones would never judge him for failing, but that voice in the back of his head had always kept him uncertain. But now, sandwiched between two of his most precious people who had proven unequivocally that they loved him no less for his failures, Izuku had no choice but to believe they had been telling the truth all along. Maybe, with time and the care of these people, he would stop thinking less of himself for his failures too. Izuku lay sprawled on his back in the stairwell leading up to the roof access, staring blankly up at the ceiling tiles overhead, barely visible in the fading light of the day. He should be eating. The onigiri that Papa had made for him this morning were calling his name from the bento box on the floor beside him, but the energy that required was nowhere to be found. The summer training course for UA Hero students had started barely 3 days ago and his mentor had decided that Izuku was going to be undergoing intensive training of his own at the same time. He'd been looking forward to it quite a bit until he'd been welcomed on the first morning to Hell Camp by a grinning Oni in the shape of his dad. It had to be an Oni. There was no way his hero could be this sadistic. While the first-year hero students had been comfortably settled in one of the gyms, exploring the extents of their quirks and pushing their limits in a safe, controlled environment, Izuku had been sprinting across campus with two of Powerloader's new and improved two-pointer bots on his heels. You're not always going to be able to hack your way around problems, Lacuna, figure it out another way. While the students were in the cafeteria loading up on energy and calories, Izuku was picking locks and cataloging any contraband items in both classes' belongings. If you get caught, or the students can tell their bags have been tampered with, you'll lose points. You don't want to lose points. Izuku had to admit, the looks on their faces when the teachers singled out the students who had brought things they shouldn't was worth the extra 50 laps he'd run that night for getting caught by the earphone girl in 1B. Which brought him to now, while the hero students were all doing some sort of team-building exercise after dinner and Izuku was trying his very best to stay awake long enough to eat before getting back to the last half an hour of his patrol around the campus grounds. He was starting to understand why his mentor took so many naps. He could use one himself right about now. Was this really what underground heroes went through? Was becoming a daylight hero still an option for him? If you're too exhausted to patrol, if there had been any strength left in his body, Izuku would have leapt a foot in the air at the low voice interrupting his thoughts before he realized it was his dad. You shouldn't patrol. I know. Izuku used the last of his energy to reach up and grip the proffered hand in the darkness, allowing himself to be pulled into a seated position. It kind of just hit me all at once. I was fine a minute ago. The wall felt cool against his spine, the evening chill radiating through the back of his suit. It was just enough to shake some of the sleep-filled cobwebs from his thoughts and take the lid off the bento box the hero had deposited in his lap. Food should help. Izuku's dad slid down the wall with a quiet groan that he was pretty sure he wasn't supposed to have heard. settling on the ground beside Izuku in the dim light as he fished out one of the slightly misshapen rice ball. For a few minutes the only sounds in the stairwell were chewing and breathing. The Minteko spice tingled on Izuku's tongue, going quite some way towards waking him up properly. Papa had definitely picked that filling on purpose for him. He was thoughtful like that. Night patrols and erratic routines may have been a staple of an underground hero's work life, but they were completely new territory for Izuku. The thought that his family had considered the ways that they could help him adjust better ignited that warmth in his tea. He swallowed the last bite and was reaching for the second one when his mentor shifted beside him, his low voice echoing in the empty stairwell. "You can't avoid him forever, you know." Izuku turned stare at his hero blankly in the darkness, not realizing that his onigiri had slipped from his frozen fingers before it was too late, the sudden weight flipping his bento box off of his knee and sending the entire box and its contents tumbling to the ground. Izuku cursed under his breath, ignoring the rumble of disapproval from his dad as he scrambled to try and salvage what he could while being glad for the darkness hiding the redness on his face. "I'm not avoiding Kirishima though." "Is that so?" Izuku grunted softly when the box was gently pulled from his hands, half-heartedly reaching after his lunch just to have half a sandwich pressed into his hand instead. "Then how did you know who I was talking about?" Izuku could feel the heat rising up the back of his neck, awkward embarrassment churning in the pit of his stomach. He could deny it, come up with an excuse. His hero wouldn't push it if Izuku really didn't want to talk about it, he knew that. The unwavering trust and faith that this man somehow had in Izuku, no matter what, never failed to lull him into a place of security and comfort that made it near impossible to hide anything from him. Sometimes Izuku forgot that it hadn't even been a year since they met, since the man he hadn't even truly believed would be willing to speak to him, never mind teach him, had carried Izuku out of the hell he had grown up in without a single glance back. Eraserhead had cemented himself forever in that moment as Izuku's savior, his hero. He could spend a lifetime trying to repay that debt to his mentor and never manage it, but he could start with being honest at least. "I'm not actively avoiding him." Izuku pulled his shoulders up to his ears, hunching forward and away from the look he didn't have to see to know he was receiving. "I'm just not going out of my way to be available." Available? Izuku couldn't tell if the huff from the man beside him was from amusement or exasperation. That's one way to put it, I guess. "He's not going to bite you, kiddo," an arm wrapped around his shoulders, pulling Izuku closer so his hero could ruffle his curls, "even if he looks like he might sometimes." "I know that." Izuku squirmed away before his mentor messed his hair up completely. "It's just, what am I supposed to say to him, Dad?" "Hey, sorry I knocked your friend out and got him thrown out of his dream school, effectively ending his hero career before he even had a chance to." Hey, large, warm hands pressed against Izuku's cheeks, drawing his attention back to dark eyes with eye bags to match. "Take a breath, lizard." Izuku closed his eyes and focused on the air filling his lungs, trying to ignore the heat slowly building in his face. He hadn't realized he was spiraling off into a self-deprecating rant. It had been a while since he'd done that. Maybe this was affecting him more than he thought. Izuku was taking a third breath when his dad spoke again, low and even and calm and soothing in the way only Izuku's hero could be. "First of all, you didn't get Bakugo kicked out of anywhere." Izuku swallowed the protest that practically begged to leave his mouth. "He did that himself with his own actions, so blaming yourself is not allowed." Secondly, calloused thumbs pressed against his cheeks until his lips puckered up like a fish. "I think it's safe to say that Kirishima isn't looking for you to listen, kiddo." Izuku slapped his dad's hands away, rubbing his cheeks and pouting while the hero laughed and curled an arm around Izuku's shoulders to pull him back into a loose hug. "He wants to talk to you, Izuku. If you don't know what to say, why don't you start by listening instead?" Izuku wanted to argue, to list all of the reasons why it wasn't that simple, but the more he thought about it beyond immediate reflex, the fewer reasonable points he could find to make his case. Logically, his dad wasn't wrong. Was it really necessary for Izuku to know what to say? He'd heard nothing from his Tosh about Kirishima being angry or hurt in any way. Was Izuku making this more of a problem than it had to be? It was possible. He knew that he had a tendency to overthink things. If that was the case, then surely it couldn't hurt to listen to what Kirishima had to say. Izuku rubbed his cheek thoughtfully against the neon yellow polyester, the scent of vanilla and coffee so deeply embedded into the weave that Izuku could have picked it out of a lineup blindfolded. The arm around his shoulders tightened slightly, strong and stabilizing and safe. The arm shifted and Izuku leant into the warm weight of his dad's hand on his head. Short fingernails scratched at an itch on Izuku's scalp and he closed his eyes, reveling in the feeling. Dad always scratched better than Izuku could on his own, he had no idea why. I can listen. No matter what happened, Izuku knew that his dad would have his back. He was safe. Thanks, kiddo. The hand moved away from his head and Izuku chased the warmth blindly, pouting when his mentor hauled himself to his feet with a groan. I'm gonna go check on the other demons before they burn down a gym. Come over when you're done. Wait, what? Izuku's confused gaze followed his hero as the man sauntered down the stairs, stepping past a mop of startling scarlet spikes. Izuku hadn't even heard the teenager arrive. Maybe he was more tired than he thought. Crimson eyes flickered nervously between the hero and Izuku before the door clicked shut, leaving the two teenagers alone in the stairwell. He'd been set up, hadn't he? Izuku didn't intend to flinch when Kirishima spoke, he really didn't. He could tell from the crestfallen look on the hero student's face that he'd noticed, though, I can leave if you want. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. No, Izuku shook his head, picking at the sandwich in his hand like it was the most interesting thing in the world. Suddenly, he wasn't all that hungry. It's fine. You don't have to leave. The tension in his spine grew when the other teenager just stood there silently, like he was waiting for something, but after a moment the rustle of cloth and squeak of RBB on tile told Izuku that Kirishima had probably sat down where he had been standing. It was enough for Izuku to feel like he could breathe comfortably again. He glanced up, watching surreptitiously as the hero student pulled out his own bento box, poking listlessly at the contents inside with his chopsticks. Izuku groaned inwardly at the awkwardness. How was he meant to listen if the guy who supposedly wanted to talk refused to actually do so? Izuku wasn't sure who had built the wall between them, but it was so thick it was a marvel he could still find room to breathe. Why didn't he just eat with the other hero students if he was going to be this uncomfortable? Izuku was going to have to break the silence, wasn't he? Ow, Izuku grimaced as his voice cracked. Perfect, how's your training camp? Wide crimson eyes stared at him, glinting in the twilight for a fraction of a second before their gaze shifted to look out of the window behind Izuku. Good. It's been super manly. Izuku would have had to be an idiot to miss the false cheer in the teen's tone. I was surprised that we're having camp at the school. Kaminari was sure that we'd be going to the beach or something. Izuku took a bite of the sandwich in his hand, chewing thoughtfully. I think the teachers thought having access to UA's resources would be better for first years to make more progress. Scarlet spikes bounced as the hero student nodded thoughtfully, accepting Izuku's words without a second thought. His stomach twisted uncomfortably with guilt. Not that Izuku was lying, not really. The teachers had discussed a lot of options for the hero student training camps after the sports festival attack this year, including the school. The original decision had been to send them into the mountains with the wild pussycats so they could be out of the way of potential risk and build their abilities in quiet surroundings. If Izuku hadn't presented his mentor and Nedzu with 5 pages of reasoning as to why the first years should be at the school where security was strongest and the third years should head to the mountains instead, that's exactly where they would have been going. And if Mirio-senpai got to spend some time far away from the school where he had almost died, then Izuku would pretend that it was simply coincidence, not design. The silence stretched out between them for so long Izuku was starting to wonder whether Kirishima had actually said something and was waiting for a response from him when nervous eyes flitting to his face for the barest fraction of a second put all of the pieces together for Izuku. He didn't have his mask on. Kirishima could see all of his scars. Izuku could feel the heat rising up the back of his neck as he wrestled his mask out from where it had gotten wrapped up in his capture weapon thanks to his mentor's manhandling earlier and set it back in place on his face. Sorry, is that better? Wano. Izuku blinked in surprise at the vehemence of that last syllable. Kirishima looked just as surprised as he did, eyes wide and hands raised in front of him. That's not. Oh. I didn't mean to. It's okay. Izuku shrugged. drawing his knees up to his ist and resting his forearms on them. He could at least act more nonchalant than the anxiety gnawing at his ist. He felt, I get it. It's not easy to ignore. The silent response was enough for the aching, writhing pit of self-loathing in Izuku's ist to squirm to life, dragging its claws down the inside of his ribs in time with the thud of his heart in his ears. He needed to go, to leave this space where everything hurt and he couldn't breathe, but there was nowhere to go. The way down was blocked and the way up was somewhere Izuku still couldn't bring himself to be, no matter how many times he sat here staring at the door. He was trapped, locked in a bedroom lined with red, white and blue, where monsters lurked beyond the doorway wearing smiles and kind words laced with poison. He couldn't escape, he couldn't. Izuku blinked and the bright colors faded away, leaving only the dim light of the stairwell and the crimson in the corner of his eye. The teen was saying something, head bowed so deeply that all Izuku could see was red even when he looked at the boy properly. He swallowed thickly, forcing the bile back down and pushing away the ringing in his ears just enough for him to hear properly. Really sorry. Sorry. I should have got Bakugo to give up before it got that far. I didn't think he would. I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you got hurt like that. What was Izuku even hearing right now? Izuku's voice felt scratchy on his tongue and he paused to clear his throat. What are you talking about? It's not your fault. But Izuku's phone vibrated loudly against his collarbone, echoing around the stairwell as he scrambled to fish it out of his capture weapon. There were only a handful of people who knew his number. Anyone trying to contact him right now would be someone he shouldn't ignore. His eyes widened at the name displayed on the screen and accepted the call. Principal Nedzu? Lacuna. Something about the Chimera's tone had the hairs on the back of Izuku's neck standing on end. Could you please make your way to conference room A as soon as possible? Your mentor is already on his way there. Direct any students you see on your way back to their respective sleeping arrangements. Of course. Adrenaline and apprehension coursed through Izuku's veins. In equal measure, washing the exhaustion from his muscles and mind, I'll be there shortly. The principal hung up without another word, and Izuku looked up at the hero student who had stood when he had. When had Izuku stood up? He couldn't recall. I'm sorry, Kirishima-kun, I have to go. No problem. Izuku could see the reticence in the teen's expression. I'll just go back to the classroom. Sorry. We can talk some other time. Izuku felt somewhat guilty about not being able to finish their conversation, but I promise you that what happened was all on Bakugo, not you. I don't blame you. You should. The whisper was barely audible, but Izuku's hearing had always been better than most. I don't blame you. Izuku hesitated before patting the redhead's shoulder gently. Touching other people that weren't his horde wasn't something he did often, and you shouldn't either. Izuku slipped past the hero student, stood frozen on the top stair, and took the stairs down to the ground floor 3 at a time. It would have been nice if he could take the time to comfort Kirishima properly, make him understand that taking the blame for something that wasn't his fault was unhealthy. But in the end, Izuku wasn't a therapist and he just didn't have time. Nedzu's phone call had been terse and fraught with something Izuku had never heard in the Chimera's voice before. Whatever it wasn't good. He broke into a run the moment he left the stairwell, thankful he didn't see anyone on his way to the conference room. He wasn't sure that he would be able to get moving again if he stopped to send students back to their makeshift rooms right now. His mentor was waiting outside of the conference room for him, face buried so deeply in his capture weapon. Izuku wasn't entirely sure if the man could see at all. Tension lined every muscle of his posture, putting Izuku even more on guard than he had been to begin with. If his hero was this tense, then whatever was happening was not good. His dad didn't say anything as Izuku approached, simply pushing away from the wall and opening the door for both of them to step inside. The 1B teacher was already there, arms folded and his signature Vlad King frown deeper than Izuku had ever seen it. Eraser hit Lacuna. Izuku tore his attention away from the white-haired hero to focus on the principal sat at the head of the table. Take a seat. This is an emergency meeting, and as such calling the rest of the staff into the school would have taken more time than I deemed efficient. So aside from the staff already present at the school, Izuku glanced at the door as it clicked open, Chiyobasan shuffling her way into the room with a white knuckle grip on her cane. I have established a conference call with the staff I could reach. Others will be informed of this meeting when I manage to contact them. What's going on, Nedzu? Vlad King's low rumble sounded just as agitated as usual. I've got 20 students probably committing some form of unsupervised vandalism right now, and I don't even want to think about what Aizawa's hellspawn are getting up to. Izuku patted his dad's arm as thin strands of dark hair drifted across his peripheral. The white-haired hero really did take smug satisfaction from provoking his mentor. The third-year training camp was attacked tonight. The sentence dropped across the room like an axe, severing all other thoughts. Izuku's stomach rolled over itself while Nedzu continued like he hadn't just dropped a bomb on them. Those that were seriously injured are being transferred to a local hospital in Nagano Prefecture. We will be dispatching a team to collect them and bring them back safely. Recovery girl, I'll meet them outside. The elderly hero hadn't even sat down, Izuku noticed, like she had been expecting it. I'll fetch my bags from the infirmary and be ready to go in 15. Thank you, Chio. Izuku could hear the gratitude in the Chimera's voice. The nurse simply nodded and silently left the room without a word, the door clicking shut behind her. What aren't you telling us? Izuku jumped. The terse note in his mentor's voice was something he hadn't heard in quite a while. You wouldn't call all of us in to dispatch a medical team or organize a conference. You'd do it and email us after. Behind his desk, Nedzu folded his paws over each other and smiled wryly. Izuku still had no idea how the principal made expressions like that with his facial structure. Ever the observational student, Shoyuta, Nedzu's whiskers wilted. To Izuku's eyes he suddenly looked 20 years older than he had a moment ago. A student is missing. According to the witness accounts of panicked students, he was taken by the attackers through a large purple portal in the air. Across the table, Vlad King startled visibly. Beside him, his hero's fists clenched tightly against the wood. Izuku felt sick. They'd all seen portals like that before. At the sports festival. The question was muffled, hidden behind layers of capture weapon as his dad buried his face to hide his expression. Ooh! The glimmer of something unexplainable in the Chimera's eyes as he looked at Izuku was enough to have him lurching out of his seat, scrambling for the door as nausea rolled over him in waves. He felt hot and dizzy as he fumbled almost blindly for the handle, bolting out of the conference room as if escaping could erase the words from his mind. Amajiki Tamaki. The smell of cheap bathroom cleaner and the bitter taste of bile on his tongue were what brought Izuku's awareness back into the present. The chill of the tiles beneath his knees was next, seeping into his skin like shards of ice. Piecing together exactly how he had ended up in this bathroom was difficult. He remembered leaving the conference room, but beyond that everything was a hazy mess of half-thoughts and colors, like a photograph out of focus. Thinking about the conference room sent another wave of nausea rolling up from his stomach, dry heaving around the bitterness searing the back of his throat. Amajiki Tamaki. The guilt settled between his shoulder blades, a heavy weight pressing against Izuku's spine that felt like it could snap him in half if it just pressed a little harder. He half wished it would, rather than rolling around in slow circles, taunting him with the feeling of comfort and warmth and security. All those things he didn't deserve, not while, Izuku shuddered, trying to pull away from the hand that had been rubbing his back and finding himself trapped in place by the toilet bowl pressed against his ear. Come on, look at me for a moment. There's no one here but us, you're safe. Look this way just for a moment. If it had been anyone else but his Tosh, Izuku wasn't sure he would have surrendered as easily as he did. It took a significant amount of effort even then to push down the frantic beating of his heart against his ribcage, demanding he escape from this momentary confinement, and let his boyfriend gently swipe at his face with a cool cloth that felt too sharp against his skin. It was his Tosh, he would be safe here. He just had to keep telling himself that. The soothing rumble of Hitoshi's voice reassuring him of the exact same thing helped, and Izuku found enough space in his easy for his lungs to breathe amid the guilt and panic. The ringing in his ears slowly receded and the tension in his muscles eased off. His Tosh's movements slowly grew less hesitant and telegraphed in response, until Izuku blinked and found his head resting against a broad shoulder, breathing in citrus and safety while hands rubbed slowly up and down his spine. As much as I love you, Izuku's voice felt scratchy, catching in his throat on every other syllable. This floor is really cold. His Tasha's familiar dry chuckle was as soothing as the arms that wrapped around his knee, helping his struggle back onto his feet go more smoothly than it would have if Izuku had tried to do it alone. How long had he been knelt on the ground for the sensation in his legs to be this low? There, long fingers carded through his curls and Izuku let his head pull back with them, blinking up at the wild shock of violet hair that helped filter out the harsh light of the overhead fluorescence, less cold. Izuku's hum of agreement stuttered in his issy, half-hearted and abandoned. It would be a lie to say he felt less cold. He couldn't shake the numbness in his limbs that kept everything around him feeling muted and distant. The concerned look on his Tasha's was what pushed Izuku to let himself be led silently out of the bathroom into a darkened hallway, barely paying attention to where they were until Hitoshi opened one last set of doors and Izuku stepped out of the building. The sky still held the faintest light from the setting sun, stars just starting to pierce their way through the dim glow. The air felt crisp and Izuku breathed deeply, focusing on the chill growing at the tips of his ears and the dull pressure in his tea that he couldn't seem to shake no matter how he tried right now. It would have been easy, so easy, to lose himself in the stillness of the moment and forget about everything, if it wasn't for that little voice in the back of his head, reminding him why they were there like that in the first place. It's your fault. Useless, worthless. That guilt and bitterness churned in Izuku's stomach, threatening to overwhelm him the moment he loosened his iron grip on them. A soft hiss beside him drew Izuku's attention outside of his own head to meet his Tasha's stony expression and their clasped hands, where his boyfriend's fingers were rapidly turning the same shade as his hair. Oh my, Izuku let go of his hand immediately, taking a steep back. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean. Hey, Izuku fought the urge to snatch his hand away when Hitoshi grabbed it, not wanting to risk hurting him even more in the process. I know it wasn't intentional. If it was a problem I would have said something, Zoo. Nothing's broken, everything's fine. No, the pressure in Izuku's issy wavered for a moment before it burst like a dam, hot tears pouring down his cheeks long before he could even try to stop their flow. Nothing's fine, Tosh. Nothing. Without a word, Hitoshi gently coaxed him to sit down against the wall before his unsteady feet could betray him like his tear ducts had. With soft fingers carding through his curls, Izuku spilled everything between quiet sobs. How their class was supposed to be in the mountains for their camp, how Izuku had been the one who had advocated for the third-year class to go in their place. What had happened while they were there? Everything that his guilty conscience had been holding over his head since the moment Netsu had informed them of the attack. And the words just kept coming, flowing from his lips until the sounds no longer sounded like words to him, and all that was left was the damning guilt hanging over his head, ready to crush him between one breath and the next. And through it all his boyfriend never said a word, never agreed nor disagreed, didn't add anything. Hitoshi simply listened, never pausing for a moment in the endless trail of his hands through Izuku's hair, a lifeline for Izuku to cling to when everything threatened to swallow him whole. Even when his ranting and self-loathing trailed off into nothing and the tears ran dry, Hitoshi was still there running his hands through Izuku's curls, silent and supportive just like he always was. Izuku truly didn't deserve him sometimes. Zu, you can't blame yourself. A finger pressed against his lips before he could protest. Did you know that villains were going to attack the training camp in the mountains? Izuku paused before shaking his head, the calloused fingertips still pressed firmly against his bottom lip, silencing any counter-argument before he could make it. Of course you didn't. You had no way of knowing this was going to happen, so how could it be your fault? And even if you hadn't sent the third years, the first years would have gone instead and, the silence settled between them, punctuated only by the cicadas. It was a point Izuku hadn't even considered, being wrapped too tightly in the guilt of Tamaki's kidnapping. His Tosh was right. If he hadn't advocated for the third years to be sent to the mountain, then it was highly likely that the first years would have been sent instead. To a campsite where an attack had overwhelmed one of the strongest hero teams in the prefecture, 2 hero teachers and around 40 hero students not far away from making their debuts. Where any assistance would be too far away to offer immediate aid. What would have happened in that case? If his imagination was to be relied upon, nothing that Izuku wanted to think about ever again. He squashed the mental image of his dad bloody and broken on the ground, his Tosh nowhere to be found, and turned into the arms that were ready and waiting for him, that had always been there for him without fail. He didn't want to imagine a scenario where they weren't. Izuku's muffled apologies were gently yet firmly squashed by quiet words and hands rubbing up and down his spine, ever patient and unhurried while they waited for him to calm down. Then, when Izuka finally felt ready to face a world that was not made entirely of the smell of citrus and the rub of fleece against his cheek, there was a small smile and ever-tired eyes waiting to ease the transition. "I thought therapy was supposed to make all of this go away," Izuku grumbled softly, leaning into the calloused thumbs stroking tear stains from his cheeks. Hitoshi hummed softly and leant in to press his lips against Izuku's forehead. "Healing isn't linear, Zu. Why not?" Izuku could hear the whine in his own voice. "Why can't it just be fixed already?" He leant into the embrace from his boyfriend, more than aware that it was mostly to stop him before he could start talking badly about himself again. His Tosh did it a lot. Izuku thought it was cute. Because brains are stupid? At least they could agree on that point. "We've both come a long way from when you were keeping your lockpicks in an old mince tin and collecting strays out of alleyways." Izuku opened his mouth to argue that Hitoshi was not a stray and was promptly silenced with another embrace. But just because things are healing doesn't mean that sometimes the scars don't chafe. Izuku rubbed his cheek absent-mindedly. The comparison hit a little closer to home than he would have liked, but he could see the rationality of it. He had to maintain a very involved care schedule to keep his scars supple and mobile, and even then, all it took was a shift in the weather or a little unusual movement for Izuku to feel the difference. It made sense that trauma operated in a similar fashion. That didn't mean he had to like it though. "I guess I should make another appointment with Kanda-san." Izuku sighed, scratching an itch behind his ear. "I'll talk to Dad about it later." "Good plan." Soft lips brushed over his scars and Izuku leant into the touch, closing his eyes. "And until then we'll focus only on the things we can do now, not what we wish we'd done in the past." "Sound good?" It didn't. Izuku wanted to ruminate on his failings some more and do some high-quality wallowing. But his Tosh was right, it wouldn't help, so he hummed his reluctant agreement. "Thank you. Love you." "I love you too." Curled up in Hitoshi's arms kept the even chill from getting in the way, and neither of them made any motion to get up from where they were. The sound of cicadas and the darkened sky made for a good backdrop for some quiet contemplation. Hitoshi looked like he was thinking strong about something of his own. Izuku didn't want to pry. If it was important, his boyfriend would tell him about it sooner or later. He had his own things to think about, anyway. The things he could do now. There weren't many. He had bolted out of the meeting before he had even half of the facts. He regretted that a little now. Lacking information was never a good place to be. The only thing he could do with what he knew was watch Chiyo-Basin shuffle her way across the courtyard towards the bus just pulling into the school grounds, oversized medical bag in hand. They'd been out here for a while then. "I've got a message from your dad." Izuku almost jumped out of his skin, almost knocking Hitoshi's phone out of his hand in the process. "Well, I did have a message from him anyway. Apparently you're not answering your phone. He wants to know where you are." "Oh, I put my phone on silent because I was on patrol." Izuku fished his phone out of his capture weapon, blinking at the cluster of messages there. "That's a lot of messages." "Yeah." Izuku dropped his pin for his dad and started on the wall of messages Nedzu had sent to him. The Chimera had taken it upon himself to supply Izuku with the abbreviated minutes of the meeting, it seemed. Made sense since Izuku had been called to attend, if unexpected. He appreciated it nonetheless. "Even I could tell he was worried. Last time you ran off you got shot, remember?" "Ah." Izuku flushed slightly. That wasn't the last time he had left his designated post, but he couldn't exactly tell Tosh about what happened on the raid. "That's true. I've told him where I am. He'll be here soon, I bet." "Okay." Izuku felt the shifting of the team beside him and tilted his head back just in time for lips to press against his forehead. "I should get back inside then. Technically I'm supposed to be with the rest of the class. Someone saw you go sprinting down the hallway, so I snuck out to get you." "He texted you though?" Izuku frowned. "He already knows you're with me." "That doesn't mean he won't give me detention if he catches me out here." Hitoshi grinned sheepishly and zipped his jacket back up. "Plus, if I can get back to the room without getting caught, I can get bonus points for the next torture session your dad calls training." Izuku huffed a laugh softly. pulling his boyfriend down by the front of his jacket for one more embrace. He didn't really want to let him go, but Dad would be here soon so he wouldn't be alone for very long and he wanted to look over these minutes anyway. After a few more murmured goodbyes and kisses, Hitoshi slipped back into the building and vanished down the dark hallway beyond. Izuku sighed softly and turned his attention back to his phone. The notes from Nedzu were concise, nothing more than the bare bones of the discussion and related outcomes, but it was better than the severe lack of information he'd had only a few moments before. He was going to owe Nedzu for this, no doubt. The Chimera liked to hold a few favors over everyone, whether they'd been duly earned or not. Now that he had the information, he needed to think about what it was that he could do now, like his Tosh had said. He was reading through a second time to make sure he hadn't missed anything when a large, warm hand settled on his shoulder. "You good, kiddo?" Izuku's heart started beating again when his dad settled down beside him on the stairs. "Had me worried, running out like that?" "I'm okay." Izuku slipped his phone back into his capture weapon and leant into his hero's side, watching the obviously shocked and disheveled third years climb off of the bus to be checked over by Chio Basin. "Tosh came and took care of me." "Yeah, I saw him sneaking back to the classroom." Izuku chuckled softly, relaxing into the warmth of the hand rubbing his shoulder. "I pretended I didn't though, so don't tell him." "I won't." A few moments ticked by in silence. Another student climbed off of the bus. "So the raid for Tama?" "No." But Izuku bit his tongue, fighting the urge to shy away as his mentor stiffened beside him. The tension hung silently in the air between them. Izuku wondered if he should apologize. "I know that you feel guilty." The gentleness of the hero's tone was ill-matched to the rigidity of his posture, "and I know that you want to help. But this is very dangerous, Izuku. This is a villain organization that felt comfortable in attacking a nationally televised event and walked away with relatively few casualties. You're still an apprentice." Izuku wanted to protest that he should be going because he was an apprentice. Sinsek, his mentor, would be going. "My job, not only as your mentor, but as your dad, is to keep you safe, kiddo. There will be other raids and other chances to save people. But if you came with me, I would be too worried about keeping you safe to do everything I needed to do. Do you understand?" He didn't, not really. He nodded anyway. "Thank you." Izuku ignored the churning in his gut, trying to focus instead on the relief in his mentor's voice. With one more squeeze of his shoulder, Izuku's dad stood up. "You coming in? I need to check on the gremlins." In a bit, Izuku had just spotted a glint of gold in the crowd of third years. "I'm going to stay here for a bit, get some air." The silence was palpable. For a second Izuku thought his mentor was going to insist he came inside. But thick, heavy coils of coffee and cat-scented capture weapon wound down over the top of his own, weighing heavy on his shoulders. "Don't catch a cold?" Izuku nodded, waiting for the door to click shut behind his dad before he got up. He could feel his heartbeat pounding in his iti as he crossed the courtyard, picking up the pace with every step. A glint of gold turned into a familiar silhouette, a tired and despondent face that took a second to register his presence even after Izuku grabbed the third year's sleeve and pulled him to the side. "Lacuna. What are you, Mirio?" Izuku had found what he could do now. "I need your help with something." In the 13 years since Aizawa Shoyuta had graduated from UA and begun his career as a pro hero, he had taken part in a lot of group task force operations. Drag busts, hostage situations, organized crime takedowns, a couple of small terrorist groups. He'd had to stop counting after the first couple of years. Remembering the specifics was robbing him of the limited amount of sleep he actually got. But even without keeping track, he took away the knowledge and experience from those times. It had saved his life more than once, past experiences making current experiences just predictable enough to dodge at the right time, to look around the right doorway first, to protect himself and the people around him better. Zashi teased him now and again about it being his seventh sense. The sixth being his unerring ability to find cats in any location. So when something about this raid didn't sit right with him, Shoyuta wasn't inclined to ignore that feeling. If he was honest with himself, Shoyuta hadn't been able to shake the feeling that he was forgetting something ever since the briefing. The volume of information that Nedzu had acquired from who knows what sources, though Shoyuta was pretty sure he knew the primary one for most of it, was thorough and informative. The assignments made sense, mostly. Shoyuta still thought he should be on the bar team. Erasure would make more sense for a location where criminals were certain to be present, but Nedzu had made a convincing enough argument for him to be where the greatest number of variables would be. Well, that and putting him in a team with Endeavor had had disastrous enough repercussions the last time. With a student hostage, no one was willing to make that gamble. Not even Shoyuta. The itching in the back of his mind had followed him when he climbed into the back seat of an SUV, flanked by MT Lady and Genist, the latter he was going out of his way to ignore the mutterings about his appearance. If Shoyuta ever showed up on a camera somewhere, being nondescript worked in his favor. The flashiness that Genist was accustomed to would actively hinder his career, not help it. Instead, Shoyuta occupied himself with mentally plotting through the various scenarios that could play out during this raid. If he couldn't shake the feeling, then he would do his damnedest to prepare for every eventuality instead. He thought he'd figured it out when Endeavor started kicking up a fuss about not taking point on first entry over at the bar. Typical of him, really, the man was so single-mindedly obsessed with beating All Might, not that that meant a great deal. Shoyuta found both heroes equally abhorrent, that the reasoning behind Midnight taking the lead fell on deaf ears. And judging by the full-scale tantrum he threw after a few choice remarks from Nemuri, Shoyuta would be genuinely surprised if every villain within a 50-kilometer radius hadn't been alerted to Endeavor's exact location. With Nedzu running comms, however, the opportunity for screeching like a dying walrus was thankfully short-lived, and Shoyuta didn't have to figure out exactly how far he could control his capture weapon for. Izuku still wanted to test that himself, and Shoyuta didn't have enough patience tonight for the migraine he'll likely have afterwards. With the shouting man-child swiftly and efficiently pacified, any extra thoughts Shoyuta might have had were quickly swept away in dodging the debris of that behemoth of a woman literally crashing through the side of a warehouse. Honestly, was anyone actually aiming for subtlety on this raid? Finding the tanks of Nomu inside the warehouse completely unguarded made all of the hair on the back of Shuta's neck stand up, alarm bells ringing inside his skull. A warehouse this valuable should have been crawling with guards. These creatures couldn't be easy to make. So where were they all? If Genist hadn't yanked him backwards so strong that he saw stars once he hit the ground, that would have likely been Shuta's last thought. Ears ringing, Shoyuta sat up carefully, checking for any injuries. A few bruises but nothing broken, which, after taking in the crater where not only the warehouse but at least 4 other buildings had been, was frankly nothing short of miraculous. The stunned expressions of the raid team and the fear evident on the faces of the civilians Genist must have managed to evacuate at the last minute told him that he wasn't the only one thinking the same thing. A tiny voice in the back of his head wondered how many they hadn't managed to save, but Shoyuta squashed it down strong. He had learned his lesson well enough while carrying his kid with BLD trickling out of his eye sockets. On the job was not the time to be distracted. He could think about that later, when they weren't being approached by a man in a Halloween mask and a suit. Was he applauding? Shoyuta was sure that the man-villain was saying something, but his ears were still ringing too loudly to make out words, and the mask completely covered his face, so lip reading was out of the question. He pushed himself to his feet and felt rather than saw the heroes around him do the same. If the tension in the atmosphere wasn't enough to confirm the nature of the man in front of him, then the black slime spitting out clearly identifiable members of the League of Villains behind him was. Every last one of them slumped to the floor, knocked out cold. Shoyuta should really thank Nedzu for making sure Nemuri got in first to put them down. Things could have gone sideways real fast if they'd had to face an alert and angry League all at once. Beside him, Shoyuta heard Genist shout something, indignation laced in every syllable that Shoyuta couldn't quite make out yet, and the villain tensed. It was only slightly, and only for a whisper of a second, but Shoyuta had been doing this long enough to know when to react without knowing everything. 13 years, and enough mistakes to know that a whisper of a second could make all the difference. Erasure activated almost instinctively and Shuta's skull screamed. He staggered back, ignoring the thin trickle of wetness already snaking a path over his upper lip. That had hurt. Erasure had never hurt like that before, even when it was new and erratic, and Shoyuta had worked himself into the hospital over and over and over again just to insert it so he could be accepted into the hero course. He didn't have time to be distracted by the pain, Not when he had thwarted this villain's attempt to attack another hero. Because now this masked man's focus was most definitely on him. His hearing was coming back slowly, enough that he could hear the shouting of endeavor. Close, but probably not close enough. Shoyuta wasn't sure he had enough strength for another activation if this villain tried to attack again. Mura's personality, sadly? The moment Shoyuta heard the villain's voice he wished he hadn't. It sounded far too human. But I have other uses for a quirk as interesting as yours. The villain reached out towards him, and even from 15 meters apart Shoyuta stepped back. This villain had proven he didn't need to be close to attack, and Shoyuta still couldn't get that wrong feeling out of his demon. Dr. Shigara, the hospital lights were bright and it smelled funny, the mix of unfamiliar scents making Izuku sneeze. There were people bustling back and forth down the hallway and Izuku clung tightly to his mother's hand, fearful of getting swept up in the rush, and focused intently on the floor so he didn't accidentally trip over his own feet. It was an important day. Izuku didn't want to make them even a second late. A shiny pair of black shoes stepping out of a doorway was the first thing Izuku saw of the person that made his mother stop walking. Dr. Shigara. Izuku's gaze followed the pristine crease of black suit pants up to the hem of a long, clean white coat covering a tall man with sandy brown hair and a smile that Izuku doesn't like. He wasn't sure why he didn't like it, but it was enough to make him take a half-step backwards behind his mother's soft, flowy dress. "Hello, Mrs." The man's voice was low and deep, like it came rumbling out of his ears instead of his mouth. Izuku had never heard a voice like that before in all of his 4 years of life. "I must apologize, I see so many patients in a day." No. Nothing to apologize for. "I'm Midoriya Izuku, and this..." Izuku let his mother gently pull him out from behind her skirts. "Is Izuku." "Say hello, Izuku." Izuku glanced shyly up at his mother's smiling face. This man must be someone important for his mother to make them late for his quirk appointment. "This is the doctor that looked after your mother while she was giving BRH to you. Without him, you might not be here right now." ******. In his defense, Izuku really had just been coming to give it to his dad. He wasn't going to get involved. It was important enough that his dad had told him no. Izuku didn't want to betray his trust like that. But he'd not been part of the briefing, and could only guess at the timing and location based on the information he had worked with Nedzu on. By the time he got there, buildings were already demolished and that man stood among the wreckage like a king. Izuku had crouched behind a crumbling wall, trying to figure out the best way to get it to his dad from where he was. The crater made everything far more difficult. There was no high ground or hiding points for him to sneak between. But if anyone could do it, Izuku could. And then the man had spoken. Low and deep, like it was rumbling out of his ears. Izuku would have recognized that voice anywhere. The last man his mother had spoken to before the worst day of Izuku's life changed everything. For a while he sat frozen, crouched behind his wall, barely even daring to breathe. Pieces that Izuku had never been able to put order slowly started slotting themselves into place. Ever since Izuku had been told the story of All for One, he had wondered if it was truly possible that the villain had a hand in Izuku's genetic anomaly. Izuku couldn't fathom a moment where he'd been in contact with what essentially amounted to the world's greatest supervillain. Surely he should have known. Supervillains were evil, almost mythical beings. It was strong to imagine them having a daily life, interacting with regular citizens. But now, faced with the harsh reality that this man was almost certainly All for One, as well as being someone Izuku had definitely interacted with, he was having a strong time not hurling his guts out inside his mask. Movement from the crater beyond the wall drew Izuku back to the present, and he steeled himself before he peeked at the scene on the other side. People that had not been there before lay slumped around Dr. Shigd around All for One. Izuku caught a glimpse of familiar indigo hair and his heart hammered in his throat. Tamaki was there. So what? Izuku startled as someone shouted, "Was that Best Jeanist? Top heroes won't be defeated by the likes of..." A flash of red from the black figure standing near Best Jeanist immediately caught Izuku's attention. When his dad staggered, he had to bite down strong enough on his bottom lip to draw BLD in order to keep himself from crying out. Dad had saved Best Jeanist from whatever All for One had been about to do, but he'd definitely hurt himself in the process. Izuku watched in horror as All for One's attention shifted to focus solely on his dad. The frisson of danger in the air felt electric, sending sharp jolts down Izuku's spine while his legs remained frozen in place. His horde was in danger. He had to do something. He had to do something. He had to do something. Tugging gently on his gloves and flexing his fingers, Izuku gritted his teeth and stepped out from behind his wall. Dr. Shigara. Izuku could never have prepared for what the full weight of a supervillain's gaze focused solely on you felt like. He felt like he was being crushed under the pressure of the man's intent. Even under the full black hood All for One was wearing, he could feel himself being scrutinized from head to toe. It took every ounce of willpower Izuku had not to glance towards his dad, keeping his posture small and unthreatening as he clasped his hands together so tightly the elter of his gloves creaked. Curious? Izuku jumped visibly when the supervillain spoke again, shrinking in on himself, one of the newborns. I didn't know any of those experiments survived. Izuku's gut twisted in on itself uncomfortably. One of how many were there that this man couldn't even recognize him? Izuku swallowed thickly, rolling his tongue around his dry mouth in search of enough saliva to squeeze a few words out. Why took my quirk? Izuku didn't try to hide the shock and horror on his face as he watched the man's physicality shift. In real time, his shoulders narrowed, arms lengthened, and he grew what Izuku would guess was about 6 inches in height. At one point Izuku would have been giddy at the thought of having his own hypotheses confirmed, but now, staring into the hooded face of a man Izuku knew could likely kill him in the space between breaths, Izuku would have given anything to never need to confirm anything like this again. He dared a glance towards his dad, nausea crawling up the back of his throat at the fear-stricken look on the man's face. When he looked back at All for One, he could see the smile beneath the hood. With one glance, Izuku had as good as identified that he was important to at least one hero on the edge of the crater. Well, the supervillain's tone of voice had shifted to a dark honey note that made Izuku's skin crawl, but he tried his best not to let it show. I can't exactly be sure when you're all the way over there, young man. A pale hand extended towards him, palm up. You'll have to come a little closer so that I can help you. With slow, hesitant steps, Izuku shuffled down into the crater towards the supervillain, ignoring the alarmed shout from his dad even though it killed him to do it. He really had just been here to give it to his dad, but the minute he had heard that voice it stopped being just about Tamaki. The source of all of Izuku's suffering stood in the middle of that crater. He was involved now whether he had intended to be or not. With less than 5 steps to go, Izuku stumbled on a piece of rubble and would have slammed directly into the supervillains if not for a broad hand planted firmly on his shoulder to keep him from pitching forwards. A chill ran down his spine and he didn't have to try for the apologies to come spilling out of his mouth. A wry chuckle with just a hint of something more sinister around the edges was enough to turn that chill to ice in his veins, and Izuku found himself practically pressed against the titi of a man he was certain intended to use hostage and bait. Izuku wriggled and squirmed a little, managing to get one gloved hand pressed between his titi and All for One's with the other caught behind his back at an angle just short of painful. He smelled like hospitals and death, and Izuku had to fight the urge to sneeze the scent out of his nostrils. Behind his back, he curled 2 of his fingers into his palm, leaving 3 pointed down. Izuku mumbled into the suit jacket, and the arm wrapped tightly around him relaxed just enough to let him speak clearly. He fought the urge to look up. You don't remember me, do you? Again, that chuckle raised all of the hairs on the back of Izuku's neck. I can't say that I do, child, no. The name you called me, Shigara, was a name I used to conduct tests on over 300 children under the age of 3. Asking me to remember one single name from a failed experiment is a little unreasonable. Though, Izuku didn't like the interest he could hear in All for One's voice. Maybe I should reconsider labeling that one a failure. 2 fingers down. Izuku wished he could see behind him. Izuku swallowed around the lump of nerves and terror in his throat. Just want to know why. The chuckle became a laugh, dark and amused, echoing around the crater. 1 finger down. But I am a scientist, child. Izuku looked up into the abyssal black mask looking down at him, stretched so tightly across the villain's grin that Izuku could outline every single tooth in his head. I wanted to see what would happen. Izuku stared up into the nothingness of that mask, letting the knowledge he had been given truly sink into his bones. There was no special reason, he wasn't important. The man who had done this to him didn't even know his name. All of his suffering caused by this man was just a case of being born at the wrong place, with the wrong doctor in attendance. You know, Izuka flexed the hand trapped between them, his palm pressed firmly into the man's cheek, twisting his wrist at an angle he had practiced over and over again with Hatsum in the workshop. If this was an exam, the soft click vibrated against the inside of his wrist, and Izuku felt the subdermal syringe they had built into the glove leave its chamber. He squeezed the hand behind his back into a fist tightly. I would have had a pen,